Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another day here on LPL English as we continue on through the Split 2 regular season. Two best of threes for y'all in Group Ascend today. We're going to start off with ThunderTalk taking on Ninjas in Pajamas, and then after that, Invictus Gaming against JDG. Sure to be thrilling games as we are nearing the end of our first round robin being completed. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk Battery for our first series today between ThunderTalk and NiP. It's going to be a pretty fun one here as we take a quick look at the format and see only in Group Ascent here today.
Oh my god, just the fact that this format, and we're going to keep saying it, we have games every day, so you're always going to keep hearing this, but the fact that immediately qualifying for top four for playoffs is obviously a great boon, but that group Nirvana is very, very scary in terms of being eliminated for the rest of the year. So obviously these Group Ascend teams do not have to worry about that, and I think we're kind of seeing a couple of teams that potentially could be bowing out and going into that play-in section that we saw in bottom six.
And if you're a fan of Group Nirvana, do not worry because we are approaching the weekend, and that means that two more Group Nirvana games are going to be happening on Saturday and Sunday, but not yet your OMG versus EDG hype. That's going to have to wait until tomorrow, as right now, of course, Stilly having to focus here on ThunderTalk versus Ninjas in Pajamas specifically to start things off. But before we do so, let's take a general look at the standings that we have here in the LPL as we, again, getting closer to the end of the first round robin. Still, some teams are over that halfway mark, some teams aren't. As over in Group Ascend, obviously, a lot of variety here. And a big shout out down to FPX specifically, who have really picked up some big wins. And right now, ThunderTalk in a desperate need of some because they are all the way at the bottom.
Coming into this, I think you would have seen this Group Ascend and how it looks right now. You're like, yeah, that sounds right? Like TS, AL in the top, some combination of FPX, WE, and TT in the bottom of the standings there. But I think the way that we have gotten there has been so surprising, and especially for our teams that we're talking about today in this first matchup, TT have unfortunately kind of fallen back to reality when we talk about what's been happening in their games, the loss streak that they are on currently, and for Ninjas in Pajamas kind of being that almost 500 roster. I think there's still a lot of questions for whether or not this team is actually going to be the real deal or simply just the kind of, you have to be this tall to make it into playoffs.
There's a lot of excitement about ThunderTalk after it was the core of their roster in Hoya and Beishuan like kind of coming together and really like making some big waves both in the Demacia Cup and in Split 1, but it has not gone as well for them so far. Let's take a quick look at the entire roster that they're going to be running with here for this best of 3 True Fearless series. As we mentioned, Hoya, Beishuan, Saytab coming again over from the LCK, 1XN, and Feather as the bottom side. They have had good moments in the start of the year, Dimitri, but the more that we watch this team, the more that we wish we were back to that lane swap meta.
Yeah, especially for them, probably. They're very sad that there's no lane swap meta anymore, that they can kind of, they have to go back to playing standard lanes and really trying to figure out when and where they can fight for objectives. I think for ThunderTalk fans and LPL fans that were watching from last year, we saw a lot of this roster kind of do the same thing that ThunderTalk has always done, which is get like 8th to 12th place. And despite some really high highs in Split 1 and bringing in a new mid laner in Saytab, this is some of the more of the same and kind of missing some of that flair that we missed from last year with UCal still being on the roster. So I'm really hopeful for ThunderTalk. I think this is still a really tough matchup where they come in as underdogs, but these development pieces that we've been seeing for such a long time, the synergy that they've had as a squad has kind of hopefully was going to carry them throughout this Group Ascend and get them out of some tight spots.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the clips of recent highlights or maybe some lowlights as well of what the ThunderTalk solo laners specifically have really been doing, I feel like this team kind of, again, feels a little stuck in terms of like how they want to play the game, especially because they don't seem like they want to lane too much, and so a lot of it comes down to trying to play around team fights.
And a lot of this, I mean, we're kind of seeing it here where we're getting some of like the Gwen and the Rumble. The carries for Hoya seems like they're working a little bit better. But when we talk about their solo lanes, Saytab has looked only incredible on this Yone champion. Hoya, again, some of these carries have looked awesome, but his tendency to drop minions and for Saytab losing out in some of these lanes and feeling a bit disjointed with the rest of his team has ended up hurting ThunderTalk when they don't have the strongest laners. You already are kind of at a disadvantage there, especially here in the LPL, but the way in which they kind of utilize them puts them at an even worse level, right? It makes it very difficult for them to walk into team fights and as the game goes on.
Yeah, and you know, they love the team fight. I think 1xN and Feather specifically, like, very good in those 5v5 situations, as well as that's where we've seen like this team really work well, like as a 5-man unit. But can't get there if you are not, you know, at least holding your own, at least in the early stages of the game. And in this group ascend, the LPL specifically, so many strong laners, obviously, like being in the LPL, like Chinese League of Legends, like, you know, these guys always are going to have really good hands. And so when you fall behind in that regard, it makes it really difficult to play out the later portions of the game. And that's what we are seeing here from TT, as they have now dropped 4 straight series and have only taken 1 game out of any of those series, that being a win over IG.
And that was multiple weeks ago. That was literally on the 4th of this month. So, or the 6th of this month. 12 days ago was when we got to see TT take some games and take some series. Aside from that, it's been 4 series losses, like you were saying, in a row. And it's really tough. Again, this is double round robin, so we will see all of these matchups happen a second time. But at the very top of the show, we said we're kind of approaching the end of the second half of this the first half of this round robin. And I think it is almost indicative of where they're probably going to be ending up. I mean, unless there's a big change in the meta and a big shift in gameplay from these guys, they are probably going to be looking at trying to make a solid run throughout that play-in stage.
Yeah, I mean, you have to finish top 4 to avoid that play-in stage, so that's already a very tough task, and this is a team that's going to try to do that. Ninjas in pajamas, who are going to be ThunderTalk's opponents here for this series. Shanji, Aki, Doinbi, Leave, and PP God. Again, a core of players who have been playing together for a decent amount of time, and then you throw Doinbi in there, and it ends up working out pretty well for them at times, although they are coming off of a loss to Weibo just last night.
Yeah, the fact that they've had back-to-back series is really tough. I mean, obviously their opponents yesterday, we got to see yesterday, WE take 2 series versus TES and BLG. They went to all 3 games there, and for NiP, just the ability for them to bounce back, a much softball, kind of a softball matchup here versus TT. They are expected favorites coming into today, and more of the same of what you can expect from almost every single Doinbi team ever, which is we're going to roam out of mid, we're going to try to accentuate our jungler's strengths and really get into the nitty-gritty of we're just going to cause a team fight, and either you're going to be about it or we're going to win the game.
Hey, to be fair, ThunderTalk like the team fight, as we say, so if NiP is going to want to opt into that strategy, generally, we're feeling pretty good about that. As we get another look at some of these clips here, this series against IG, absolute cinema, complete banger, turbo banger, and you know, a lot of it again is on Doinbi playing specifically like these roam ring champions. He has the Galio. He also had a Silas in game number 3 that ended up working out pretty well for him.
Yeah, this was a pretty tough game, and like you're saying, I think all the IG games have kind of been bangers. If you think about the BLG series, maybe there's just something in the water over there. But for NiP, the strategy feels more, again, the same, where Doinbi is kind of trying to find early plays. He's actually been really creative and taking level 3, level 4 roams in mid lane towards the bottom lane. And for me, I am looking at these big carries in the bottom lane. Leave, in particular, has been a standout. Statistically, he looks like the best AD carry in the region right now. Him and Hope have kind of been contesting that 1 and 2 spot. So what I want to see from NiP today is take your softball matchup, and maybe we get a little bit more impact into our solo lanes here, because as much as I've been talking about Doinbi, Shanji, especially not only in this clip, but I think a lot of their series has kind of fell apart at the seams and is showing more of the struggles that we saw all those years ago on OMG with Aki.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's the core that had stuck together, you know, with PP got along for the ride for some of it, and we've seen them continue to grow, you know, alongside a player like Cream, who now has moved on to greener pastures, per se, over on Top Esports, maybe, but seeing a good matchup here for Shanji potentially against Hoya. You know, this is definitely probably one of the better opportunities he has to maybe take advantage of that 1v1 and allow for NiP to really put themselves in good positions, because we've seen them put resources towards Shanji in draft. It just hasn't necessarily worked out the way that we've wanted it to.
I mean, we got the Swain yesterday. I know that I was kind of getting excited to see his Udyr pop up again. He was kind of the progenitor of some weirder top lane picks like Shyvana top as well. So I'm kind of waiting for the day we kind of get back to that, just because we are starting to see a shift in the meta. I mean, with Fearless, obviously the champions just getting out of the game a lot earlier. Once we have Jace, Mbessa, Gwen, Rumble, once these 4 are out, tanks are kind of becoming popular. I mean, even just last night, Breathe is first picking Sion. I don't know if that's necessarily correct when Gwen made it through all 3 of those games unbanned, but I think that we are seeing that shift go in favor of the tanks.
And maybe that's a good sign for ThunderTalk. Again, like they want to go back to kind of the style that was working for them in Split 1 and during the Demacia Cup when they were having these top 8 finishes. And you know, for a team like that, being the team that out of that group at towards the bottom that actually made it into the playoffs in Split 1, I feel like maybe there were some extra expectations that were placed onto them because they beat BLG in a series. They made it all the way to top 8, but in a way, when you look at the roster and how they were expected to match up going into the year, we can still kind of use some of those narrative points that we were talking about with teams like FPX and WE, where we are hoping that they can use this double round robin to continue to learn and refine their playstyle as they go throughout this and put themselves in the best possible position to make their way into the playoffs when you get to that best of 5 and maybe gear up for Split 3 as well.
I think also people were kind of coming off of a pretty nice high of not only their Split 1 where they have that legendary series versus BLG best of 5 where they end up winning, but then you look at their performance in Group B of the Split 2 placements. It was 6 best of 1s. They ended up going 3-3 in them, but being able to split games with or go 2-0 versus RNG, you take that 1 versus Ultra Prime, and we're like, okay, you've solidified your Group Ascent placement. How much are you actually going to be able to utilize that? So that's like, again, to your point where we're talking about like how much can you actually learn. I know we had an interview, we got a post-game segment where we were able to talk a little bit with the rest of the TT boys and talking about like what it has been like learning. It seems like Setab in particular is definitely starting to grow under this roster, but it's those inconsistencies. It's the fact that we're getting picked on side lanes. The fact that some of our laning phases are not as strong is starting to hurt ThunderTalk, especially outside of a lane swap meta where you can kind of hide and mask some of those weaknesses.
And so we're bringing up these two teams, ThunderTalk and NiP, and I feel like we have similar narrative points for both of them in terms of how they have played the game and what their current state of the season is looking like right now, in the sense that they've had high highs earlier on in the season, and also they love to team fight, and maybe their solo laners aren't as strong in the early stages of the game. Do you feel like that's something that like NiP are feeling good about because they're like, oh, this is just us but worse, or maybe something they're
for sure
about because maybe they match up a little bit better?
Yeah, you know, stylistically, like you're saying, they match. I just think that NiP are a lot better at doing it. I mean, I think you go pound for pound. Hoya is a player that is willing to drop waves, but he ends up kind of putting himself even deeper in a deficit. Beitron and Aki are not the most precise junglers and sometimes have flubs in the jungle. Doinby versus Setab maybe is the biggest difference between the two in terms of how they like to play the game. But even if you just look at their carries, Leaf is just better at playing a lot of these fights than 1xN. I will also say it is very tough as an AD carry to play the game when your solo laners are just behind or not necessarily making the right decisions. We've seen a lot of miscommunications come in from ThunderTalk in their fights, so a lot to work on. And if we're kind of saying that they're like the worst version of NiP, then we should just expect them to be underdogs going into this match.
I will say, like, over the last couple of series, it seems like Setab has also kind of gone towards that more Doinby playstyle, maybe as a bit of a crutch to help out the rest of his lanes when like everyone's losing, but he's gotten a couple of games on like Talia. He's gotten even champions like Galio like banned away from him over these last couple matchups as well. So it seems like that really is something that ThunderTalk are leaning into. Maybe they're like looking at a team that like, hey, who's a style that we can try to emulate? They just look at NiP and they're like, okay, we're gonna try to do that now and see if it works, because something
they look at they looked at their schedule and they're like, crap, guys, we're playing against NiP.
Oh man, okay. Well, we have a bit of a
holy crap, that's a delay of doom.
Is that 20 minutes?
20 minutes? Yo, guys, I think we started the pre-show a little early then. What the? We were supposed to start 4 minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay. Not entirely sure why that is the case. We're gonna take a quick look and get confirmation before we officially send it to break. I don't know what exactly we are dealing with right now, but we'll
there seems to be a delay for everybody at home. If you're wondering, casters, why are you still talking and there's no gameplay on our screen? Reminder: we are a fan-made broadcast. We are merely a co-stream of the LPL. So it seems like there are some issues going on over in the LPL. So hopefully we'll have an answer for you in time. Oh, we got walkouts.
Wait, we just got... What?
I got jump scared. All right, guys, don't worry. There'll be a 1v1 on your screen in like 5 to 7 minutes.
Maybe the 20 minutes is like when the game is gonna start, and they like have a clock, including like the 1v1 draft, the actual draft. That sounds like
I like the
more
idea
fair
that
timer.
there's 2 streams. There's one stream that shows you the 1v1 and everything, and then there's another stream for people who do not care about the 1v1.
Yeah, if you just want to skip everything, go straight to gameplay, just go over there. I don't know why that was the case. Anyway, it's all good because that means we got our player walkouts and we got some cool jerseys, cool uniforms over on ThunderTalk as well.
Yeah.
It's a more cooler, softer, or I guess.
Well, it's not the black and blue that they had earlier.
Yeah, and it's also not as bright of a blue, which I think I kind of like on a jersey.
Yeah. By the way, I am trying to secure some LPL merch. So again, if you wanna do that, you can go to, I think it's Li Ning store. You can also just look up LPL jerseys on Google and should be like something Ning store. So make sure that you're supporting the teams if you can. But we get our 1v1s here. It's gonna be Doinby versus Hoya, and you know NiP have cooked a couple of these 1v1s, but also Doinby has not been the most mechanically solid player this year. So this might get a little sloppy. We might go to the Ring of Fire, I dare say.
It's a little harder to use your big brain to maneuver all your teammates when you're the only teammate on the Rift. So yeah,
I don't have my 4 wards to puppeteer.
The thing that Doinby has in terms of an advantage is like very unique champions that he can pull out and matchup knowledge that like nobody else understands or comprehends. And so if he has a pick that he's willing to just lock in right now, and he knows that he knows the matchup better, like that's how he's been able to win some of these 1v1s.
For Hoya, I wonder what we're going to be getting. I say I wonder, and it's probably going to be some combination of like Varus, Heimerdinger, Jace, Corki, which makes me sad. I wish we had some more experimentation. I know we had like a Darius the other night that was really fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We had a Aurelia for Breathe a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
There's some players that like are all about the fighting. They just want to duke it out. They want to like completely, like they want the 1v1 to be over, winning or losing in the next like in 2 minutes time. And then there's other guys that are way more ready to have that Ring of Fire being unleashed. So I'm more of a fan of the former personally. I
had the distinct pleasure of having to watch On play Quinn versus Yorick last night. That was tough. That was not the greatest moment.
You know what? I'm glad that that's not the matchup that we're probably gonna have here, as I think are getting close already. We've gone through the ban phase actually. I think the Varus is locked in, so that's gonna go towards Hoya, and then yeah, there's the Renekton as well. Take a look at some of the bans. It looks like Doinby also didn't want to play against the Yorick, as it's really rising in priority, both in the 1v1 seemingly, as well as actually on Summoner's Rift in the top lane.
It's making its way on over there. People are, to mixed success. We got to see Bin pick it up as well. I know Breathe was playing it, and that was the one loss that NiP or that Weibo had kind of secured in that series last night. And so kind of a big topic that we're going to be constantly revisiting is NiP having to play back-to-back series. It is kind of a feature of the schedule, and so how they're able to bounce back after what was a pretty close but still devastating loss up against Weibo last night, whereas TT are coming in a little bit fresher. If you want to kind of counterbalance this, TT are in the enemy's arena. They're over in Shenzhen playing for NiP, so maybe some home crowd advantage.
Yeah, that's actually we saw that home crowd advantage actually work in Xi'an a couple of days ago when WE were playing in one of their series. They actually took a game against Top, and everyone was like, "Oh my god!" I was actually thinking like, "Oh my god! Like, is this a home arena buff?" I feel like
they took a game off of BLG too, so yeah, I agree.
That is true.
Yeah.
Maybe WE are just legit. Maybe only at their home court. Who knows? The back-to-back thing is also something that is more prevalent in like traditional sports. You think of like basketball, having that, but it's more of a mental thing than a physical thing here for NiP, as we're gonna already see some early trading here early. Oh my
Oh,
god, that's a ton of damage. The
oh,
barrier already popped his Hoya. He just face checked Doinby. One more auto attack might be able to do it. Oh
oh!
my god! Right before he was about to die, the hail of arrows plus the auto attack was enough for Hoya to pick up the first kill.
Well, now we kind of have now we have some higher stakes for the 1v1, right? If people are unfamiliar, for these 1v1s, it is first turret, first to 2 kills, unless the Ring of Fire is active, then it is sudden death. And already Doinby, very, very low. That was a very close trade there. I think the difference being that technically Hoya has one more effective combat summoner spell with the barrier there, so very close between these two, and Hoya already taking a pretty big advantage and even gets to have more items than his opponent.
Yeah, look at that. Already has some boots as well. Get a little extra ability to space out the melee Renekton in a ranged matchup is going to be very big. The snowball didn't do, I guess, all too much because Hoya already walked into melee range to start things off. That was pretty Giga Chat behavior by this Varus, but it ended up working out.
I liked how when they walked up to each other, they kind of like went into melee range and low-key kind of hugged for a little bit, and they realized, oh crap, we're supposed to be fighting. Yeah, never mind.
Quick little mark in for Doinby. Not using the Fury very well. You see, when you're using your empowered ability on the dash away, that means you generally mishandle that, I feel.
Yeah, he just wanted to get the double dash, but I agree. Probably just wanted to make sure, like, hey, I'm not even trying to get like an empowered W or maybe like an empowered Q. Doinby will be able to get a little bit here, but that's already 2 plates going over to Hoya, plus the first blood is going to give him some pretty nice augments in terms of gold. But this damage coming out from Hoya seems a bit abusive, and it's not. It's going to get slightly easier for Doinby as he'll probably have access to plated steel caps and obviously the Dominus, but newsflash, Varus does a hell of a lot of damage.
He's also like super rich. Like if he ever wants to go back to basics, he's also maxing the W, which will do even more on-hit damage, especially when those blight stacks come down. I can see a world where if he just lands an ult onto Doinby before he hits level 6, like the 1v1 could just be over. There's no barrier on the Renekton. He has no opportunity to like get any extra EHP.
This is going to be the biggest advantage that TT get right now because they need to have access to this blue side. Doinby does hit level 6, so he has an additional like 300 HP if he really needs it. Hoya lands the ultimate.
The Chain of Corruption. Already a ton of damage coming down. Doinby lands the empowered W, but it's just not enough. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting that at all. Hoya. Look how
stone-faced.
He's not even hyped at all. Okay, there's a smile. There's a smile. Nice job.
I think
for game 1.
The entire time Hoya's just like, is that easy? Really?
When does the real 1v1 start? When do I get when do I get to play the real guy?
I feel like Hoya kind of was channeling some Michael B. Jordan's character, Killmonger. He's just like, this is your king? This is your GOAT? This is your best player? This is who you send to win the 1v1 versus me. All right,
you know what?
I guess I'll just take my 2-0.
Also channeling the Kobe Bryant a little bit. You know, the job's not finished. We got the side select. We got to win the series now. We gotta play the games after we get the side select. There's more work to be done here for Hoya, and I'm sure there's also a little bit of pressure on this guy as well. Obviously, he's probably one of the bigger players that has been on the struggle bus for ThunderTalk over these last couple of weeks, and so that's got to boost his confidence at least a little bit. So that it's a good sign for what's to come potentially if you're a TT fan.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. So yeah, so TT they did win their last 1v1, and that was up against Flandra on AL. You know, Sitab was able to take that. That was a very close Rumble or Heimerdinger versus Jace matchup that we got to see. Thrilling. So TT are not doing that badly in the 1v1s, but it's kind of the biggest advantage that they're probably going to be seeing in a lot of these games. Just again, they're bottom of the league right now when we talk about Group Ascend. They have won a single series, but aside from that are on a 4-series loss streak, and part of it comes down to these solo lanes. I know we just got to see Hoya slap around Doinby for a little bit in the range melee matchup, but when it comes down to playing a 5v5 game, TT feel dysfunctional, like miscommunication maybe as to where and how they want to find fights. So they're going to need to lock in particular when we talk about playing against a team that has such strong carries, and I think it's such an identifiable play style.
I mean, we really laid it out going into this game of like what we are expecting for both of these teams. And again, very similar stuff. Team fighting as well as, heavy rotations potentially from the solo lanes to avoid having to deal with some of the struggles in the laning phase. So that's what we're going to look at as we head into the draft for game number 1. Lots of power picks that NiP are going to potentially have to ban away. I'm notably looking at Hoya's Rumble as something that should be targeted, and there it is off the ban table as a lot of threat towards Doinby also, as they have to pay the Rise and the Galio tax on the blue side.
Interesting that they're willing to ban away the Lilia immediately, probably looking at trying to pick up a Skarner. The Yorick is kind of funny. Shanji has played the Yorick, and he has one of the few wins that we have seen here in the year, but pretty big focus, I think, from NiP onto the enemy top laner in Hoya. And we've talked about it during the pre-show. Sion first pick, ladies and gentlemen.
That's crazy. I didn't realize, like, a Sion first pick might make sense if it's like game 3 of Fearless, game 4, you're getting the later games, and like a lot of the top lane have been taken away. This is pretty surprising to me. I feel like things like Ambessa do pretty well into it, and that's still something that is available and hasn't been banned. It's going to be matched here by a Vi and a Ezreal for Aki and Leave. Other things that are available, that's that Skarner that you were talking about, as well as the Nefiri, which always kind of rears its head, although the Vi's a pretty good matchup into it.
It's fine. Nefiri can still find angles to invade. Beitwan's instead going to go for the Xin Sao, which I think is quite interesting, especially when the fact that for ThunderTalk, they actually have not been able to play any Vi all of Split 2, which was one of the champions that we kind of got to see them find a lot of success with. TT, however, are just going to kind of kick it back to basics. We said that we wanted to see them focus on some fundamentals, and with an Azir, this is looking like a composition that is going to let their long-range carries take care of business. And for NiP, it's all going to be about how much lockdown do they have? Can they necessarily whittle away at some of these lower HP members? Ezreal doesn't do a ton against a Sion, so NiP are going to have to be a little bit more creative in how they get rid of this tank top.
And yeah, a lot of potential angles here for a matchup. I mean, I like Sylas. I play a lot of Sion, so I know like things that beat my ass in laning phase. Sylas can be potentially one of them here. Dash away from the Qs and everything like that. I wouldn't expect that to go towards top. Doinby played it relatively well in their matchup against IG just a couple of days ago. We head into the second phase of bans. We're looking for a full bot lane here for ThunderTalk, and I will say, even though we have a good amount of semi-globals for ThunderTalk, they are lacking in damage just a little bit. Would like to see 1xN pick up a bit of a hyper carry.
But how many options is he going to have access to? The ThunderTalk bot lane has mostly been reliant on Ashe plus random engage support here. So Varus obviously taken away, a champion that usually has been a first round banned, but this time making it all the way to the second phase. Potentially could be another Ashe ban, maybe a Misfortune, especially when you look at what TT have, the amount of lockdown with the Sion and the Talia. Instead, taking away the Kaisa away from the Ezreal. I think the Misfortune still provides a lot when it comes to just early laning phase and the ability to clear the mid wave a lot faster than their opponent.
Final ban here. Going to be the Ambessa. As I said, decent matchup into the Sion. You're able to, with the Eclipse, like do a lot of % health damage as well as just heal up, be a very big nuisance overall. Shanji still has a lot of options though. A lot of things that can do well into the Sion in the early laning stages, and then obviously once you get to the late game, it could turn into that kind of hyper scaling, unkillable beast that we know and love. We've seen so often here in the LPL. What's going to be picked up here on R4? We go top lane, we go support.
Guys, we got to pick something.
We got God damn it. Okay, well, we're
I'm sitting down, guys.
A lot of delay. Well, we had the what we thought was a delay, and then okay, we're big chilling then now. That's what we're doing.
Guys, this keeps happening.
I feel like every game. I feel like every day there's like a we just didn't lock in a champion thing.
It's
at this
low
point,
key. I wonder if the refs are going to start getting on NiP for this, because they missed a ban in their, not the Weibo series, but the one before that. They missed a ban, so they had to like remake the draft. This keeps happening. I feel like this keeps happening for for Ninjas in Pajamas. I'll sit up, guys. It's okay. I'm not that big chilling yet.
At some point, am I wondering like, is somebody's like client bugged or is one of the PCs messed up, but it seems to be mostly one of just NIP that I've noticed is happening for. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
remember if you remember, Leave had the random tech issue of Doom for
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
their games for the placements, and we had one of the worst games of all time with Shadows and Fury going like 16-1.
yeah. I definitely I referenced that I think a bunch of times in the NIP IG series. I forget exactly why. I think it was because I saw Pantheon lock and I was just like, oh no, this is not gonna end well because
It's
I
happening
remember
again. Pantheon for Doinb.
I remember what happened when Doinb got that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So generally, what we were seeing from their draft and kind of the expectations for NIP, they have some good skirmishing, and what I'm going to kind of be interested to see is what Doinb does on the Sylas, because into Talia, you're going to have to still trade a lot of HP, but it's a bit better of a laning phase versus playing something like a Sylas or versus an Azir, like we saw kind of getting hovered. So how NIP are able to kind of break open this shell of really strong kind of pseudo tanks in the Xin Sao and then having a full one in the top lane. We still haven't seen an answer into the Scion quite yet from NIP, and they're kind of running out of options, right? Like they first picked the Vi Ezreal, they go into Sylas. So what does Shanji have prepared? Again, he's been someone who's cooked in the top lane, but there's not very many champions up and available.
I mean, you mentioned the Udyr at the top of the show. That
Yeah.
can do okay. It can match. I don't know if it really fits the identity of like team composition that well, but it does. It does do well in the lane. I'm thinking of things that like do well in the laning phase against the Sion. Like it's like
Can have Swain.
could
Saw
work.
yesterday.
Swain works too. You just stack all that free HP onto that like big target. Anything else? I mean, like there's also things like Garen and Darius that do okay, but like
Yeah.
I feel like that's not necessarily up Shanji's alley as much.
It's a fair few players, not necessarily the biggest fans of that. I mean, all right, we're gonna run through these drafts really quickly.
Hopefully we go through it fast. Yeah.
NIP, I swear to God, just you've had extra time. You've now gotten an additional amount of like 2 or 3 minutes to think about what you're picking on for here.
All right, well, we're going to see everything kind of go down the line. Again, we need a full bot lane that is AD carry and support here for TT. Meanwhile, on NIP side, we need PP God's champion as well as Shanji up in the top lane. Most likely, assuming that all the champions go to these different roles. Shanji is not the best FFS, so I doubt we're getting the full crit by top lane this game.
Well, that is true. That, I don't think
it's kind of base, but I don't think that he's going to be playing it today.
No.
Yeah.
If he does, then, we'll shame on us. Shame on us for not knowing, for not having that tech down and down ready. But I'm looking at what Shanji has played this split. We had the Mordekaiser game as well alongside yesterday.
Oh, that does pretty good into just like
yeah
in general, but the Scion specifically. It looks like instead just gonna match fire with fire. Ornn is also does pretty well in the lane against Scion. The Scion really can't move it, and you have a lot of just general base damage here on this Ornn. With things like the Bella's Breath and the Brittle proc. So I like this here for NIP. It sets up a really nice front-to-back team comp for them.
And look at this from ThunderTalk. We said that we wanted to see them play, more basic composition where they have clear front line, clear back line access. Tristana gives them some agency in the laning phase to be able to play. It'll kind of come down to not only support matchup, but also how they play the level 1. With Rakan, there's a lot of access to immediately just jump onto Leave before he has access to Arcane Shift. So going to be kind of an arms race when it comes to playing for early game priority coming in for ThunderTalk.
And, all of a sudden you look at like an Ornn, a Vi, Silent, like the 3 melees up here. Okay, now we know that it's at least not just an NIP problem. Maybe ThunderTalk are the reasons behind this as well. I don't know if exactly, because I feel like sometimes like the draft will disappear like a little bit before or after the player officially dodges or they realize what's going on. So maybe it wasn't exactly Feather's fault, but it's pretty easy to blame. I don't know. It's pretty easy
from where the camera is pointing right now, it would seem that the issue is PP God's machine now, because immediately as soon as that happened, we kind of got the pan to him. He's kind of like looking around like, hey guys, something's wrong with my client.
I'm. Yeah. Okay. Maybe
No
it
clue.
is. Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes the draft is played a little bit delayed. I will say, if the competition was for if International League of Legends was just who could click the go through champion select the best, like we might win worlds. We might beat LPL. Because
We
that's.
might beat LPL if that was the case.
I feel like we get less of those issues. Although I say that as the NACL had like a 2-hour pause today, so.
Oh, Worm?
Maybe not.
Is that why? I woke up incredibly late because, again, I was casting both of the series yesterday, but, like, is that why I got in and I
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
damn, we're only into game one of the first series?
There was a giant tech pause that like took 2 hours,
Oh.
I think. So.
Man, Lennon must have been chilling then because he got no sleep after, you know, he had to cast real early. He was going to be casting tonight's games, but unfortunately had to step down. Thank you again. Oh, we got through the draft.
Wait.
Okay, so we have Lulu instead of Rakan. There's a what looks to be a Nico.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we just.
All right,
skipped,
we just take color casters
it.
here,
It's
guys.
fine.
It's fine.
We're
It's my bad.
just like, hey, let's just go blind pick this time because we already know what the champions are gonna be this time around. Okay, Lulu for ThunderTalk. They combined that with the Tristana, and then looks like NiP answered it with a Nico for PP God.
I'm gonna be honest, Grapes. I feel like this game is gonna come down to our supports here. Both of them have kind of different jobs and what they'll be able to do, but with Lulu in particular, she has so many targets that she can kind of stop with her polymorph. And for Nico, kind of is going to have to be main or secondary engage alongside the Vi, especially early on if we're not pulling Shanji. So this could be a game where we actually see, I think I really favor what what ThunderTalk have.
Could become FeatherTalk if he has
Yeah.
a terrific Lulu game. We'll see how much hype we want to put into them. But here we go. Ninjas in Pajamas against ThunderTalk. Both teams coming off of losses. NiP a little bit more recently as they just played last night. Both want to get back on the winning side of things, back towards the right track as we continue on in Split 2 and Group Ascent.
All right. Looking like we're getting just very typical 5 points here coming in for these teams. But kind of going to be interested in how Doinby and if he actually ends up making roams, just because of the fact that he is a player that has been at least particularly very creative with his level 3s and how he's able to leave the lane very early on.
On the Sylas against the Talia, maybe a little bit more difficult, but always a possibility. As take a look at where the junglers are starting as well, both towards the top side of the map. This bot lane, as you mentioned, going to be very important. I think that a lot of ThunderTalk's damage is going to end up coming down to 1xN as we get later on into this game. So making sure that they're in a pretty good position early is going to be important for Beishon.
Okay. So junglers both pathing down towards the bottom lane. And we said that part of this bot lane matchup was going to come down to how the early lane was going. Can we kind of squeeze a level 2 before our opponents here? I do expect that there's probably going to be more damage for TT in a longer extended fight, but if Pop Blossom or some of these early kind of blooming bursts from PP God does land, they can find some good chip damage onto 1xN and Feather.
And you already see that a little bit right now. 1xN already forced to pop his first potion. As we also see a little bit of this tank v tank matchup. I imagine we're not going to get much of it as we continue on throughout the early stages of this game. A lot of the action mostly focused on the bottom side, but that's a little bit of what we were talking about. I think in general, the Sion can struggle a little bit in this lane if the Ornn is able to, utilize his combos the right way.
Yeah, there's just so many ways you can interrupt. The Q coming out of the ground immediately can push them away. Just having the unstoppable on your W does make it a lot easier for you to at least avoid the knockup portion of Sion's Q. So probably not going to be seeing too much action, and I think this is for the best when we talk about coming into this game. I had some questions as to what kind of champions we were going to see Hoya on. He has been more reliant on getting to an objective first than necessarily pushing out his lane, and Sion is a champion that you can kind of get away with that kind of style.
Early play here onto the mid lane though. Doinby gets stunned up by the Unraveled Earth, but it's going to get matched up by Aki. Two-man seismic shovel sent people back. Beishon in to try to make it a trade, but right now it is just first blood going over NiP, and Aki and Doinby should be able to walk out scot-free.
Setab uses the flick to push Aki closer to him, and that turns into the first kill going over to NiP. Loses his flash as well. He'll be teleporting back into this play. I know Doinby's got to be a little bit careful here. He doesn't have quite as many eyes onto the enemy jungler, but really good job of being able to destabilize this mid matchup and making it a lot easier for Doinby once he gets a recall in. So see what exactly happened here. He was not on vision, so he got pinged. Oh, our observers are nasty with it. Oh, our observers are showing perfect play. Okay, Aki, you've had some questionable plays, but this was really, really creative from him.
Playing around that vision beautifully, and yeah, Setab, we just a little over ambitious. I just didn't have enough damage after you already used all your spells.
So he's no longer gonna have teleport. Also, his first back was merely just a tier. Doinby's was not that much better in all fairness, but getting that assist gold kind of alleviates some of those worries. Double Ruby Crystal just to make sure that he's able to sustain himself in lane. We're already getting a swap here, the bottom lane of TT moving on up.
So you can't have lane swaps in the first 3-4 minutes, but you can have them after, and maybe that's what ThunderTalk need to get back into the winning side of things. Again, when they were doing well in the LPL, whether it was Demacia Cup or Split 1 where they ended up finishing top 8 in both, a lot of it was because of these lane swaps, of making sure that they were set up in the best possible way, that 1xN could carry in team fights, and also Hoya was not overexposed in a 1v1.
It's going to be an early dragon here for NiP. I'm getting confused because I see two Ezreals on the map, but I know Leave is on the bottom side here, and PP God is the one that's holding that top lane wave. They should have an idea, like, oh, this is Nico up here in the lane. So we'll see. I mean, ThunderTalk have not been able to really push so far. They've been waiting, and by the time Leave gets here, he'll probably have missed at least half of this minion wave. But Tristana should feel rather enthusiastic about the fact that she kind of gets alone time on this turret, but decides not to.
Yeah, instead, Leave shifts over the wall, gets back to the lane on time, so loses out a little bit on that in terms of the CS department, but still things very even, if not slightly NiP favored over there. The Grubs have now spawned, as with Leave and PP God being up there, it's not going to be as easy for ThunderTalk to start it up, but Beishuan's still going to use the Audacious Charge to get onto it first. Should at least be able to lock up one, with Setab having first move in mid.
What else are they going to be able to do here? Aki does not have his ultimate yet. Even if he steals a grub, he won't be able to hit level 6 in time, so going to be reliant on a kill. PP God, though.
Wow, 1xN already has to jump away with that flash. Doinby coming in, steals away the Crescent Guard, and sends Setab straight to his doom. Leave picks it up with a Mystic Shot, and now Doinby's fighting this 1v2, and liking those odds very, very much so. One more auto secures the Feat of Warfare already, and now the target is Hoya. He gets knocked up here by the Searing Charge. He went way too far forward, knowing that the rest of his team was already dead, and it's just an absolute wipe for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're up 4-0 already in this game.
They get 3 kills there, and we said coming out of draft, the supports were going to be very influential on this game, and already seeing that here. PP God finding a flash, Tangle Barbs, gets multiple summoners now out of ThunderTalk. It's probably just going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Beishuan should be able to get in here and finish off this objective, but already the Feats of Warfare going over to the Ninjas in Pajamas in a very good state of the game when you look across their lanes.
And Doinby doing so much to disrupt the entire bot lane, kind of almost 1v2ing them at the end of that play. Taking another look at this one, after that first grub was secured, NiP had just an absolutely brilliant collapse off of PP God.
1xN gets found, has to flash out, and then this turn onto who exactly they're going for. Doinby as well, like you had noted during the call, Crescent sweep right into, discombobulating the rest of the fight. They get so many kills, so not only now is Doinby getting a couple of kills and assists, they even were able to catch out Hoya, who didn't use his teleport in this play, but has no flash, has no ultimate either. A pretty huge mistake coming in from ThunderTalk, who wanted to make a play onto an objective, but unfortunately just got caught off guard by the Ninjas in Pajamas.
And the very small win is that ThunderTalk picked up 2 out of the 3 grubs because Beishuan was able to get there first. However, now the rest of the team is down pretty heavily. Leave the main target here, and now Setab maybe in trouble once more. He's able to flash away. This time not going to use the seismic shot forward.
Wait,
this time
Aki?
he does, just onto Aki. One more turret shot would have killed him, as he now has to flash on out of there. So nicely done by Setab to survive that game.
I like what they're doing though, making sure that as long as Talia is alive, we're just going to make sure that she does not have any of her flash. And pretty important, especially for the Sylas matchup, especially very early on. Like this coming out from Aki and Doinby. Definitely linking up a lot more in this game than we had seen them in some prior, but for now, it's going to be a minor advantage kind of going over and minimizing here, as with Aki sitting in mid lane, he is starting to slip a little bit behind versus Beichuan. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, but with how much control ThunderTalk have over under this bottom lane, looks like their priority for the time being is going to be getting gold onto 1xN, who has been the most stable and biggest carry for this team so far this year.
Especially, again, in that early portion of 2025. However, now ThunderTalk, their common strategy to win games is to play around neutral objectives, play these 5v5s. It's going to be hard to do that against a team like NiP, who is so good at teamfighting and now also has a gold lead. They're going to have to get a little bit more creative in terms of how they find their way back into this game, at least over the next couple of minutes. I would love to see Satab be a little bit more active on the map with that Weaver's Wall. Use that lane prio that you can get with the big wave clear that you have, and try to get a kill either in the top or the bot side.
I think it's going to be tough when you look at what NiP are kind of going for. They haven't quite set up enough around top side, and if they are going to be going for a bot lane dive, I think you're very heavily dissuaded by the fact that there is a Nico with Pop Blossom now, right? The level 6 being available makes it so difficult for ThunderTalk, and on the flip side, NiP could just use that offensively. So for ThunderTalk, it's going to be about how can they manage gold leads right now, as really the big one for them going is going to be in the top lane and in the jungle. Beichuan having a minor advantage when it comes to camps. Let's see if they can make a play around this bottom side, but he is under full vision here.
Yep. You know exactly that Beichuan is looking for this play. Actually allows for Aki to make a little rotation mid. Remember, Satab doesn't have flash off that earlier play. Aki just jumps into the wall, and it's just easy pickings potentially, as Satab doesn't take a lot of damage just yet. There comes the Kingslayer forward. Doinby just needs a little bit more damage, and he'll pick it up with one more auto, as that turret aggro was juggled beautifully. However, he's going to get matched here by Hoya, who uses the unstoppable onslaught down to the mid. A fully charged decimating smash will result in the shutdown, and the first kill going over to TT. Doinby uses the stolen away Jinzao ultimate and is able to get out alive.
That's actually really well played coming out from Doinby to get out of that. Hoya is going to at least equalize the kills that were given and taken, but this does mean that Shanji gets himself a plate, gets himself some more gold. Hoya dropping these waves now and kind of giving up some of his advantage. And it now means that for them trying to kind of focus down Satab in the mid lane, NiP are going to be giving up some of these objectives. There's also going to be a Grubs that is just now spawning, and their bottom lane hasn't been able to take a recall so far for the side of ThunderTalk. As you get to see Aki again, I like the idea. We were talking about the fact that Satab does not have flash. It's something that they can punish, but they are missing a lot of that damage very early on, so they get that trade going on for themselves, and I think it does minorly kind of advantage TT.
Oh, wow. Now, speaking of TT,
no,
they're
leave!
looking for another play on to leave. He just is unable to do anything, already shifted away, and gets shut down here by Beichuan. You all right, Hawk? What's going on?
Dude, he just shifted in place! Leave! No! No, 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 no! It's gonna be now 4 Grubs, or 4 or 5 Grubs going over to ThunderTalk. What the hell, man? I mean, that's an uncharacteristic mistake coming in for leave now, as
Oh, hold on.
we're gonna be seeing them. Okay.
Maybe he steals with a Buster Shot. Beichuan's able to ulti and keep himself alive for now. Here comes the call to Forge God. It's going to knock up just the Jinzao, but that's all that they're going to want. Target and reward being that second Grub, making sure it's not a 5-to-1 split instead of just a 4-to-2.
Okay. So small advantage in terms of the fight, getting some gold on the back end of that, but still feeling very confident for where you are as ThunderTalk. And Hoya now gets demolished procs. He has those forward Void Grubs in his back pocket, so he'll get 2 plates as well. Sion is a champion that we said NiP do not deal with particularly well, and so kind of seeing him get a little bit more gold. If we see the Sion start to get accelerated, I think that is a way for ThunderTalk to at least stay relevant in this game and build out that front line so that Satab and 1xN can find those fights.
We've seen a lot of these like insanely tanky Scions that just like become impossible to take down like after a certain portion of the game, and we're starting to maybe sniff that out a little bit here for Hoya. He's already very powerful. I think in general, getting those Soul Furnace stats up, always going to be big. And not too much on NiP side that can really like burst it down. You have somebody like Doinby who in like a sustained 1v1 over a long period of time can eventually win out on that fight. Right now, Hoya gonna need multiple members to take him down, as we're gonna see that here with Aki. He flashes away and uses the ulti and choo-choos on out of there.
You'll just be able to catch this next wave as well. NiP do not want to try to invest too much more outside of that. And kind of is going to come down to, from this state in the game, I really like what TT's draft is going to be able to do. It is significantly easier for them to clear mid wave, so how they're going to be playing off of Fog and moving Beichuan around this mid lane is going to be very pivotal to see whether or not they're able to kind of find themselves a larger advantage. Requesting 14.5 minutes here, so we're about a minute and a half away from that from the Herald spawning. And what I do want to see from TT is stuff like this. Maybe not like this. Wait a minute.
No, Beichuan, very, very tanky. Does a lot of damage to him because Lightning as well. Dashes over the wall to take down PP God. However, he's going to get ulted here by Aki, but he's just using it as an escape tool, as Leave is once again in the middle of everybody once again and just gets taken down. And Doinby has to flash away from the wind becomes Lightning. It's 2 more kills over to ThunderTalk.
And this is incredibly worrying now because 4 Grubs, you have the Demolish, and you have this Tristana. ThunderTalk are going to get so much work done in the next few moments here and could potentially even recall and reset getting ready for the Herald. So ThunderTalk are going to come out big winners here in these last couple of trades and find themselves with a gold lead coming out of this.
Okay, 1xN though, he's in trouble. His jump gets canceled. Oh,
Buster
what a beautiful buster shot to get Aki away, and that means Doinby is left out to dry. Another kill goes over to Beichuan.
What are we doing?
Forge God though, it connects
no!
on the 1xN. That's what NiP needed. It's a little bit of momentum, and now Satem is gonna get down, taken down as well. PP God claiming that kill. Beichuan still a lot of HP, a lot of healing as well with the Sundered Sky, but will finally go down to Leave.
An extended trade, yes, and it is a minor goal lead here for Ninjas in Pajamas, but I think we're already getting into the mud here, Grapes. 16 minutes in, and we're just going out for every single scrap. A great re-engage coming back in, and 1xN tries his hardest to be able to escape this.
Oh, yeah.
Gets out of range of Doinby. Buster shot even dodges out on the ultimate that's coming on through, but that single ward, Shanji just gets a very little vision right there. And
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I was thinking, this is really weird to try to go for. I mean, there's no one really in mid. Still end up losing a lot of their lives. I'm gonna be honest, Grapes. As fun as that was, I still think that was a terrible play coming in from the side of NiP.
It nets them, I think, decently even in terms of the kills, but yeah, I agree. Not full reason to go for that. The one win is that actually Shanji was able to get a lot in terms of just gold off of, I think, a whole tower or just a bunch of wave somewhere or other, as Hoya is getting targeted here. Doinby steals away the unstoppable onslaught, looking to try to chase down Hoya. I think it'll be pretty easy for them to do so. Instead, going to try to go to make it a good death, take down this wave, get as much farm as possible, as the rest of the map has been opened up a little bit for TT. Because of that, the Dragon should be theirs for the taking.
But look at what's now being lost for this. They used the Herald in that play just to get a single top tier one. I think this is a flurry of errors coming in from NiP. And in the picture-in-picture during that entire time, they engage onto PP God. He has no flash.
Oh, nice flank though. 2 flashes used, but 1xX still gets knocked up by that wild growth. Here comes that cease and desist. They take down the Tristana. And now with that numbers advantage being in favor of NiP, they can make their way towards this Dragon. And Beichuan's going to have to go for some sort of steal if they want to pick it up.
I don't know if they're going to be able to go for this anymore. They have no 1xN. Satab has no ultimate. I kind of want to see in the replay how that ult from Shanji landed. We're getting a lot of replays in this game because we're getting a lot of action here. NiP being able to grab that Dragon after spending so much time trying to kill Sion, I feel is a mistake coming in from ThunderTalk, and one that NiP are very glad that they were able to punish in this game.
Taking a look at what happened right here. 1xN takes a big chunk there, and then this Ornn ulti just barely finds him somehow.
Huh? Like, I think he got Z-axis diffed because he's in the entrance to river. I don't know. I feel like if I'm 1xN, I kind of want that back. Like, if I'm gonna get hit by it either way, I'd rather just get my flashback, please.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate, as that actually was pretty big for NiP, getting a lot of pressure along the map, pick up that mid-tier one, as well as Shanji still getting a decent chunk and a decent trade off against Satab up on the top side. But we've got the team fights that we've been asking for, Alker, that we were hoping for, that we were expecting between these two teams. They play similar styles, but right now it is, right, I think the solo laners for NiP, as we kind of alluded to in the draft, playing better than ThunderTalk, as we have a bit of a pause to slow down the action because it's been a little wild so far.
So, you know, we already had the delays from the draft. We had 2 of them back to back. Now we get to see what exactly is causing a delay in game. Hopefully it is not too long for everybody at home. Again, we are waiting to see exactly what was the issue, and hopefully it is resolved quite quickly. But NiP, man, they're kind of getting down in the mud with their opponents. They're playing to that level of, hey, ThunderTalk, we're going to try to find fights. We are going to try to force on you. And I think some of the tools that ThunderTalk have are actually providing to be kind of an issue here for NiP.
And again, we came into this expecting that Ninjas in Pajamas were going to be the big favorites in this best of 3. Of course, ThunderTalk on that 4-game losing streak. NiP, after a tough, close loss to Weibo, wanting to bounce back with just 1 day turnaround. But that has not necessarily fully been the case, and there's been some decision-making errors, I think we can say, from NiP that allowed for ThunderTalk to climb back into this game, despite them not necessarily playing things out super well, all things considered.
ThunderTalk are a lot more competitive in this game than maybe kind of we thought coming into this series. We're back into game, everybody, but kind of a weird spot because we talked about from draft that with this combination of the Scion and Xin Zhao, it should be particularly difficult for NiP to actually get rid of these two. And Satab is eventually going to be able to kind of get back into this game, already has finished his Seraphs. Same thing alongside 1xN now, and again, Feather with this Lulu has so much on his plate as to what he's going to be able to do with a Polymorph and a Wild Growth. I think despite the kill differential and even the slight gold lead that NiP do have, I do favor ThunderTalk as this game goes on.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Beishuan's going to have to do some good, big, heavy lifting in this mid game, as he's the one with the significant advantage, and also one that just in general composition-wise does the most damage at this stage in the game. Once we get later on, of course, 1xN is going to be able to do more, but the fact that he's pretty behind, if ThunderTalk are going to want to make plays, it's going to have to come through their top side, I believe.
I can't believe we're asking for Hoya to save this game. We're back in split 1, man. Like, Hoya has had a really tough time. Him and Beichuan, alongside 1xN and Feather, have been kind of long-standing members here on ThunderTalk here in the LPL, but have just not been able to kind of string together wins, have very successful seasons. But this year has kind of felt like the biggest and brightest moment for this team. So, gonna have to, unfortunately, do it on a Scion game. And him and Beichuan have a lot on their shoulders if they want to bring themselves to another win here in the LPL.
Well, he's a good angle for a fight, as the Otacon was started up and now reset. Going B steals away that Xin Zhao ultimate. Has been very valuable in some of these team fights so far. Shanji gets stunned up here by that Unraveled Earth, but here comes the Call to Forge God. It only finds one target. Hoya flashes away, but is still very beefy. He's going to have the zombie passive as well.
PP God!
PP God, though, lands a knockup with the Pop Blossom on it, too. Going to get followed up here by Aki, but it's going to be a trade. Beishuan still full HP. Satab issuing out a ton of damage. Beishuan has not died just yet. Looking to find another kill with this underside proxy a little, but no, it's going to be Leave giving himself a triple kill as NiP find a huge win in that team fight.
And that was incredibly close. Even, I like this from Satab, just using the ultimate, try to delay this wave from hitting the turret. PP God finds a massive Pop Blossom onto 1xN and Feather and blows open this fight. We saw how close that was with the Sundered Sky from Beichuan and Satab throwing another rock. This game is anything but over for ThunderTalk, and it doesn't get easier from this point on. Really just fighting for position around the top side. You saw that NiP were actually starting up the Otacon, trying to see if they can bait TT into an unfavored fight, but this fight is just so dysfunctional from ThunderTalk. The fact that it is this close is, I think, a testament to some of the strength of their draft, but we saw how far away a lot of the DPS members were from the front line. And if we're going to have more fights like that, we, I think, should come to expect that NiP are going to win out more and more.
Good fight from Satab. Got himself back into this game a little bit now as those 2 full completed items. However, not enough, of course, to win that fight here for ThunderTalk. Is now Leave very strong as well, going for that 3rd item as it's almost completed after picking up both the Trinity Force and the Muramana. But ThunderTalk, all they know how to do is 5v5 team fight, and so that's what they're going to continue to do. They're fully stacked up here with the Dragon, the Infernal, I should say, spawning in less than 10 seconds. They're posturing aggressively, looking to try to find some sort of angle in.
Guys, please, we have 4 grubs. Surely we can just walk into a side lane, right? Surely we can just go for a side lane here, play
We
here.
are full A-ramming. That is what we're doing.
Doinby has the wild growth this moment. Something that we didn't really talk about in this game is that Silas's ult steals are not particularly impactful this game around. Obviously, wild growth does let them play with a little bit more HP. ThunderTalk are going to try and pincer them here with Bechuan coming over top. The Dragon's already gone.
Knockup will land here with the Decimating Smash on the PP God combined with that Seismic Shove, but it's not nearly enough to take down the Nico. Meanwhile, Hoya could be in a little bit of trouble as Bechuan gets dove on upon by Shanji. First kill, going over to Leave. Aki trying to 1v1 Feather on the backside, but now in the zombie passive, Hoya going to try to do some extra damage here. PP God going to land the knockup here with the Pop Blossom on the Bechuan, take the Jin down, and now 1xN and Satab are on the wrong side of the map, and so is all of TT. Will they be able to do anything to try to keep themselves alive here? Don't think so. There goes that ultimate, and 1xN is down.
Satab is just going to have to take the Weaver's Wall right back to the base, retreat with his support, and it looks like NiP, they're going to clear one more mid-wave and look to try to play around the top side of this map, putting themselves on Soul Point, winning that fight. And the entire gold lead is in the bottom lane. We came into this series talking about TT really reliant on 1xN, but for NiP, they do the exact same thing. Leave has looked like one of the best AD carries, and while there have been some mistakes this game, he is just untouched on this Ezreal, as NiP grab themselves the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the easiest composition to maneuver around if you are that Ezreal. A lot of tools that are going to try to be diving on top of you, a lot of skill shots going to be thrown at you, but he's done a really good job so far. And with NiP picking up this Otacon buff, they now find themselves up over 4,000 gold. See what the resets look like in terms of items also being picked up for NiP, but they look like they want some revenge after what happened to them yesterday here.
Yeah, and that'll come in the form of potentially looking for a Baron fight with NiP getting all of those Blood Rose petals alongside the bonus of taking the Ruinous Otacon. You're going to be feeling good with 3 dragons apiece in their back pocket. And now these Ornn items are starting to come on through, these Masterwork items, giving massive bonuses for his team. I think you already were looking down a 5,000 gold differential. There's some experience difference. Look at the difference between Leave and 1xN. 3 levels between these two.
Yeah. And it's looking pretty rough. Looking pretty rough for Satab as well, as he just gets bursted down after the Call of Fortune lands on top of his head. Here comes the stolen away unstoppable onslaught. They're looking straight for the backline carries. Feather goes and pops that wild growth, but now 1xN is fully targeted and fully taken down. Hoya the next on the menu, as this is a domination, a clinic for Ninjas in Pajamas as they push down mid.
They're just going to look to end. There is no minion wave here. We kind of got to see Hoya's body end up kind of pushing for it. With 5 members, they have a lot of HP.
There's 1 minion alive, but they're not even going to need it. Bechuan just gets 1 shot, and all 5 members of NiP are going to head on to the Nexus at 26 minutes with a dominant Game 1 win over ThunderTalk.
It looked a little scary at some points. We got to see them execute that much better. And not quite the quickest game, but definitely a lot quicker than a lot of ThunderTalk's averages here. Man, what a wacky game. Multiple pauses, multiple delays, a couple of fights there where ThunderTalk were looking quite good, but I think getting sucked into some of these fights was kind of at the behest of NiP. It felt like they kind of fell into their game plan where we said they wanted to suck ThunderTalk into this vortex of, we're just playing fights, bro. We're just here to fight. Keep coming to us.
Yeah, that kind of is what ThunderTalk want to do, though, right? That seemingly is the name of their game. It's just, as we mentioned going in, NiP tend to do it a little bit better, and that's why they have a bit of a better record than what TT has at this moment. But they have game number 1, still more series to be played. But
Yeah.
The fact that that game was close for a little bit and then all of a sudden became incredibly one-sided as soon as we had that first major fight, that's a bad sign if you're a ThunderTalk fan and if you're trying to avoid your 5th straight loss.
We were looking at how strong this composition was looking for the side of ThunderTalk, but unfortunately, again, just getting caught out on mid waves. We talked about what the influence of the supports was going to be. PP God having a few different engages, whether it was with the Tangle Barbs or the Pop Blossoms, being able to find his opponent, making it very easy for his team to actually kind of get fights and find numbers advantage. We never actually got to see those kind of head-on 5v5s that we were kind of looking for at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, especially when there was so much skirmishing early on. The composition here for ThunderTalk really never got online. 1xN was put so far behind, whether it was because of some of the early plays, some of the lane swaps that ended up happening. I think ended like 0-5 on the Tristana, was never really able to get off and running. And that was a big portion of what TT needed to have their composition succeed once we even got to those later 5v5 team fights.
Part of it was that we were looking at Beichuan and Hoya, but they didn't necessarily get off to the best start. I think there were the large amount of focus onto Setab early on really made it difficult to kind of see this Taliyah roam around the map or even eventually impact a lot of these fights. So I like the strategy. There's still a lot of things to clean up, but we came into this matchup talking about that this was going to be a pretty one-sided affair in terms of who we expect winning this matchup. And every single win, every match here for ThunderTalk is a learning moment in Group Ascend.
Yeah, it's just they've done a lot of learning so far, which is maybe not as what they've been wanting to do. Probably want to do a little bit more of the winning as well, as we're getting ready for, of course, our post-match screenshots, the replays, our player of the game votes, and the like. But there's still a lot to look forward to if you're a ThunderTalk fan. Just maybe not in this specific game. Just finding these little margins of being able to improve your gameplay. I feel like we saw some good stuff out of Beichuan specifically in this series, but that's not in this first game, I should say. But that's not necessarily what's been the problem here for the squad.
No, and for Ninjas and Pajamas, this is I think a very needed win. Obviously, coming in, they are the favorites, but taking that loss against Weibo, and in particular, that Game 3 versus Weibo was one where I think Leave had such a large individual advantage, but it unfortunately just got outranged, and Xiaohu was putting up a hell of a performance back on the Ahri. So I am kind of looking towards NiP to take this win, take it in stride, and then use this as fuel to kind of hopefully propel them to be a bit more competitive in the next coming games, because their schedule does not get much easier after this.
I feel like your schedule never gets easy up in Group Ascend. There's so many really talented teams, and even a squad like WE, like they just took a game off of BLG and Top Esports. Like
Yeah,
they're certainly, the record looks like they're 0-4 obviously, but they can make any series interesting against any team. There's no freebies in this group right now.
ThunderTalk has been a big freebie in this group.
That's true, unless you're FPX.
You know,
which
imagine your series, like you have 3 series in a week, and you're like, okay, we're going against WE, ThunderTalk, FPX. FPX is probably the one you're a little bit more worried about, but you know, if we were only looking at like when we came into Split 2, you'd have saw those 3, you'd have been like, all right, 3-3-0 for us. We get to start off, you know, the good streak, build that momentum. We are starting to see, I think, that buck the trend though, especially in the other teams, right? FPX has been taking wins and upset wins up against some of the better teams. WE is starting to piece together individual games and not necessarily series. So if all of our bottom teams start to rise eventually, then we, I think, like you were saying, get more of that competitive Group Ascend that we're hoping for as we get through 8 weeks of LPL.
Now, an interesting development here is also that ThunderTalk's next game is against WE. And sure, this is their first round robin. There's still a lot more games to play. But if you want to just like make sure you're in the best possible position for these standings, you know, not only do top 4 secure you a spot in the upper bracket already in the playoffs, but also if you finish at the top 8, that means that you get like side select probably in your matchup in that best of 5 placement, or at least, or some sort of advantage, whether it's that or playing against a potentially weaker opponent. So that is another thing that you're gonna have to keep an eye on for these teams. Like, it's not just finishing top 4. like every one of these games have some impact over how difficult you're going to make your life when you get to that play-in best of 5, one singular best of 5 to try to qualify into the playoffs.
It's not only just singular best of 5s, but you're also going to be playing against like some pretty ravenous teams, right? Like if you're only looking at potentially playing like some of the Group Nirvana teams, those are squads that are like fighting for their lives here in the LPL. A lot of these squads are trying just not to be eliminated for the rest of the year. So they're going to, at the very least, have a little bit more hunger there, where you've been sitting in Group Ascend. You're able to have your double round robin, which is not the case for the Group Nirvana teams. As we get some of our post-game stats here, Leave doing an impressive 32% of his team's damage. Yesterday night, I was taking a look at some of the stats, and Leave had by and far away, this was the most impressive stat for me. When it came to AD carries and just across the league, he has the highest damage share of any individual player in his role and overall, and DPM 1,000. So he is first in AD carries and first across the league. Just insane stuff.
I feel like whenever we see like a 1,000 damage per minute game, we're like, oh my god, that's a crazy intense, like in terms of combat and also just in terms of this player popping off. That's like a crazy game. But to average that over the course of an entire season is pretty nuts.
Oh, it's Chanji who got MVP. Okay, fair enough. He played the Ornn. There's a pretty decent performance. All right, fine. I'll take it.
Yeah, well, it looks like that's going to do it for our coverage of this first game. Going to take a short break before, of course, we head back to Game 2 and see if ThunderTalk could potentially bounce back. But before we do so, have a quick thank you that we have to give, as we are extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee. It is currently linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Again, ThunderTalk down 1-0 in this best of 3 series in Group Ascend. 2 Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll see if they can bounce back once we return from this break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. Before we move on with the draft of ThunderTalk and Ninjas and Pajamas, I've got a quick question for you. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It's a new app that helps teach you about League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You just boot up the program and you work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select a puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. And what we're going to do is do one of these puzzles right now as we await for game number 2.
All right, let's choose our training path. I've had a little bit of time. Thankfully, this is not my account, so if I get these wrong, we'll have continuity. This will just be the LPL English. I already did economy, so Grapes, which one do you want to do? Do you want to do game state, fighting?
Let's do game state. I feel like that's something
Okay.
where I'm trying to work on that a little bit in terms of my.
So the first levels, there's kind of tiers to this. Basically, most of them you get to choose what role. So we're gonna do level up timers first. Usually you can choose your role, but a lot of the time they're just gonna. Oh wait. Oh, I think you have to hit the question mark. You have to hit the question mark. There we go. And then we choose our role. So you're a top laner. I'm a bottom laner. Let's cut the difference. Let's go mid.
Yeah, sure. You know what? That makes sense. That makes enough sense. Let's go mid lane here, and then we will.
That one works. No, practice pattern.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. All right. So we're gonna choose level up timers. It starts off easy, and then obviously you get a lot more issues. So we're gonna see Volibear versus Olaf.
I play some Volibear sometimes.
Yeah, it's fun to see some of the names. Sometimes I recognize some of the names in these clips. So, gonna give us a general lane state. It's the very beginning of the game. So he's asking, do we kill the melee minion to get level 2? Do we go for a trade or last hit? I'm gonna go for a trade here into Olaf, and because you are playing Volibear, your passive, he already has the passive stacked. You should be trying to utilize that passive and kind of get in there. Okay. There you go. So we can watch the ending, and it'll kind of show like what the decision was there.
Yeah. So that minion was gonna die on its own. You don't need to necessarily kill it.
And if Olaf decided to trade with you, then yeah, you're gonna probably win in a lot of these. So yep, it just kind of shows the result. We can kind of keep moving through these because there's a lot of puzzles in one. Yeah. So we'll kind of finish this one up before the start of draft. All right. All right, Grapes, you're going to lead us on this one. It's Gnar versus Kennen.
So we are the Gnar in this situation. This is a matchup that sometimes can go a little bit sideways. As the second wave crashes in, what are we going to do? I think that right now, we got to back off because that melee minion's about to die and he's about to hit level 2.
There you go.
There we go.
Correct choice. Kennen hits level 2 first. You also might be getting egoed because you're playing against Broken Blade. This is Maitner, who is an EU top. He's been playing for a little bit. I do recognize this name, but good job. And we even got the 1v1. We got the solo kill. Great job, Grapes.
Okay.
You're better than Broken Blade.
All because of me. All because of me, basically. Are we gonna do one more before we go to draft? Let's do one more.
Yep. All right. Aatrox. So it is Maitner again, but it's against Gragas, so a counter matchup for the Aatrox. Getting some pretty good damage, but I like how Aatrox is playing this far up in the lane, allows him to kind of deny experience. They're already level 2, however. Okay.
Let's see. When's it gonna freeze right here?
Okay, so we can focus the wave. Gragas does have W right now, and we're a little bit chunked. I think we should focus the wave.
I think it's either 1 or 2 more minions are gonna get you level 3 as well. And you'd want to have that extra level.
I'm the big noob.
Okay. What was the right? Do we know what the right?
It was focus the wave. I guess it was trade.
I guess it was trade. Interesting. So I guess he was gonna ding level 3 anyway. Gets a solo kill. Shot Maitner. Okay.
I also saw Natty Nat, who is the current jungle for Ready Sack. Shout out to the boys playing in NLC. And that's just that's one of the many puzzles you can kind of play here. You can also see at the bottom there's mechanical training. They have like some skill shots you can dodge. You can kind of fight back. The skill shot one, you're playing Ezreal, but only with your Q enabled. It is there's a lot of stuff going on in there.
A lot of cool stuff to potentially help you improve your game and improve your play on Summoner's Rift. So if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers as well as us here on the LPL unofficial English broadcast. Start leveling up your game today. And with that being said, another big thank you to MOBA Trainer as we can transition on over to our coverage of ThunderTalk versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Of course, NiP taking that first game in pretty relative ease, 27 minutes being that final timer. And it just kept like, it felt like fight after fight after fight. NiP just kept winning and winning and winning.
Yeah, there was a few hiccups along the way, but still feels like we're getting the same recipe here for Ninjas in Pajamas, which is kind of care a little bit less about the map. The people who are going to be cleaning up side lanes is mostly just Shanji by himself. I think that is also reflected in some of his stats. He has the lowest damage share of any top laner at like around 17%, which is pretty insane when you look at like what the top lane pool is with like Ambessa and the Gnar, things like the Rumble and Jace. So I think it's quite interesting that we've gotten that from Shanji, but he's kind of doing a lot of the dirty work for this team as we are so focused on getting a lot of damage done between our mid and our AD carry.
Yeah, it's a bit indicative to see like a B1 Scion get locked in for Hoya and not like an immediate hard lane counter response by Shanji. That kind of just goes to show what focuses Ninjas in Pajamas have in terms of their drafts, in terms of what their compositions want to look like, opting instead to just play for the team by going and locking in that Ornn. So different than, you know, obviously like if Bin was playing, I feel like he'd have a little bit of a different thought to that B1 Scion. So yeah, it's interesting to see NiP, another team that like I guess isn't like obviously best in slot in all 5 roles, so finding unique ways to play the game and win the game. And obviously they've been doing a decent amount of that, but need to take that next step in order to potentially jump into that top 4 conversation in the LPL.
Yeah, I think there's still going to be a lot of work here for NiP, and I think we've seen that reflected in their games. I mean, the fact that they lose out to a team like JDG, who is at the top of the standings, they lose to AL as well. This NiP is very solidly like our 5th to 6th best team in the league right now, and I think also it's kind of reflective of the fact that they're the only team that's literally 50% win rate. They're 2-2 in their series score. They're 5-5 game record right now. So they are the only team directly in the middle. And I feel like that is the perfect spot for a team that has some level of experience, but also has, I think, some flaws when it comes to roster composition.
Yeah, the thing is, though, if you have Doinby on your team, which is a decision that was made right before the start of split number 1, your goal is to get more than just the middle of the pack, right? You want to avoid being kind of just average, which I feel like is what many people thought this NiP roster was going to be before Doinby joined the team. But now that he's here, he's able to be a big leader for the squad. A lot more expectations here for this team. You remember they won some of their earlier series in Split 1, the best of 5 against IG, to have them finish first in their group before maybe fizzling out a little bit earlier than expected in the postseason. So ups and downs overall for NiP. But when we've seen them at their best, they can definitely contend with the top of the table.
There's been those flashes of brilliance, and again, I think it comes down to leave in the bottom lane, but still, I'm kind of looking forward to what this NiP team can do. I think any team that has Doinby is automatically incredibly exciting for especially our international viewers, and gonna kind of see if ThunderTalk were able to make any short changes in between the series here as we're getting ready for game number 2. I think that's why we had so many delays in the first one. This draft overlay,
I was about to say, like, what is going on? Why are we picking? Anyway, we'll see if it ends up switching or if this is actually just a new overlay. Maybe it's just a new strat that I am not familiar with. But ThunderTalk still on the blue side. Looks like the band's largely the same, specifically on NiP side. Let's see what TT wants to prioritize this time around. It will be the Sejuani.
I feel like we had some weird priorities here because last game I feel like they should have been first picking the Vi. It feels like it's a champion that gets so much value and typically we don't see until game 2 or game 3. Now we're picking the Yone, which I mean in fairness we haven't seen Doinby pick up the Yone champion in general. So kind of saying like we know you're not going to take this. Let's just grab one half of it and we're secure on the second half. But now NiP gonna have access to this Naafiri.
I think this is probably just a call out. Doinby does not play this champion.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe it goes towards Shanji in the top lane, but blinding it would be very risky. The Illusion we saw have middling to little success last time around. It was picked up by Doinby, so instead it's going to be the Misfortune. I will say that Aki on this Naafiri has done very good. I mean, a lot of people on the Fury have done good, but Aki specifically on the champ has been solid.
Okay. So TT, they're going to nab themselves up this really strong duo. Obviously has a lot of potent power with Permafrost, and with Yone getting a small love tap when it came to the balance changes, feels like this champion is a lot stronger as the game goes on, obviously with crit being removed, or the crit modifier against him being enhanced. Feels a lot stronger, and does mean that on side lanes we're going to be seeing hopefully more impact from ThunderTalk and this mid-jungle duo, as Yone for Sitab has also been one of his best champions. So now ThunderTalk, I think a pretty decent amount of team fighting and what they can do. It's just what are NiP going to be able to respond with?
Yeah, we ran that clip package during the pre-show of this first series that showed some clips on Sitab on the Yone. So maybe we can farm some more clips for the next time ThunderTalk play if he has a good series here, a good game. As there's the Yorick locked in for Shanji. It was banned away earlier on, both actually in the 1v1 phase of this game, as well as game number 1. And this time it will be picked up here by the top laner of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Okay, so my eyes immediately here for ThunderTalk when we're talking about the second phase of bans is supports and kind of mids that are going to offer some crowd control. I think if there is ever a world where you're kind of worried about some scary mid laners, I don't know what exactly is going to be available for NiP. Maybe we get another Lissandra game, just because Nefiri requires a lot of setup. She has the ability to dive into the backline, and early game pre-level 6, she still has some skirmishing there, but she typically likes to get paired up with mid laners, specifically this Ryze, that give her point-and-click CC, so it's easier for her to get her damage down. So instead, ThunderTalk are trying to get rid of AP mids here. You know, we talked about earlier the fact that Doinby does have a bit limited of a pool in terms of what he's allowed and able to play in lane. So NiP, their composition does feel a bit all over the place, but some strong lockdown and a lot of damage, especially from this Misfortune and the Fury early.
So an Orianna to follow things up here. Of course, still need a mid laner here for NiP as well as the support. Feel like in that support position, you can still get a lot of that hard engage that Nefiri enjoys. Things like the Rel, Nautilus, Leona, all still up for the taking. As the Victor gets locked in for Doinby. I feel like we don't see him play that super often, although he did, I think, pilot it a couple of series ago. Responsive for ThunderTalk here. Hoya has loved this Mbessa basically the whole year.
Ooh. So big dive composition now coming in for ThunderTalk. You have so much ability to ignore some of this front line, and we say some of this. There's absolutely no front line here for Ninjas in Pajamas. Gonna probably be leaning on an Alistar on 5 here for PP God. I think a Poppy, either taking the Alistar, or I think you might have to just take Poppy here now that you've showed it. I mean, even if ThunderTalk win this game, Poppy has been such a big pick for this team. Instead, they're going to go for the Braum. I'll be honest, Grapes, I yet again am in a situation where I really like ThunderTalk's draft. I think the crowd control that you have, the fact that there are not very many mobile members from NiP, this Alistar is going to get value. The solo lanes in ThunderTalk can very easily access the immobile mages and the AD carry of this Misfortune. And it'll be up to NiP to kind of get a little bit creative here.
I think they are very much intended to go and be a creative team this time around, because look at the 5 champions. No real hard engaged. You're looking at a Nefiri flank really as your big go button. And so with this Yorick that has been picked up from Shanji, we've seen a lot of teams when they have played this champion sit in the side lane and never group for the entirety of the game. Have your maiden just take down a lot of structures. You have a Victor who can wave clear very well. Part of me is expecting that to be the game plan here for NiP, because the 5v5, which is normally where they like to go, they get completely outmatched by the composition of ThunderTalk.
Hey, you're feeling mad comfortable after just a couple puzzles in MOBA Trainer. Okay, let's.
I just see Yorick on enemy team, meaning split push.
True. That's true. I mean, we'll have to see.
I can say that, but it sounds less smart. You know, it makes me sound.
Yeah, and so with ThunderTalk having this Mbessa, one of the problems that we have started to see with Yorick is that the split pushing is nice, but I think the lot of the teams that have gotten Yorick have not been able to secure a lot of the grubs. I think that is just partly because of Yorick in the early game. His priority is not the greatest, and being able to clear lanes and waves is not the best. So it'll be interesting to see how ThunderTalk and how NiP focus his topside objective early, and if NiP can close out the series here versus ThunderTalk.
Oh, that was sick. Wait, was that like an NiP specific
Yep.
thing?
Every
That's
time we're in
awesome.
the Shenzhen Arena, they, at least for one of the games, will always play the skybox that they have, which is really, really beautiful. It happens in all of the home arenas. I know that WE has theirs for when they're in Xi'an, and same thing when we're playing in some of the other arenas for a team like LNG especially.
Speaking of, I think we're traveling on over for this JDG versus Invictus Gaming series next time around. That'll be coming up a little bit later today. As we see some early trading here, level 1, Doinby going into melee range of Hoya. Is spotted out in a ward pretty nicely, keeping himself alive. As let's take a look. General scheme of things right now, we have Doinby going Grasp of the Undying as well as the Shield Bash, a very lane-focused approach against Satap on the Yone, but maybe not as much late game damage.
I thought we were maybe going to see more Electrocute, because that's kind of been the matchup. It's been a bit more cringe, but a lot of health scaling in this game, Grapes. And with Doinby on this Victor, he should have, for the most part, until Sitab is able to get his first recall and get some more items, should be bullying him around. We saw this matchup actually yesterday, not necessarily with the Yone, but Victor versus Aurora. And Doinby was absolutely sunning Xiaohu in the mid lane. So,
all right. Oh, take a look at this wave state right now. What would you do if you're Leave? Do you push? Do you trade?
I'm trading. I have Misfortune Braum versus Alistar level 1. I'm punching this guy in the head with my guns. There's no way we're getting past concussive blows.
Yeah, look at that. Level 2 hit for Leave, forcing 1xN and Feather back away. It looks like, nope, so far, bot lane in control for Ninjas in Pajamas. Of course, having that Braum with the concussive blows going to be very, very important. As you can see, some of that harass that Doinby is able to put in onto Satap.
So we're actually getting a trade here. We've been seeing this from our Nefiris. The amount of mobility that this champion does offer means that you can kind of jump over walls, take some creative paths. Nefiri already kind of sitting here under this, getting in some of these camps, but Leave is here. He's giving up a pretty large a portion of this wave just to protect his jungle.
That's real nice. Aki owes him dinner after that one for keeping the blue buff alive.
And he's gonna, oh my god! And then Aki's gonna cancel his recall. He's gonna get spotted here. Out? Okay, so there was pings. So Aki was spotted, but now Aki just gets access to. So he's sold 2 camps topside. He has all of his bottom lane camps here. He'll also have access to the 2 camps on his topside quadrant. So if everything goes to plan and he continues to full clear, Aki is going to have at least half a level over on his opponent, and that, I think, is going to be very meaningful when we talk about playing for second grubs.
Yeah, definitely getting your Nefiri off to an early start is critical on this champion specifically, especially in this game where there's not a ton of hard CC, easy setup. Obviously, Nefiri is a champion that does not have a lot of that crowd control, so can potentially get bursted out, singled out if she's not off to a good start. For an early lead. The trade will be Beishuan being able to pick up a spawn of these Raptors and make sure that at least some of it goes back his way.
And a good job from ThunderTalk solo lanes. Setab escorting his jungler into the top side, then Hoya even getting vision down to C. So this isn't going to be as big of an advantage as we were maybe hoping for here. And I think Shanji does need to be careful, has vision of this Sejuani, but does kind of leave up some of the other lanes for a potential answer, and maybe even a start of the Dragon with NiP with this next incoming wave on bottom lane. They have to be very careful about where this Varus and Alistar are positioning.
Instead, it looks like where they will be positioning is right under their turret, which is not good for them. If you look at the wave state right now, that is pushing kind of either right down the middle or slightly in favor of ThunderTalk going away from them. So Leave and PP God doing a really nice job at forcing 1xN Feather away, as Feather actually going to spot out Aki, taking down these grubs, but not going to do anything about it.
And they just get to have priority. There's a single brush in the wraparound, the banana brush into a blue entrance for Aki. And that ward got so much done. And even here now, it's kind of spotting out Aki so that there's not another kill. That's why we got to see 1xN and Feather stick under their turret. So no early dragon, but a lot of vision now from ThunderTalk placed in this top side jungle as ThunderTalk want to try to isolate this York and have him set up to potentially be easy pickings. Now that Hoya has the public execution, he's going to teleport probably back into this lane. And there's a very real possibility that we could see ThunderTalk try to put some hurt down onto Shanji.
And remember, the grub's very important here for Ninjas in Pajamas with this side laning split pushing comp that they likely will be going for, which Shanji doesn't get a bunch of grubs. These turrets don't really take any damage once we get later on in this game.
Yeah.
As you can see, actually, they have rotated the Yorick bot lane using that teleport, so they're already off to that side laning mission. Hoya has teleport, but it's going to be Aki, actually, who starts up these grubs. Beishuan has the opportunity to steal it away, and he does so. A little bit early on the smite was Aki. He has to jump over the wall, and that's a huge win for ThunderTalk on that major objective trade.
I think Aki just needed to kind of escort at least one of these lanes, play off of their priority. Losing the smite fight definitely doesn't help there. And we also saw that in mid lane, Doinby, despite getting the back a little bit earlier than Sitab, actually lost out on priority because Yone was able to teleport first. So good job from ThunderTalk to punish. We wanted to see an early focus on grubs, and being able to take away that from a champion like this Yorick is going to be very influential. And for ThunderTalk, it's all about how much time are they actually going to have to hit onto these turrets. You can see that Yone right now is trying to flank towards top side. He always can jump into Fog of War, and with our ultimates up and available, I think that ThunderTalk are feeling more and more emboldened to try to look for plays like this.
I feel like this is working pretty well for TT so far. We haven't seen too much of that interaction, that synergy between the Sejuani and the Yone yet, but it's still a lot of time for that to happen. It's right now Setab is the one that has that advantage over Doinby. Right now, still waiting for some of those that first dragon to be taken, I should say, as might be easier for NiP to take that one, as right now Shanji has a lot of pressure over Hoya and just in terms of getting that wave crashed under tower.
I just think that if you're going to be recalling right now, especially with your bottom lane, it looks like they were faking the back. NiP just have to pull back off of this objective. Yone also was still sticking in mid. They knew that Bitchuan was kind of going to be covering towards this bottom lane. I think this is a mistake coming in from NiP. And yeah, their bottom lane staying for another wave means that TT get this dragon.
Take it a little bit slower than the NiP side would do with the Nefiri, but no real effort to go for it. Absolutely. And so ThunderTalk, they burn their teleport of Hoya to force Shanji back up here, and it allows them to actually get this first dragon of the game, which is a pretty solid win for them.
I think this is problematic here, Grapes, because we saw with the fact that you have this Victor versus Yone matchup, the fact that the Misfortune and Braum are typically going to have easier and better times being able to skirmish with their opponents. We didn't secure dragon priority. We missed our timer to be able to grab these grubs at the same time. So it's two early objectives going over to TT, and we still have 0 kills in this game, which we were saying that as if this game does go long, at least myself, I personally really favor ThunderTalk's composition. So kind of up to them to make that execution happen, and whether or not NiP are going to be able to kind of get those fights that they love to invite.
And the biggest reason that would work here for this late game scaling competition is if you're able to get some of these major objectives. As I say that, PP God could be in some trouble, has to flash away. 2 piercing arrows for the price of 1, thanks to the blight stacks, allows for first blood to be secured here by ThunderTalk, and a really nice flashing ace from Feather will make it a 2-for-0 special.
And now this is going to be so problematic. They can crash this wave. It looks like they're going to recall instead to spend some gold. The bottom lane of NiP, we talked about it during the pre-show, their laning phase hasn't been as clean. And we got to see from 1xN and Feather, really great play from these two to open up an advantage for ThunderTalk.
It started off with the Chain of Corruption kind of weaving through a couple of the players and landing onto a crucial target, combined with getting those resets on the cooldowns of the spells, and then Feather with a really nice flash engage to make sure that PP God also fell in the fight. Let's take another look at how this unfolded.
Yeah, so right here, PP God is obviously not in the area, and he doesn't have W during all of this. So recognizing that he couldn't be the one to tank it, they even perfectly time the fact that the ult or that his Unbreakable is going to be going down. Now they've gone all of these summoners away, and like you said, Feather with a great flash engage. Really big objective win there coming in for ThunderTalk. Now that this Misfortune has no sums, this is so much easier for Patron and the rest of ThunderTalk to get on top of this Misfortune and provide some winning angles for ThunderTalk now. We have the Grubs spawning in here, and Patron can make his way over, but it looks like this is just going to be a split of 3-3 to NiP.
And that's very big for NiP, especially if you are Shanji, because you can be matched in the split push, but at least you have some extra damage to these turrets. However, as we say that, it might not be a full 3-for-3 split.
Uh-oh.
As Beishuan, we saw this worked out before. It looks like Aki not going to want to deal with it, and so actually, I take it all back. And now
wait a minute.
Ward, he can get fully jumped on here with Feather as well as Beishuan. He goes on target, will flash over the wall, and will be able to survive. But that's another 2 Grubs going over to ThunderTalk, as they will have a 5-1 advantage in that department.
And what we thought was going to be just a free Grubs going over to NiP, Leave and PP-God are not able to as easily clear the mid lane wave. So 1xN takes that timer, moves on over alongside Feather. TT get access to those Grubs. Can they match in the side lane, however, as Mbessa has not had very much time to hit on these turrets. But I'm looking at Yone right now. I'm looking at Satab. In a side lane, should be getting a lot of gold focus onto him now with this Yone. So I'm going to be interested to see what else ThunderTalk can grab now that they've traded a lot for these Grubs.
And as I was saying, before that last bot lane fight, if you're ThunderTalk and your goal is to fight these late game 5v5 team fights, the easy way to do it is to secure as many neutral objectives as you can early in the game. Stack up on all the dragons, make them try to fight you for Elder, for Baron, for Soul specifically. Because that means that, the split push is maybe all for naught. As I say that, right now the split push is working pretty well for Shanji, as Hoya barely lives just because of the Eclipse shield, and the E has to get flashed away from the 1v1 working so well right now for Shanji.
Hoya has ultimate, Beitron does as well. If they catch him under the turret, they're bringing multiple members here.
Here they go, public execution on top of the Glacial Prison. And Shanji, a little bit too aggressive, trying to clear out that last plate. That is the feats of warfare. Going over to ThunderTalk.
And if they grab one more objective, that'll also just be the feats of strength in general going over to ThunderTalk. They'll recall, get themselves set up. They are missing 2 very key ultimates, however, which might make contesting for this dragon a bit tough. If I am ThunderTalk, I think potentially considering continuing the split map and trying to use some of these Grubs might work in their favor. Like you were saying, I think delaying the Dragon Soul potentially here for NiP would be a really big boon for them. But I think more importantly, I'm trying to leverage more gold into some of these matchups, try to help out Hoya on this Mbessa, and again, just make use of the fact that we have these Grubs.
It's a good start, for Hoya after what looked like it could have been a sticky situation. At least coming back and getting an assist on that play is going to be very beneficial, as Feather has repeated to find really, really nice engages here. Another 2-man pulverize going to be matched with the bullet time here from Leave. The chunks out Feather, and the rest of ThunderTalk. PP-God gets rather low as well, but no kills will be given over as the dragon is alive and NiP are in good position to take it.
Okay. They still have some tools here. I mean, Aki has double buffs. They can go for this dragon if they really feel like it. I think what's probably going to need to happen, though, is that Aki and PP-God are going to have to escort this Victor back in, just because it is very difficult for them to actually get this Victor included alongside when there's a Alistar and a Yone.
Yeah, so it looks like Beishuan going to be starting this one up. Again, major objective control is big, and this is the composition that ThunderTalk want to fight with here in this 5v5. Don't be on the flank on the Victor, but already the engage is going forward. It's a dragon is secured here by Beishuan. Fate's Field lands. Aki forced to go invulnerable, and PP-God getting a flashed on here. A really nicely signed W2 from Beishuan, stuns up 2, and does a lot of damage. Stays up, flashing forward. Another great engage from Feather, and Leave will drop as well. ThunderTalk at the dragon and 3 more.
Okay, 6-0, a second dragon maybe we have to talk about the ThunderTalk scaling and the fact that they have the very real likelihood of being able to pick up multiple more dragons after this, as NiP just we talked about from draft how hard it was going to be able to play these immobile mages. I mean, Leave has to kind of just sit here. He doesn't have the bullet time. So why as NiP are we trying to sit here and contest in this fight? Doinby is also going to fall in this, and that is a massive boon. Great job from Feather so far. He has played one hell of an Alistar game.
Yeah, this is really impressive stuff from Feather. I know that sometimes been like focused on more like the enchanters and things like that. Maybe some of the more supportive like picks where you kind of sit behind a little bit more. But this time around on the Nautilus, or sorry, on the Alistar, what am I saying? Really solid play on this champion so far, finding the perfect sets of engages, looking for plays left and right, and if what has gotten ThunderTalk off to a early 6-0 lead. They're up 3,500 gold. Probably one of the more one-sided games that we've seen here in the LPL in the Accenture group, I'll be honest.
Yeah. All right, well, now ThunderTalk, they have access to 5 grubs. They've got 2 dragons. They have mid priority, so guess what? We're going to just be sitting with our 2 lanes that are closest to the Herald, grab themselves this objective. This top tier one, I mean, with 5 grubs should be going down. They can even break open mid. This could be a large kind of style of play here for ThunderTalk that generates a lot of gold for them. We're going to see NiP trying to overload on the other side of the map with Doinby and Shanji joining up.
The tower is secured here. As looks like the Soul Laner is doing a little bit of dual pushing here, alongside Aki, I should say, as this Rob's not going to do enough to try to defend this tier 1. So Leave's going to have to join the area. Does have bullet time. Let's try to clear out some of this wave. Meanwhile, Soul Laners are doing some big work. It's actually then a knock up here onto Feather. Force pop the Unbreakable Will. Aki coming forward one more time, waiting for the ultimate expire before Leave throws out any extra damage, and they will finally be able to take Feather down. However, look at the bottom side in the picture-in-picture. It is Doinby and Shanji still pushing in onto the tier 3 turret with only Hoya here to respond. He gets locked into the cage. He's already used a dash. He flashes away from the public execution, and Hoya will go down. And now the tier 3 turret really under fire, but Beishuan is here to try to make it a stop to the play. Doinby hiding under the bush, running out of mana. He probably will go down here in this fight. Heartstone proc comes out. One last auto, and the E with the Permafrost, and Beishuan will finish off the kill.
Okay, all in all, we take stock of the trade there. ThunderTalk, they got 2 turrets on top side. NiP trade for the exact same, but NiP are able to grab themselves a kill as well as waste this Rift Herald here. I don't think this mid-tier one is going to be long for the world, however, considering, again, 5 grubs. They can just make a play on either this wave or the next. We have Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and some really important items are starting to come through for NiP, but I'm really looking at those 2 item power spikes, with Leave getting closer to his second item, and with Doinby getting closer to what looks to be a Leandri's. I'm kind of like, okay, that's great for NiP that they got all these advantages, but look at Satab right now. Yeah. He is a level and a half up, and he has all of this solo gold for this Yone.
It's funny you say, like, waiting for Doinby to get the second item, because I'm not going to lie, it's pretty useless right now here on the Victor. The grasp, maybe not doing too much. Nicely done here by Shanji to lock Hoya in after he's used the dash into that cage. They weren't able to get too much more off of it, as, again, Doinby died on the back end of that play.
Yeah. Inhibitor turret is going to keep its health, though, right? So that always is something that they can revisit. With Shanji having these extra long lanes, Yorick is going to be particularly annoying to deal with. But I really want to focus in on this mid lane matchup. Satab now sitting with 40 CS over his lane opponent. Doinby hasn't been the most farm-oriented mid laner in the league by far, but especially when we talk about how much impact he is going to have, and the fact that this is one of, if not Satab's best champion in the LPL so far. He has a pretty dominating lead, and we need to see him step up in this game if ThunderTalk are going to try to win back in this series and give themselves a fighting chance for Game 3.
2,500 gold is a lot of money here that Satab has. You can already see like the item diff starting to come into play, as that mid lane turret, not long for that world either. Of course, got some support from the rest of the team. And there's going to be the third dragon. I mean, this is just so ThunderTalk dominated here in this early game. And now transitioning into that mid game. I find it hard to find an angle for NiP to get back.
I'm glad that Aki is testing which side of the wall he can jump through. There's that small divot on both of like the big objective walls where you can jump through. But if anybody at home wants to try it, if you look on the minimap, you see that little green dot next to Tri-Brush on blue side. That is the wall that you want to hug as Neferi to be able to jump through it. But Aki doesn't have quite enough practice. I at least was attempting it there. Don't think we're going to be seeing too much here, Grapes. I think with 4,000 gold for ThunderTalk, with now 2 items completed for Hoya and probably the like for some of the other members, TT are more than likely going to try and avoid them around the map. They are trying to wait until some of their carries are able to hit some important breakpoints.
And especially because the main win condition right now for NiP is to try to find some picks and stuff. ThunderTalk doing a good job at playing together, grouping up as they're starting up this Otacon buff. NiP in the area, just don't know how much damage they have to try to burst down.
It's already gone. Aki's nowhere nearby.
The Otacon very, very low. You already see Feather flashing out of the Doinby. The Victor's tanky, but not tanky enough just yet. He pops the Death Ray and the flash. He's trying to get away just a little bit longer here. The first kill already going on to leave. Beishuan flashing in over on top of the Victor. And there is a little bit of disruption here for Shanji, who joined the fight, but he joined it way too late. That is 3 more kills into the hands of TT.
And the Otacon still being taken with those Blood Roses. Grapes, we're going to 3 here. ThunderTalk have come to play, finally finding a win here in this series. I mean, I know we've been saying that they were on a 4-series loss, but also you look at their games, they have all been 2-0s outside of that series versus FPX, and we can take a look at it here. Feather, this Alistar play has been immaculate, and the rest of ThunderTalk are able to follow up. Sitab with this Fade Unseal just gets so many members, even able to cut down Leave. And there's not much more to add to this fight. It has been ThunderTalk all game long here in game number 2.
I mean, not even close, honestly. And Doinby, not gonna lie, have to go back to the drawing board on this. I mean, did this Grass Victor do anything against the like yesterday?
Oh yeah, he clapped Xiaohu pretty badly.
It does not seem particularly useful to me here. That's all I'll say. Maybe it's
this guy
just
does one MOBA trainer thing, and he's like, guys, this is just not. I don't know.
Anyway, LPL 20 discount.
Nice, good one. Good one.
You could be like me on the LPL English class. As we see Beishuan just playing with his food right now. He is so tanky. Nobody does any damage to him, and just uses his body to secure Hoya full control over that bot side to pick up that 2-2 turret.
So, you know what's surprising is that out of all of their 2-0s, they did have a 1-2 series where they went to 3 versus Invictus Gaming. So, you know, Invictus did end up still winning that game, but also kind of blue side Warriors. So we'll kind of see if how ThunderTalk are going to be able to close this one out, because NiP, they don't have the same amount of team fighting, right? Like, who is going to be able to hold all these targets in place for the Misfortune? Is Shanji actually going to be allowed to play side lane when all the lanes are this long and he's losing?
Not when you get ulted on like this, as Hoya with the public execution combined with that Glacier Prison. It's Yorick. Was dead before he even came back to life, seemingly. The zombie goes down. Another kill going into the hands of TT.
Grapes, this game is quite cooked.
Yeah.
Quite cooked here.
It's cooked.
6,000 gold for ThunderTalk, and they already have 3 dragons, a ruinous Otacon, a hell of a lot of blood petals, so they're even further ahead when it comes to adaptive force and experience. So, not a great look here for NiP. Not going to say it's something we haven't seen before from the Ninjas in Pajamas, but we really wanted to have them take a very dominant series here after what was a pretty bad loss, I think, last night versus Weibo.
And this is why this Ninjas in Pajamas team is so peculiar, because on their best days, it seems like they can beat some of the best teams in the LPL. You know, we talked about that win that they had against IG. They, of course, you know, they won some other series earlier on, like specifically for Split 1.
Yeah.
But it seems like apart from IG, like, they really are inconsistent for the most part.
Could I offer you that IG is not a top-level team in the LPL?
But then you look at IG, but they beat like some top teams too. So it's just like, I know like there was a Circle of Suck graphic that was going on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that right now, it seems like, as we're getting another potential engage. Beishuan, very, very tanky. Not throwing out the ultimate just yet, as it's just about to come off cooldown. Get that next dragon spawning. It's going to be the Cloud Soul. Now the target's going to be 1xn, but the bullet time not doing much to do anything against this Varus. That's going to be Soul. Pretty instantly here for ThunderTalk. NiP really just have nothing to say about it.
And NiP were thinking maybe we could try to rush a Baron, maybe we could try to make ThunderTalk feel a little uncomfortable, but all they do is get themselves the Scuttle. They'll lose the Soul. Again, you have Voracious Audica. Oh, Doinby, no!
Oh, not Doinby's game this time around. Akin next target here, as we're maybe looking for a game almost as dominant as game 1 was here for Ninjas in Pajamas or more. Satab now fighting 1v2.
Oh!
He's level 17! 25 minutes into this game, a 5-level lead over Leave. Picks up the kill. He's 5-0-2, and ThunderTalk are pushing down mid.
That's just going to be the end of the game. Hoya doesn't even have teleport, so he's just going to be saying goodbye from the other side of the map, and ThunderTalk clap back in this series against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Hoya just gets to farm to finish off this game. Game number 3 on the way here. ThunderTalk admirably punched back against NiP as they got kicked in game number 1. 16-2 final score, as they actually will beat the time that NiP took to beat them in game 1. We're headed to a decider.
Wow, both of these games ending in under 30 minutes. Really impressive stuff here coming in from ThunderTalk. The fact that they were able to bounce back on some of their signature champions. My worry now, Grapes, is honestly game 3. We talked about some of the pinched pools. We talked about how ThunderTalk have been legendarily kind of inconsistent, but the same can be said for their opponents here in NiP.
It's, again, a bit puzzling to look at what NiP were able to do in game number 1, and then look at what they did in game number 2, and even say that they're remotely the same team in either of them. I mean, that barely felt like a game. It just felt like they rolled up. ThunderTalk won one little fight and then took every little advantage that they needed to eventually just close it out. We didn't even get close to the late game team fighting stages that we were hoping that NiP were going to be able to reach.
This feels like the most NiP result we could have gotten. In the same way that I said during the TES WE game that it would be the most top esports possible thing to do to lose a game to WE, they do it here again, but maybe with less orders of magnitude, because I don't think we're seeing NiP really climb out of the... If they're going to be struggling in games versus Team WE and kind of losing to Weibo as well, I doubt NiP are going to be making very deep runs in our playoff bracket, but you know, that's the beauty of having multiple weeks of a regular season and double round robin, right? Like, you can make those improvements. We can see that change series, but it's games like these that kind of throw that under the bus.
Because it's not just about this series, right? It's about like what they've looked like overall throughout the whole year. And for NiP, it's been some ups and also some downs. Of course, they are coming off of that series loss to Weibo. You would really like to have that one as a bit of momentum boost, as you are, are just coming off of 2 series wins in a row. But now it's that win over IG and it's the win over WE for NiP right now. They play FPX in a couple days, and then after that it's top BLG and then anyone's Legends. That's a pretty tough gauntlet for what they still have yet to face.
So we're allowed to say that there's tough teams right in the face, but when I say there's free scheduled wins, no free wins in the LPL. You know, there's no free wins.
Right here. Look.
What? Just NiP just go and win the next 3. That's fine. You know.
This was supposed to be that scheduled victory, as we were maybe alluding to a little bit here. This was going to be Ninjas in Pajamas' chance to prove that they can be more than just a middle of the pack team, that they can compete for that top 4. But even against a team like ThunderTalk, who have struggled so much, 1-8 in their last 9 games in terms of match score. Still,
I'm trying to
like losing in 26 minutes like this, like should not happen if you are a team that is wanting to contend for the top of the LPL.
Yeah, ThunderTalk are 3-11, right? So they've played a hell of a lot more games than in Ninjas in Pajamas beforehand. This will now move them to 4-12 in terms of game score for NiP. They're 6-6 now, but we should expect more for NiP, especially now that they had all of those best of 5s that they played not only in their split 1, but they did go to playoffs, right? Same thing with ThunderTalk, both of these teams kind of flamed out very early on after having the upper round bye. And so what I am now going to kind of be looking at NiP as we go throughout the season is like small things that we can fix, right? Like, can we try and open up some of the champion pool of Doinby? I doubt it. I think we're probably going to maybe be adding one more champion, and it might just be the Victor. But where exactly can we kind of find more reasons? I mean, this draft was also just not very charitable to them. Like, how are we ever setting up misfortune here?
Yeah, there was no hard engage for NiP in this entire competition. Was there any like hard crowd control like at all? Like you have Braum, I guess, a little bit. Like that's what they were
Yeah,
relying on in
yeah.
terms of pressing the go button. When you have a Yorick and the Nefiri at the same time, like that's tough. That's a tough composition to play.
I feel like in theory, what you should be able to do is like you bring your Yorick over, he throws down the prison, and then it's like, okay, everybody in that little field can't move. But there's so much mobility for some of these members,
so
especially for a
specific,
champion
yeah.
like Yone and a Sejuani. Braum, I feel like just wasn't the last pick you needed. It had to either be something like a Poppy to stop the engage, or you just play like a Rel, even though the matchup isn't particularly great into Alistar. So again, big question marks here for NiP and for ThunderTalk. Can they actually close out this series? Because even in this game, we had a couple of questions as to whether or not they were going to actually be able to do it. And still in my mind is, what does this team now look like when we have more champions taken away from the mid lanes, right? Like, we already talked about Doinby and his champion pool, but Setab as well. There's no Talia. There's no Yone now. Galio and Rise are permabanned as things that are against Doinby, so that kind of overlaps in terms of the pool.
Not just that, but the just having that for Setab is definitely going to be a tough one. But for Hoya, that Mbessa was something that he's been really good on as well. That will no longer be available either. And now, we've talked about like the weaknesses potentially of these ThunderTalk solo laners, but they can look good when they're on these specific picks, executing these specific styles. It'll now be up to them to try to deviate from that just a little bit as we get our player of the game at Beishuan and the Sejuani. I say this is pretty well deserved.
Yeah, Beishuan played really well. I think that his Sejuani in this game was really impactful. I want to shed a single tear for Feather. I think his Alistar was really impeccable this game, but aside from that, really excited now for ThunderTalk to maybe pull out another upset here in the LPL.
Maybe it's just upset week. Maybe that's just how it goes.
Maybe.
Obviously, in terms of games, at least, if you're a WE fan, not in terms of matches. But this is an upset in terms of game. As in game number 2, it was ThunderTalk in just over 26 minutes, taking down Ninjas in Pajamas and forcing ourselves into a game number 3. We are going to head to a short break as we prepare for the final draft of our first series on LPL English today. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Welcome back to LPL English, everybody, where we have our final game of our first series of the day. Reminder, we have JDG versus IG after this. You're not going to want to miss that one, but got to finish up this series here, all between ThunderTalk and Ninjas in Pajamas. Two games that have been actually very one-sided for both sides. We are now headed into our fourth straight three-game set here in the LPL, and I wouldn't be surprised if the one after this one is going to be that as well. Just a generational run of a very close series between teams.
Exactly, and it just means that the league is looking pretty close. You know, we were talking about the standings being a bit all over the place, but in terms of the games, at the very least, at least our lower end teams are pushing our top end teams, which obviously when we come out of games, I'm a lot more negative about it. I think that I think realistically, I'm like, you know, hey, our top level teams should just 2-0, call it a day, get it on out of there. And I feel a lot of the fans are going to echo some of that sentiment, but I think it is healthier for the league that we actually see some parity, and it's not just, okay, cool, like I look at the schedule, I see NiPTT, I should expect a 2-0, cool, I'm going to go like take a shower, I'm going to go play some ARAM games, and then I'll log in for JDG IG anyway.
Yeah, the fact that all of these series have been close goes to show that anybody can beat anybody on any given day, and that's what we're seeing here from ThunderTalk. They just haven't fully been able to do it just yet, but we've seen teams like FPX like take a little bit to scale up and then eventually like hit their stride, and now they're taking games and even series against super really talented teams in the LPL. And ThunderTalk, they beat that team a little bit earlier on in the season. They just haven't been able to beat anybody else. This would be a big win for them, a big statement that, hey, they don't want to fall down and they don't want to be the bottom feeder here after what we've seen good stuff out of both WE and FPX over these last couple of weeks in this group ascend. TT have a chance to prove that they can do the same thing as we head into the draft for Game 3.
Okay. So big question marks for me was going to be mid lane champion pools here. Already 2 bans from ThunderTalk. Again, Rise, Galio, perma bans versus Doinby. And I think if you're a team and you're saying, hey, I as a player, I'm going to guarantee you at least 2, maybe 3 bans, I think you are very happy about having that as a player, and also the leadership qualities that he has brung. Surprising enough, a lot of the tanks are gone, and we have not seen Gwen or Jace in this series so far. Jace obviously banned, but Gwen still has not risen her head quite out of the woodworks yet, and champion that kind of fell out of favor, even though the nerfs are really not that bad. I feel like they kind of brought her back in the line, but still I think this champion is really disgusting, especially early on.
The other one, Hoya Rumble, still up for the taking. I imagine if you're NiP, you take the Rumble here because I feel like that is, I feel like Gwen is less of a champion that like ThunderTalk overall enjoy. I think you still have to take it to avoid potentially giving over both and like flexing one of them into the jungle. I'd imagine though it would be Hoya picking it up, and that's not necessarily one of his strongest champions, I believe.
He did outplay. I know we had a clip where he's like outplaying a dive right there, and the Gwen versus Rumble matchup, I think a lot of people prefer to play the Gwen, not only because she's overtuned, but also the ability to kind of opt into the exhaust trade. Rumble will obviously have much bigger impact when it comes to team fights, and that has been name of the game here for NiP, as Starner being taken away for Beichuan, which means I'm kind of looking at Aki's champion pool. There's no Vi. We've already taken away the Sejuani and the Xin Zhao, as well as the Nefiri. So are we getting another Viego game? Is this going to be potentially a Maokai game coming through? We have a Pantheon locked in, which is a big flex between him and his mid laner Doinby.
We were talking a little bit in the breaks about what happened a lot. Like one of the last times we saw Doinby play this Pantheon, it didn't necessarily end well. It was a bit of a weird situation though, as it was a game in the placement stages that NiP didn't need to win to have any impact on their group standing. So obviously a little bit biased there, but it's gonna get matched up alongside the Kai'Sa and is still very flexible. Could go towards either mid, jungle, or support.
Okay. So giving Leave his Kai'Sa, I think very dangerous, especially with how much impact he has had in some of these fights. Was unable to bring that victory home last night versus Weibo, but still a very deadly champion here. And so we're kind of seeing that NiP are going to have access to backline, which does mean that AD carry is going to get really focused in this fight, especially now that from TT we have this Gwen, we have this Ahri. I'm kind of looking at them to be a team that is going to want to play the map a bit wide here, which has not necessarily been their strength this year.
take a look at the second phase of bans. You still need a bot lane pickup for 1xN and Feather, whereas on NiP side, don't know entirely where things are going because of the flexibility of this Pantheon pick. See the rail ban away from PP God, things like some of those top tier 80 carries still on the table. I'm very curious to see what the matchup into the Kai'Sa, like how do ThunderTalk want to do this? If they want to fight fire with fire, you can see NiP maybe thinking that by banning the Kalista, or are there things like the Xayah that you could play instead that can help deny a lot of the all-in that NiP are throwing at them?
Yeah, I like that shout, giving him the Xayah. We haven't seen too much Xayah come out from 1xN and Feather, despite the fact that Feather, for his name, is one of the best Rakans that we have. So my eyes kind of go towards getting rid of Ashe. It has been one of 1xN's most popular pairings for him to take with Feather, and I think it gives them a lot of 2v2 prowess, which has been, I think, name of the game for 1xN and Feather very early on in the 2025. They're going to take their support here, just take away that Nautilus. I think a good enough takeaway from NiP.
Now, we saw this Swain in the top lane yesterday, obviously, as we were saying, but Shanji was the one who picked it up. It was into his Scion, though, so it would be a little bit of a different matchup this time around. It's going to be a Corki going towards Doinby, most likely, unless we get like a Kai'Sa mid, which I don't think we're going to get. I also saw like some Kai'Sa jungle stuff popping up. There's no way we get that. It's going to be a Leona locked in for PP God. We know that for sure.
You've been watching too much of your own tournament, bro. Those guys we are not getting another Kai'Sa jungle moment. I remember that. that was a game of all time.
I was like, surely that's not happening in the LPL. But no, that'll be going probably bot lane. Corki probably going mid. As what do we see for 1xN? Oh, okay.
I don't know if I like this Jinx here, Grapes. I feel like you're in such a tough spot. If ThunderTalk are able to get a good first punch with Feather and Setab kind of linking up, maybe there's an area for them to get those hyper procs, but you're playing Jinx into a Leona, and you're also going to have a Pantheon and a Rumble. I feel like this is a very tough game to play if you are a Jinx, and then you're going to also have Corki, who's going to be able to deal skirmishing. NiP can blow up objectives if they get alone time with their 280 carries, and it's going to come down to some of this mid-game skirmishing. I think that ThunderTalk do have some angles, but if fights go long, NiP should be able to win them handily.
I mean, I was saying play something safe if you're 1xN. We were suggesting the Xayah maybe. That was up and available, but it looks like instead they want to do just a little bit more damage, make sure they win out on these team fights. Got to make sure you keep the Jinx alive, though, which might be a little difficult considering both the composition that they are facing and also the composition that they possess. Not a ton of inherent peel, a lot of engage kind of that ThunderTalk are throwing out here.
So pretty important game. I know that we were saying that this should be a bounce back game, a feel good win for NiP if they're able to take it. But for ThunderTalk, being able to grab their second series win of Split 2 obviously helps them a lot. And especially as a team that is projected to be at the bottom of the standings, every upset win in a double round robin means a lot, not only for your season, but potentially affects your opponent's season going forward.
And not just like in terms of purely like giving NiP a loss here, but the expectations that this could change here for a team like ThunderTalk. All of a sudden, a win over NiP, like any other team that faces TT after this is going to be like, oh, well, they beat NiP. Like, surely we have to worry a little bit more about them, right? Or maybe tiebreakers and things like that as we get later on into those standings. Even though there's a lot more League of Legends to play, this game definitely has its impact. As here we go, on to the Rift, game number 3 between NiP and ThunderTalk.
Get some of the Gyos coming on through. Oh no, Aki!
Aki! Oh, he gets crowd control chained to oblivion. Thankfully, that means because everybody's level 1, there's no other spells to dish out any damage, but that could have been disastrous for NiP.
Starts off E as well. Very tough here. Good job from TT. Getting a little bit under the hood there. They're going to lose some combat prowess, however. No Ignite here for Feather.
And we'll see how much impact that does have. As taking a look at across the board in terms of runes, nothing too unusual. We see the Jinx with the lethal tempo instead of maybe something a little bit more defensive, which means that 1xN is feeling pretty confident about how he's going to be able to do in these fights. I feel like there always is the worry that ThunderTalk is just going to fully go in. They're going to Skarner out. They're going to Nautilus out. And then 1xN gets left alone and dies. They didn't make sure that doesn't happen because the Jinx is a large part in terms of how they're able to potentially win this game even.
Yeah. And so junglers are finally starting on opposite sides here. Oh, early hook landed here by Feather. It's going to be some damage onto NiP, but I think you're happy about this just with where the wave is right now. I think some good chip damage, but kind of going to be important to watch Aki in this game as the Pantheon. You have to get a lot done in this game. And I think actually fulfills a very similar role to a Xin Sao, where you have a period of time where you're just invulnerable from damage from your opponents.
Yeah, actually, a lot of that pseudo HP or pseudo tankiness, as I think you described it earlier on when Xin Sao was getting picked up. And there is a decent amount of things that could save you from, whether it's like an Ahri combo or just as soon as the Nautilus goes in, if you just pop that E, like Aki will get very tanky later on in this game.
And he'll have great backline access as only now finishing his third camp. So he's a bit behind the clear of this Skarner. Beichuan appears to have dropped a miniature camp. I don't know if it was maybe one of the Krogs on the way down, but he is a little bit behind. It's not that, but it's literally like half a minion in jungle, so not going to be super impactful, but just for everybody at home who's wondering why he has a weird amount of CS in his back pocket. And maybe there's a play onto this bottom lane with Leave and PP taking a fair bit of damage. If maybe not on this crash, but on the next wave, Skarner could come down and there's a potential angle here for ThunderTalk.
Oh, a dive sounds a little risky because all the summoner spells are still available on Leave and PP God, so it looks like instead back on out of this one as Beichuan did finish that full clear. A little bit faster than Aki is. I think that's a little bit of the starting E level 1 taking effect, but it's not going to matter too much just because they're on opposite sides of the map anyway, which means they each get the scuttle no matter what.
I think I'm okay with trying to trade some summoner spells here for our bot lane. Once it pushes out, maybe he just tries to make a wraparound play. We're kind of seeing that Beichuan is getting early vision and information. It's only going to get a single Scryer's Bloom there, but a lot of vision coming in for ThunderTalk's bot lane. We're going to see whether or not they decide to go for the swap now. It's a dragon in minutes time and 2 before for these grubs. Seems like they're going to be invested in trying to get this done. Again, on a side lane, you do expect that with an Ahri, with a Gwen, that they're going to have a lot more to do in being able to push these lanes.
Yeah, there comes 1xN and Feather up to the top side. They will have the first move to the grubs most likely, unless it gets matched by Leave and PP God in just a little bit. Who are going to take themselves probably at least one more wave, as Shanji is nowhere nearby, which means Leave can kind of take this all on his own. I'm looking around in terms of which teams would maybe want either the grub focus or the dragon focus. NiP with the double marksman, I think, definitely want to make sure at least they don't give away all 6.
Yeah, and also, when you think about a team that has a Pantheon, being able to reinforce on a side lane is pretty important. Shanji now probably going to be going down, at least lose his flash.
Yeah, here comes Feather. With a nice dredge line as well, right after the flash is proc. But there's not enough damage. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Hoya could be in some trouble. Recipient of the same treatment as PP God, just taken down to below 1 tower shot left. Leave in a really bad spot. And that means that first blood is secured here by the Ahri. Satab collecting it. And that's another kill over to Beichuan. ThunderTalk are up 2-0 again.
Uh-oh, they're starting to find some heat in the series, and maybe the goodwill of NiP is whittling away here. Aki is trying to recall. Oh, it's not Aki, it's PP God. Okay, so he barely gets out of that. And what a disastrous dive coming in from NiP, and a great response from ThunderTalk now. They get the flash out from top side. They now even get those kills on the Leave while getting some of his summoner spells. Very tough stuff here for the side of ThunderTalk. As we look at this replay, Hoya, I mean, he kind of wastes a lot of time by being in the mist, and Beichuan with this Skarner alongside Satab, I mean, I just don't get it. We don't have this damage, guys.
Yeah, like the going, or I guess not going back in, but also it was just tough because Lee was in such a precarious position. But the reason that he was there is because it felt like NiP wanted to play really just way too aggressive on that dive onto the Gwen.
And the perfect charm from Setab? Okay! Look, if this is the ThunderTalk we're going to get, I'm okay. I just didn't want to see another match where ThunderTalk come in, we're like, oh, we're excited about these some of these rookies and kind of developing pieces, and then they get absolutely stomped by NiP. PP God's going to move on forward.
Yeah, Aki jumps in, lands the stun, Feather flashes away, but it's just still too much damage as NiP finally get on the board. It's Aki who picks up that kill, Dragon available for them to take.
And this was right after they got the grubs, so they'll get grubs. I don't think they'll have time. At least Aki's probably going to have to do this objective by himself because of this bottom lane wave that 1xN pushed in. Good response coming in for NiP, but I think we are totally fine right now with where we are in the game. We're getting a bit of action now, finally. I think, you know, we're talking about how ThunderTalk have been playing some part of this really, really well. Maybe an answer here onto Shanji. He doesn't have ward here. Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah,
just now
baseline.
lands.
Gonna spot him out. Remember, can't get slowed there with the Ixtal's impact as there comes the needlework as well from Hoya. Second proc connects. All the needles so far connecting as Shanji knows he's dead. Uses the equalizer to clear the wave as ThunderTalk pick themselves up the feet of warfare.
Hoya still has a large amount of this wave, and even though he doesn't have the grubs, I think you are completely fine with the state of where your Gwen is at this point. Having a 400 gold lead over the Rumble has to be feeling nice. Didn't even take the exhaust this time around. And Baytron is Mr. Worldwide in this game. He is all over the map. He goes bottom lane, he's covering for his mid lane. He is still able to grab camps, but obviously has a minor disadvantage versus Aki. You are totally okay with this, whereas Ninjas in Pajamas, they have a lot of early skirmishing power, but oh my god, leave.
Yeah, already taking a big chunk of damage. I mean, thankfully, though, for NiP, Aki is here to stop Bayshwan from going in. However, that could be bad news for Aki, who gets impaled straight back into everybody. And Feather lands another beautiful dredge line. Gonna get matched here by PP God.
Oh, no.
1xN is excited on the Jinx and picks himself up a double kill.
Well, 1xN's getting fed, and Skarner is still doing Skarner things. It gets them the Dragon after that. ThunderTalk have come to play in this series, and it just feels like every single play that NiP are trying to make when it's around their bottom lane, it's not working. Aki already down a lot of gold when we talked about his clear. He is now struggling in these ganks with how one note his champion is. Typically when you want to have this Pantheon, his ganks are really strong, but maybe he lacks a little bit of that damage. You're hoping that whoever you're ganking for will be able to provide, but it's a Kai'Sa that is not at all. She doesn't have any items, really. It's early game Kai'Sa. Like, guys, we just can't be going for this. Aki, I think you just have to back up and give him space. And this turns into a massive punish for ThunderTalk.
And another really nice hook for Feather right here as well to just finish things off. Probably would have gotten it anyway. And then the kill onto PP God, who tries to go back in, but ends up not even picking up a single kill. What happened in this series, Alk? It felt like NiP after game number 1 were in such control, but it's been all ThunderTalk in the last hour.
Well, we made a connection, right? That these two teams are teams that are not necessarily going to be the cleanest when it comes to their setups, but are so focused on just trying to find team fights. And I think we're seeing that here. Doimi's going to get his recall canceled, but we said that kind of jokingly that NiP were a better version of ThunderTalk. Well, right now, ThunderTalk are showing better awareness of when they're allowed to fight, of when and what kind of damage they have access to. And now we're seeing in this game, it's a 1,500 gold lead here for ThunderTalk. Setab already has finished his Malignance. We have a Baytron finishing his Heartsteel. This is a massive power spike now here for ThunderTalk that NiP are going to have to be really careful about trying to avoid, as they have 280 carries that are waiting for 2 items, really.
Yeah, that's a bit of the problem with going this double marksman comp, is that if you don't get set up the right way by Aki and PP God, who, to be frank, haven't done probably enough to keep their team in the game right now, you're not really able to fight on your own. So ThunderTalk, they want to try to even up this grub count after NiP did actually take the first spawn of things, but it looks like Ninjas in Pajamas might want to fight this one, as here comes a teleport to be matched here by the Grand Starfall. as Aki is just going to get impaled, though, in response. 1xN just flashed over the wall. He's still so healthy, but then Leave was going to jump on top with the Killer Instinct, not doing enough damage. The Equalizer will finally burn down the Jinx, and Hoya will be next on the menu. It's a double kill in for Shanji, but Leave gets bursted down as well. It's a brawl on both fronts that ThunderTalk end up taking advantage of.
It's a 3-2 going over in favor of ThunderTalk, and they'll be able to grab themselves the grubs. Ahri will continue to push on this top lane wave. So much invested just to get 1xN, and by the time they do that, too many members have fallen. Doimi hasn't even finished his first item. We don't have a Trinity Force. I mean, yes, you have the Static Shiv here for Leave. He doesn't even have any of his evolves here. Why, as NiP, are we looking to fight here? We're continuing to bleed gold, continuing to bleed resources here. Really well played here from the entirety of ThunderTalk. Not only between Beitron getting this Impale, setting up 1xN to deal damage, Feather as well peeling for this Jinx, and 1xN still is able to get away, waste Leave, and now gets him killed now that Ahri's able to jump back over this wall.
Big fight for Shanji. If you are looking for a bright spot here for NiP, however, rest of the game, rest of the fight, not going their way, as they're only down about 1,500. However, all that gold is in the mid and the bot lane, which is exactly where ThunderTalk want it and exactly where Ninjas and Pajamas want it, but don't have it.
So now we're going to be seeing a part of the game that does start to get a little bit ugly as ThunderTalk do grab themselves those 3 grubs. We have Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. Beitron's by himself. Immediately throws the flash, and he's just safe. So minor investment here from NiP, but they're really trying to play in this topside jungle to not much avail, right? Like we're getting some vision, we're trying to see and scout where the enemy jungler is, but Beitron is completely happy with where the state of the game is right now.
And you know, should be at this point, even though yeah, things are going pretty well. If you're for ThunderTalk right now, 2,000 gold in the advantage, and Satab, hey, proven a little bit that not just the own one trick, can play some of the Ahri as well. He's had some pretty nice plays so far in this game. Just waiting for that game-breaking team fight, though. I don't think it's going to come around this next dragon, but that is another angle for TT to set up a 5 stack and see if anybody dares to try to approach them.
They already have complete control of this river. I like what Satab is doing, just sitting in the river, making sure that if he can control Fog of War, that it makes it near impossible for NiP to walk forward, because you're going to be walking into an Ahri charm. And ThunderTalk being able to grab this dragon adds so much to their win condition when you think about the fact that they have a crit marksman. You already have a gold advantage for champions like this Skarner and Ahri. So if you can kind of accentuate that, make it a little bit more powerful, and give yourself a scaling win condition as well on top of that to really kind of hammer all these things home, you are feeling very, very confident as ThunderTalk that you're going to be able to take this game. All this damage on a Hoya is nice. He can teleport if he feels like he really needs to be full HP for this play, but PP God's by himself.
Oh, yeah, PP God, oh, he might be in a little bit of trouble, that's to say the least. And speaking of trouble, Aki, where are we going, bud? We're on the wrong side of the map. Blast coding over just basically to your doom, as that's going to be Feather picking up the kill. Jinx now fully excited as ThunderTalk might have a big dominating team fight here. There's a 3rd kill picked up for them. And here comes Leave. He dashes forward the Killer Instinct. Charm goes wide. Hoya still alive. The hook lands on Adoibi. He's trying to find something back. He barely will be able to fall, but finally Leave will get himself a trade. Another 3 for 3 across the map.
But look at what ThunderTalk are able to get during all of this. I mean, all of those kills being able to go over to Satab and this 1xN Jinx. He's going to be finishing up his Cole soon. He's getting an Infinity Edge, what looks to be like next. Grapes, this game does not get easier for NiP. They have to be creative. They have to get right into the backline with this damage from Shanji and from Aki. But plays like this completely jeopardize the game state, right? Like, this Equalizer doesn't land onto any of the relevant members. Aki is completely split off from his team and nowhere near this Jinx. Satab still has 2 charges of his ultimate. Like you were saying earlier, Shanji's kind of the only bright spot on this game, but even he gets taken down in this fight. So NiP, they're not waiting for any of their item power spikes. If Kaisa gets to 2 items, then you can start to look, then you have access to like upgraded Supercharger and the Q involved. But Corki is nowhere near these items completion. So I feel like NiP are pulling the trigger too early, and they're putting the game state in a part of the map that is just not playable for them.
Now, it still is only 2,000 gold, right? But again, it's where these resources are allocated. And also now that ThunderTalk have picked up 2 dragons, fighting on these neutral objectives is going to become more and more important. And ThunderTalk going to have the advantage there, just having that front to back, with the Jinx and the Ahri being the stronger backline carries, at least at the moment. It feels really like they are taking control of this one and looking to shock the world here in the LPL Ascent stage.
Just be potentially a Herald here started. They don't really want to give over mid priority.
Oh,
so
PPGod
try and fight.
Getting caught out again. The face checking went just way too far as Hoya locks down the kill.
Oh, Beitron!
He lands a max range impale onto Shanji. Leave ulting over to try to find something, but it might just be toast. Tab dashing forward, looking for Doinby. It's a 4-for-1 fight for TT. Oh, and a max range Sharmanaki as well. Not gonna be able to finish that one off, but ThunderTalk with 1xN pushing with 3 grubs are gonna break open this tier 2 mid.
They get 2 turrets mid, they'll grab the Rift Herald. ThunderTalk have come to play and finish out this series up against NiP. Was this NiP a honeymoon phase of stage 1, being able to find a couple of wins, get their first place seed in that group? Now we're getting a TP coming on through. It's going to be Shanji on the back end. Aki can use his ultimate here, but he's in no man's land.
This miscommunication, I mean, Doinby's already teleporting bot. There's no way that Shanji is going to be able to get a steal there, and now he's just probably going to pay for it with his life. The tier 1 tower is blocking, but nice job by Beishwan to try to cut him off. Ultimate's going to come in. Aki will join the fight, and actually really nicely done by Shanji. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade onto Beishwan, but still not a good situation overall for NiP.
Even NiP felt like they didn't know exactly how that fight was going to go. We saw that Leave and PPGod, instead of pushing on this next mid wave, they started to fade towards top lane. That could have been time they got to hit on this mid tier 1. So they're going to trade turrets on the opposite sides of the map. Doinby will get a little bit of gold on bottom lane, while 1xN and Setab finish this top tier 1. And in the replay, PPGod getting caught yet again. One of the biggest pieces of criticism we have levied towards NiP, aside from some of their mechanical misgivings, is that PPGod plays a little too far forward. He plays a little bit too much with his HP bar and leaves open spots where NiP get taken advantage of. So in this fight, it's 4-for-1. It's finally the first game-breaking like team fight between these two teams that really goes in favor of ThunderTalk just from kills alone. And now the game, it gets easier to play from this moment on here for ThunderTalk. I mean, they have the Herald. You're going to be having a dragon spawn in 2 minutes. You can play for that. The Otacon's already on the bottom side of the map in a minute's time. Grapes, we got to start thinking about a ThunderTalk moving into a 2-1 against NiP.
And if you're Ninjas in Pajamas, now is the time to dig deep, because we were going into this day being like, okay, you're playing ThunderTalk, they're last place right now. If you just like take care of business here, I know it was a tough loss yesterday against Weibo, like, we'll be fine. Now all of a sudden, they're going to lose 2 series in a row potentially if the game kind of continues the way that it's been going. And like that's not a good look for how NiP were set up. I mean, after taking IG, they look like they could have been one of the more dominant teams here in the tournament.
Now for ThunderTalk, their opponents are going to be able to take another turret here. They're at least trying to funnel 1xN, give him a little bit more gold by giving him the last hit. They'll also go for another turret here. Hoya does have the ability to teleport, but he is most likely just going to be carrying and pushing this mid lane wave in. Ninjas Pajamas are getting spread really wide here, and it's very tough for them to be able to find kills. Leave has 2 items. Doinby's going to be finishing Muramana soon. My worry is that I think it is just a little too late for this team. And where the game state is, they are hitting 2-item power specs on a lot of their carries. PPGod goes forward.
Goes in onto 1xN, but he's already cleansed away. Here comes the ultimate. Hockey tries to stun him down. Shanji picks up the first kill on the Feather. Hoya, though, is huge. Has the needlework going, and with the Shroud is immune and will not fall. It's a double kill picked up for Tab. Shanji will go down, and another team fight win for ThunderTalk.
Ninjas in pajamas, let's wrap it up. You're already in the homes. You have the home stadium advantage. That's nice for you. I'm glad we had the skybox. That's as good as it's going to get for you guys in this game. As another turret falls, as another objective falls with the Otacon here already started for ThunderTalk. And if they feel greedy enough, they can even take the dragon that is just right next to them. ThunderTalk Gaming are on the precipice of finding their second series win, which wouldn't move them up in the standings, but when you think about how long this season is, games like this, series losses like this for NiP could be the difference between them getting 6th and them getting 8th in a lot of these places, as we try to find this pick onto 1xN, but great job from Feather, who has played an amazing series so far tonight versus NiP.
Yeah, the Alistar game, and then now here on the Nautilus, just finding repeated engagements, and I think the big thing is that even though there's a ton of all-in tools that are at ThunderTalk's disposal, they know the goal is also to make sure the Jinx stays alive, and 1xN has had himself a really good time because of it.
All right, Grapes. Well, still got to close this one out for ThunderTalk. 6,000 gold in the lead, and it's going to be even more than that when you take into consideration items, gold, experience, all these kinds of things. So,
I mean, Beitron,
there's
no reason to just not keep going in. If you're this far ahead and you're going to just keep farming kills, why not? As Aki dies for the 5th time this game, 21-9, 7,000 gold lead in favor of ThunderTalk as they're looking to break open this tier 2 on the top side.
And they've got Beitron sitting in the wings if they really need to. You see how much damage 1xN does.
Setab.
Oh. Tries to
Charm
finally
is flashed away from here, but the hook does connect. That is going to be a big target as Doinby will fall. Has not had much of an impact in this game whatsoever. Setab misses on the charm once again. It could have been another kill going towards ThunderTalk, but the inhibitor towers are now the target here for this team just 23 minutes into the game.
They can try to look for an end in 3 minutes time. I mean, you have the Baron spawning in 2. TT are probably a little bit mad that, you know, we pushed back the Baron spawn a few minutes, because this could have been a closed and ended out game already if that objective was still up and available. But they just weren't able to find lead. They get Doinby and Aki, and maybe they're going to continue to try to stall out these bases.
1xN, no cleanse, no flash. The summoner-less Jinx, and she will get burned down. There's a shutdown going towards Shanji, but the trade is going to be big as Setab and Beitron combine for another kill. Overall, a 2-for-1 across the map, but Setab is still alive. Hoya returning from base with the needlework and with flash. This Gwen can get a little bit wild into these team fights, and with Doinby on the other side of the map, it'll be NiP backing away.
I like this piece of tech coming in from Feather, actually going for the first item, Mikhail's.
Leave is just dead again. He uses the blast cone away. Hoya has the needlework and the flash, but looks like he doesn't want to use it to over chase. So instead, it'll be all of ThunderTalk securing these bottom side jungle camps and just continuing to add to what is already a 7,500 gold lead.
Grapes, I'm looking at this. I have a 3-item Jinx on the enemy team. Also has the flash coming up, the cleanse as well. We have Baron spawning in a minute's time. That really feels like it's going to be the last nail in the coffin here for NiP. Even if they're able to stop the Baron, they then have to worry about turning around in a minute and a half's time towards this dragon. They make this play onto Beitron. Ari's on his way.
He's just so tanky at this point, and it's a beautifully funneled charm in from the Ixtal's impact. And look at Hoya decimating ninjas in pajamas and putting them to sleep. Doinby in a 1v2, gonna get collapsed upon by Setab. Baron might not even be necessary. It's a triple kill in for the Ari, and they're gonna try to make it forward, but it will just be the full ace for TT as they head down the mid lane.
And if they can't end on this wave, well, guess what? They've got a bottom lane wave to do it. ThunderTalk continue to be full of surprises here in the LPL. First it was BLG, and now it's Doinby and NiP.
It's the biggest win that they've had all split too long, as ThunderTalk have been able to walk the Thunder walk and pick up the 2-1 over NiP.
Fantastic stuff for a team that, honestly, I think a lot of fans were starting to lose hope in and maybe relegated towards the bottom of the standings. But at least for now, for tonight, they can hold their heads high and find themselves moving on up to 2 and 5. Not going to be moving too much in the standings. And again, I feel like this is a bigger indictment onto their opponents. NiP now taking 2 back-to-back losses here. One against Weibo last night, and here again against ThunderTalk.
It's so fascinating to see how the LPL schedule can be so brutal to a team like Ninjas in Pajamas. They were feeling very good about themselves just
Yeah.
2 days ago. They were 2-1 going into winnable matches against Weibo and TT. And then in back-to-back days, they lose both of them. Now have a losing record overall on the season. And ThunderTalk, hey, they already were in a tough spot just because of the fact that they already have played so many games in the standings. But this is 2-5. It feels a lot better than 1-6. That's all I'm gonna say. And so going
That is
into
true.
their next matchup against WE, if they can win that one too, all of a sudden they're back to 3-5. Like they're feeling pretty good about this, and that momentum can just continue to build.
I think that that's really the important one. Again, like we were saying, it matters so much for both of these teams to be able to find a victory here. For TT, again, like you're saying, 2-5, and now that we have a WE that is starting to kind of grease the gears and get things going, that means that this matchup is not just only the battle of the bottom of the table now. It actually feels like this could be a really close match between these two and kind of determining who exactly is going to be moving on forward and who is going to be ending at the bottom of our group ascent standings. Again, double round robin still available. And really, I think an important win, not only in the fact that obviously we talked about it before, but just not going on a massive loss streak. It would have been, I think, heartbreaking, potentially backbreaking for this team halfway through the split.
I mean, like, if that's what you thought was going to happen for this team when the roster was first announced, wouldn't be too surprised because, you know, they generally end around that, like, at the 8 to 12 spot, middle of the pack to maybe slightly towards the bottom half. But the excitement that people had about ThunderTalk from the Demacia Cup, where they ended top 4, into the split 1 of the LPL, where they ended up taking these big series off of teams like BLG, making it all the way to top 8 in the playoffs. To have the season and have the split 2 start off the way that it has definitely been a disappointment, even if it was maybe like a little bit too good to be true of what happened earlier on in the year. But
Yeah,
wins like this prove that maybe this TT team has still got it.
I still have a lot of questions for this team. There are some gameplay issues that are not quite solved. If we can get another set of performances, specifically from Beichuan and from Feather, I think that for sure, this is a team that can start to climb in the ranks and potentially break into that top 8, top 6. But for me anyway, I am looking at NiP now, where a team that was already kind of wishy-washy as to what kind of styles and what flavor of the month we were going to get from them in each of their matches is continuing to disappoint. I think that their matchup last night was a case where they lost because some of their individual pieces, specifically in the top side, were not as good as their counterparts. And another one where, unfortunately, this ex-OMG duo and Shanji and Aki just haven't been able to really provide as many wins. Part of that is the lack of creativity. I know that Shanji had a really good Rumble game this time around, but Aki was a pretty big pain point for them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that Pantheon ulted to his doom more than a couple of times in this game, as it felt like maybe a little bit of over-forcing from NiP, which I felt like maybe they didn't need to do when you had double marksman, but I guess he also were just seeing the fact that they had like a lot of hard engage tools that they wanted to kind of utilize, and it just never really worked out.
I just feel like it was all around that bottom lane play, right? Like the game was fine for them, even though their bottom lane had gotten, you know, some weird stuff going on with the supports trading. But that bottom lane dive up against Hoya, and then Feather and the rest of the crew, or Beichuan and Saytab, come on through, save the play. It just felt like from that moment on, we kind of get desperation Ninjas in Pajamas, where they are saying, look, we have to try to find a fight. We have to try to look for something. And that is just part of their identity, unfortunately, this year. Is just, we may not be able to play the map as well as some of our other teams. We may not have the best mechanical players in all roles. So we're just going to hope that our AD carry is going to outplay you in fights, and we're going to build space for him, and that'll win us some games, but it's not going to be able to kind of bring you to consistent success.
Speaking of bot lanes again, 1xN and Feather as well. Tremendous series. As we're getting towards the back end of these replays, so many options and so many things that were thrown at 1xN. The fact that he was able to live through a lot of these different team fights, I think only going down one time, very, very impressive. As I mean, just complete wipes on all sides of things. This is the one play where I think Beishwan did look like he was maybe in a little bit of trouble, but then the rest of the team got him.
He's too tanky, and I like what we saw from Setab there, where he just foxfires plus ults forward, and that's kind of just the end of the fight there. So I like the fact that we got Killer Instinct from them. I know that we had some question marks as to whether or not Setab was going to be able to perform with a lot of his champions out of the pool in one way or another, thanks to Fearless. So good to see a good performance out from ThunderTalk, and got to be thinking about who our MVP is. I want to just give it to Feather because he's had literally one game where he probably should have already gotten his MVP, but I just think that this Skarner game was way too good from Beishwan.
It was very good. I mean, a game that one-sided, it feels like any player is worthy of the player of the game. Honestly, I was even thinking Setab on the Ahri because of the amount of plays that he was able to find later on. But I do think that Beishwan is deserving a really good series from him. He's kind of been one of the more consistent players on this ThunderTalk team, even when they've been having their struggles, specifically in the laning phase. When you have 3 losing lanes as jungler, it always feels bad. But this time, it looks like specifically Setab was able to get advantages in the mid lane, and that was a good avenue and a good funnel for Beishwan to run through.
Really proud of the ThunderTalk boys. I know it's been a hard split already. Even their split one where they just immediately bomb out from playoffs. There's a lot of emotions running high for this team. So I think being able to find your win now is great. That matchup against Team WE, I think, is going to be a great stabilizer for them because that is a team that is much closer in the standings with them right now and is going to be battling between these two. I mean, with that win, ThunderTalk actually move up to 9th and bump WE down. And there we go.
Hey,
Feather. Okay.
Some support love. I feel like sometimes they kind of forget about the supports, but honestly, like I feel like this is the making it up for him for what also he was able to do on the Alistar in game 2. Just a really good last 2 games from him. As let's take another look at some of these plays. Oh, maybe we don't have to necessarily do that because we got another series to prepare for as well. But overall, congratulations to ThunderTalk, as now we just got to see, like, can they keep this momentum heading into the back half of this first round robin?
That'll be a big question for them. Again, double round robin means that they're going to have to face against all the other top teams, and that'll kind of be a big test for them if they can hopefully find some more wins. And for NiP, it's back to the drawing board, and hopefully they can kind of find a more consistent way to be able to play and win these games.
Yeah, well, that's going to do it for our first series of the day here on LPL English. Also going to do it for me here today on the show. We're going to swap in some play-by-plays, have Yanni wrap up the show for us, but you're not going to want to miss this next series that is upcoming. It is JDG versus Invictus Gaming. The 1v1, by the way, between those mid laners, they're pretty good. We're going to head right back to a short break. When we come back, we'll have the start of that series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Had a really nice series between NiP and TT. Very fun, went the distance. Feels good, to watch TT get another win. But now is the real stuff that you've been waiting for. If IG versus JDG, a battle of heavyweight titans in the league here, Henry.
And a series that we're hoping also goes the distance. I know that this last series we have now had 4 best of 3s go all 3 games. So we're looking for lucky number 15 in terms of
Keep the streak
total
alive.
games. Keep the streak alive. We'll see how long this goes for.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we will see, because one thing to notice, both these teams did play each other in the placement stage. They played twice. They were in the same group, and IG won both of them. Obviously, best of ones. We talk about the kind of surprising nature of IG's, picks, specifically coming out of the top lane. But in a true best of 3 fearless, I do wonder if things will stay the same or change. Take a look at your roster for Invictus Gaming. You know them, you love them. It's the Shy, JJ, Rookie, Gala, and Mako.
Very impressive stuff. I know Mako just reaching his 1,000th game a couple of days ago.
Woohoo!
And I think in general, Invictus, very big fan favorites. The Shy and Rookie coming back after their world championship 7 years ago, yeah. Really crazy stuff. And this team has been, kind of hit or miss, but has been getting a lot stronger here in Split 2. And they're going to have to prove it that they've kind of earned their medal going up against JDG today.
You talk about guys like the Shy, who have been pretty inconsistent in times. You've been very vocal about the fact that he's put a lot of games in jeopardy, but he does bring a lot to the team and bring a lot of focus. And this bot lane, Gala and Mako, have struggled a little bit. This is their time to really step up against a clear-cut top 3 team.
And I know we have a couple of clips just to demonstrate it. When we look at this team, it feels like at the beginning of 2021, we were really excited, or 2025, we were really excited for JJ, but we can kind of see here, this is a part of the matchup that's going to be so fun, is seeing Shun go up against his old team, going up against the Shy and Rookie in particular, the team that brought him into the league when he was on IG Miracles, and now going up against JJ, a world champion in his own right, who has kind of helped carry this team across the finish line more than once.
Yeah, this is going to be that matchup to watch, because you know that Shun is going to bring a little bit extra to this match, I think. Playing against the guys that he sees as big brothers, helped him a ton when he first started out. And, again, going up against JJ, as you said, this is not going to be an easy task. It's not going to be like, hey, I'm the guy, I'm going to take over. No, you're going to have to work for everything, Shun, if you want to come away with a victory and prove to those guys that you are the king.
Exactly. And for the side of IG, the parts that I have been kind of a little bit disappointed, and I think fans have been as well, has been Gala and Mako, unfortunately. These two with really legendary pedigrees, especially a player like Mako coming off of a season on top esports last year, has kind of just been throwing his body to the wind. Mako has had record death games a couple of times back to back, and Gala, unfortunately, is just making a fair amount of effort of just bad clicks and bad movements, which is costing some of these fights. So I kind of want to see if some of these other members of IG can step up. In particular, this mid jungle has looked really, really on fire for Invictus.
Yeah, it is so disappointing, because Mako, a 10-time LPL All-Pro, he's really a legendary player in the LPL. And Gala, of course, still, not the longest career just yet, but has done so much already. But as you pointed out, Rookie and JJ, Rookie specifically, mentioned that, after lane swaps were over and done with, feels a lot better about his performances, has been performing a lot better, so that'll be really exciting. But now it's time to set our focus on JDG. Take a look at the roster you have here. It's a la Shun, Scout, Pays, and Missing. It's so crazy to think that just last year, 4 out of 5 of these players were completely different, and they've still come back with a top-tier roster.
And they're all different rosters, right? Like, even Pays now joining the LPL. There are so many questions coming into 2025. I mean, we started off the LPL English broadcast with Demacia Cup. JDG looked completely terrible in that tournament, to be fair, and they've come a long way from those days. There are still some things that they can work on, but what I'm most excited for JDG has to be the mid lane right now. We've gotten consistent games from Pays and Missing that it feels like, yes, they have finally kind of joined on board. But Scout, the person that had a fair few games where he was getting gapped by Linfeng on OMG just a couple of months ago, he has come to play here in the back half of LPL and Split 2. And I'm super excited as a legendary mid laner of the league to finally come forward and kind of prove his mettle.
It's so crazy to see how far this guy has come, right? From starting out his career as essentially Faker's understudy and has now made his own path and has become a legendary player in his own right. 7-time attendee at Worlds, a 7-time All-Pro, second team in Split 1, even though he didn't really look that great at times, but has really stepped it up and is a big reason why JDG has been so successful here in Split 2.
And the reason why they're even able to get to this point and have such great performances is not only Scout, but also this bottom lane, specifically Pays, has not missed a beat since leaving Gen G. There were so many doubts thrown his way as to whether or not he was getting carried by the likes of Chovy and Canyon and Keen, but he has put all of those doubts to rest, even in series where some of his teammates have not been performing. I'm looking mostly at Missing, who we've made a lot of jokes about it. I know we had like a fake article of like looking for Missing, have you seen this man? But he is, I think, starting to clean up a lot of his play in the back end of this year, or the back end of this split, and has been, I think, starting to come into his own alongside the rest of his team.
Yeah, is really showing the brass at JDG that it was a good decision to keep him as you move into Split 2, because he was the one player that JDG did not replace coming into 2025. And I love the hit that you had on Pays. I have had so many arguments with other friends in the space that no, Pays is not getting carried. This guy's legitimately good. I've been called an idiot. I've been called a non-ball knower. And this guy, I'm personally happy that he's been proving me right. I mean, such a young player still, and has just done so much in his short time, which is why I'm really hoping that on the other side, Gala and Mako bring their A game, because the fireworks between these two teams would be a sight to behold.
This is going to be another banger game. I hope for this series, because it feels like I said it in last game. IG have just been bringing bangers to the LPL. Like we had their series versus BLG. Then we have another series for IG that kind of like goes the distance, and we're like, oh crap, like is this really happening? Like I'm thinking of that FPX series where they end up going to 3 anyway. Like they have just been consistently throwing up good games for this team.
Yeah, entertaining games at the very least, right? And,
yeah.
Because IG, you take a look at the record, they're 3-3 right now. They're 7-9 in individual games, which is so wild that you're at 500 for match score, but for individual game score, you're actually down 2. Don't ask me to do that percentage. Meanwhile, JDG on the other side, 3-1, but recently took a loss. To talk about what these teams have gone through this week, I mean, JDG got upset by FPX, who are all of a sudden on a roll. And then, IG, they lost to NiP, that NiP team that just got ThunderTalk.
I don't know, man. IG just feels like the most hot and cold team. Like we have performances where the Shy is really performing well on some of these melee mids or melee tops, and then just the sides. I'm pulling out an Italy game, guys. You're just gonna have to deal with the Nidalee top. I must play in Italy. Gonna influence some of the global top meta because so many people look towards the Shy as a role model, especially for how he played in 2018 when he won the World Championship. So I don't know. This is the same team that is able to take a 2-1 over top esports, that is able to kind of put up games versus our top teams. But IG in the same fashion, or JDG in the same fashion, like you just said, they were the undefeated team coming into this week. But that series against FPX, maybe it's a little bit of something in the water over the Fun Plus Phoenix camp, but I still think we had some really tough games there from JDG, and ones that they could have fought back and potentially still won.
Yeah, and I think that this is a good message to JDG. No matter how well you've been playing, anybody can win at any given time. You cannot take any team lightly, especially not this IG team. Now, both of these teams, we've talked about vying for top 4 placement. JDG looking like a pretty clear-cut top 3 team at the very least. We've all talked about how that 4th spot is really up for grabs for multiple teams. And really what we're looking for is consistency, right? IG need to display more consistency, and JDG need to show that last match was an aberration, right? And that's been a key theme overall in the LPL so far, but no team has embodied it more like IG.
Yeah, IG are very similar to NiP in that fashion, where they just show up on a day and they're like, yep, we're just going to play really, really well. We're going to play a little bit higher than our, kind of weight. I will say, I think IG on paper is a better team than NiP, and that's not just me taking a dunk on them after they just lost. I think we kind of saw that in their series, unfortunately. So it's going to be a pretty big test here. If IG can beat JDG, I think it brings up their standings quite obviously, but I think taking down a really strong team in JDG who, despite some road bumps, are looking to try to keep on steaming forward as a top 3 team here in the league.
Without a doubt. And, we already talked about, Rookie, the Shy, and Shun, right? And, Shun having played with them for so long, really expecting him to know the tendencies of these guys, right? And having
that was 4 years ago, dog.
Early on, yeah, it was a long time ago.
If I'm still scouting my boys 4 years later, then good on me.
But listen, players do fall into habits sometimes. Has the Shy really changed his playstyle since 4 years ago? Let's be honest.
Probably not, but also, some other things have changed, right? Like, Rookie has, I think, needed to evolve a little bit as a player, especially towards the twilight of his career. He is definitely starting to kind of lose that steam of being one of the best mids in the LPL. The joke before was always like, Rookie is just playing so well, and then you look at the rest of his team and he's getting ran down, or he just can't find wins. But now he has a team that hopefully can kind of play up to his level, and we are still having some of those games where unfortunately IG just make way too many mistakes. But for Invictus, I'm going to be looking at how they play around side lanes. I think Rookie has played the map really, really well in some of their recent matches, and so it'll be up to them and how they are able to match the strength of JDG, who have been by and far away, I think, outside of looking at a team like Anyone's Legend, probably our best team. They just haven't played as many games.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good test for JDG coming off of that loss, right? Just to make sure, hey, now you're getting tested again. Obviously, IG super inconsistent, but as we've talked about, they can come in really, really hot, and not only just Rookie in the side lane, but the Shy in the side lane should be able to make a big impact. His global taunt that he has, so many times you see teams run after him to try and take him down, and then IG are able to get things on the cross map, right? That has been a big reason why they've been successful in their wins.
So as we get set up, this is going to be our 1v1 for side selection, and we could not have gotten a better treat for such a legendary matchup. It is going to be Rookie versus Scout playing for side select in this game. Honestly, 2 legends of the LPL, 2 legends when you talk about being some of the only players to bring home a world championship for the LPL. And I want to thank you for showing a graphic that was put over on the Chinese broadcast. They do have the all-time record between these 2 players, 28-26 in favor of Rookie. So
dude, seriously?
we're seeing if he's able to take that and kind of flip the script in today's matchup.
Oh, that's so cool. It's so close. That's the crazy part. So many times in the history of League of Legends, you'll take a look at a player's head-to-head, and you might grimace a little bit, right? Because it's so rare that at any given time, 2 legendary players have the rosters that are able to actually go head-to-head and trade games regularly. Sometimes you just have a team that really clicks and is 3-0ing a bunch of people, and maybe 3-1s a couple series against other top teams. And then, this team that you perceive as to be a top team, like Invictus Gaming perhaps this year, tends to be a little shaky. So seeing the fact that they're so close all the time, really just a testament to how great the teams around them have been and how great they've elevated their teams themselves.
Yeah. I can already see that camera pan, man. They use it for draft. We are in the home arena of JDG over in Beijing, so going to be hopefully some more home advantage than what NiP got in the series beforehand.
We don't talk about that. It's a little rough. But hey, the fans were out in force yesterday at the very least.
Yeah.
I was a little too preoccupied to hear out the Gyos today. Hopefully they rang out strong for NiP, but I assume that the JDG fans will be out in force. What's really interesting is the couple of respect bands of the Corki and the Orianna, because not only are they great 1v1 champions, great individual champions as well for them.
Okay. We're getting a mirror match. Please
Surely
tell me
not.
we're getting a mirror match against 2 of the best mid laners to ever touch
Let's
the
go.
game in the LPL. Okay. We're getting Varus versus Varus, a champion that has been quite popular I know Varus a couple of years ago was a long time ago was a very popular mid laner. It's been a while, but both of these laners were definitely playing when that was the case. So we'll see what these two are able to put forward here. As again, kind of feels like both of these mid laners, both of these players and their teams are sleeping giants, are slowly starting to come through in terms of their mechanics and how they play. Being able to settle it here on this 1v1 definitely feels kind of poetic in that sense.
Yeah, maybe perhaps you know, IG still a little eepy, right? They're still trying to get out of bed.
Yeah,
they're just like early morning for
they're
real.
like sleeping giants, but like they're probably like 6'3" giants. Whereas over here on JDG, we're rocking at least 7 feet, dripped out, perfect, flawless skin.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. You know what? You're right. I think you're right. Maybe a bad hair day a couple days ago, but the one really big reason why I'm excited for this 1v1 of these two Varus picks is this means that we might not have to wait for the Ring of Fire because of what you're able to do, how much damage this champion can do once you get off a couple of auto attacks, and you can see Rookie going flashless here, electing for that ignite and barrier that many 1v1 players are fond of.
Oh,
let's do it.
Here's that 1v1.
Let's do it. All right, let's scrap. Not a ton of damage for now, but it's a good early scrap going even here. Ooh. Maybe perhaps a little bit in the way of Scout.
Short-term trades are going to be in favor of Rookie because he did opt for a PTA. There is a lethal tempo here for Scout on opposition, but it seems like Scout did get a pretty healthy trade there. He's got terrified, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm here, bro. Don't worry.
I just heard 2 Discord pings leave the call. I thought my producer died.
After yesterday, you know, I did get a little worried. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, my internet goes out again.
Brother.
All right, man. Yep, true. All right, well, not going to be getting too much action in this one for right now. It is just going to be Varus. Maybe we see, like you're saying, some early kills go on, but I will say I kind of do favor Scout as this goes forward. Just having access to the flash and the barrier, something that Rookie doesn't in particular. Not having that flash means that if the ultimate ever does come out, that is something that can very easily kind of join or kind of hit. So,
uh-oh, here we go. Ignites, flashes, burn, and the first kill goes to Rookie. The combat summoners win out.
There we go. Okay. So that was pre-level 6. So for everybody at home, if you're wondering what exactly are the rules, kind of says it at the bottom there. So if you're unfamiliar with Chinese, I get it. It is first turret, first 2 kills, or at 7 minutes, there's going to be a Ring of Fire, and it'll be sudden death. So doesn't matter what happened before. All that matters is who gets taken down when the Ring of Fire is active. So Rookie's going to be able to back. He'll grab himself a pickaxe as well as a dagger, and grabbing himself a Vamp Scepter, definitely going to help him when in these trades.
Yeah, this is really bad for Scout, right? I imagine that Rookie might just come back and try to rip it. I don't really see a reason why he wouldn't, but we will see. You know, maybe he'll just spend some time clearing out this wave and obviously look for an opportunity to maybe do something. A Scout now hits level 6 with no summoners. All bets are off.
This is I'm sorry for everybody at home, and this is not going to get much more interesting. We're probably waiting for Ring of Fire.
All right, so I think Scout is definitely going to wait for the Ring of Fire. I think if Rookie sees an opportunity, might just rip his ultimate.
Definitely possible. That is only going to be one of the spells landing there for Scout. Rookie is aggressing.
Yeah, he's just looking for it. Here we go. He's rooted him up. Remember, it does stack all of your passive right away. Scout immediately getting chunked low.
Rookie could have gotten a little bit more damage because the Q does damage, scaling damage based on how long it's channeled for up to a certain point. So instead just going for the short change of just doing a quick charge and getting all of those Blight stocks. Scout does recall, and he should be able to get back here in time. He's about a level and a half down now, though. And Rookie will be able also be able to catch this wave.
To see if Scout elects to maybe try and... Yeah, I think he's just waiting for Ring of Fire, you know. Yep. Honestly, it just seems like he's really just trying to take Rookie by surprise. You know, now down 2 levels. He's going to interrupt that recall, which is very significant.
Yeah, does mean that Rookie's going to give up this. So this turns into a big influx of gold for Rookie. Scout should be able to very easily clear this minion wave. He'll have access to hitting on the turret, so at least one plate going over to Scout. I would not be surprised to see two going over. And because that was a cannon minion wave as well, he'll have a lot of extra gold in his back pocket.
Yeah, it's really good. Good recovery for the moment here. Still down a level. We do not have the experience bars on these 1v1s, which... Oh, wait, no. Bottom left-hand corner, I guess.
Yeah, bottom, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, Scout missed his ultimate. It's over.
Oh, no!
See you later, bud. You're dead. Burn away. You deserve the loss. Rookie goes 2-0.
Doesn't even need the Ring of Fire. Rookie just says, I'll do it myself. You know, technically, he did get the first LPL, the first World Champion trophy for the LPL, so quite fun to see there. As Scout Sligrin, he's like, you know, happens. Who needs side select anyway? We got to start coping for ourselves. Who needs
side select fake? It's not fake,
Yeah.
by the way. It is not fake.
So, you know, things to think about, narratively speaking, for this matchup. I feel like we kind of swapped over the junglers and kind of like the different levels of like the through lines here, because we're talking about Swin versus his older teammates in Rookie and Thashai. Well, what about JJ, right? JJ and Mako versus their former mid laner.
Yeah.
So many like threads to pull on for these two teams, and this is just a regular season game. This is a regular best of 3 between these two.
Yeah, for those who may not know, JJ playing with Scout and Mako from 2019 to 2022. They won a world championship in 2021. I remember where I was when they won that world championship. I was at a Magic tournament.
Oh.
Yeah, I was at the first large Magic tournament that was held post-COVID.
Oh.
I was standing in line, waiting to sign up, watching the game on my phone with like 4 people crowded around me. It was great. That's what LoL Esports is all about.
When EDG won, I was a barista. I was the only one in the store, so I got to put my phone up on like one of the shelves, and while I'm basically prepping to open the store, I'm like sitting there watching the opening ceremony. I couldn't watch the games, unfortunately, because my shift, but I was rather excited to hear and see whether or not EDG were going to be able to win that year.
You just got to tell all the people coming in, hey, sorry, you know, it's World's Day. My bad. You know, I know.
You wouldn't get it.
No,
you wouldn't get it.
They would not. They would not understand. It took some convincing for my coworkers to understand at my job. I think I put on 2019 Worlds at my current job when I was brand new, because we have a bunch of TVs in there, and they were like, "What is this?" So I had to go and explain everything about League of Legends at a very, very base level. And this was even before I started casting, so I was like, "Oh man, it's kind of hard to explain things." I'm not gonna lie.
I've tried to explain to I hate to use this word, but like normie coworkers who just don't play video games, or specifically don't play League of Legends, and
it's a tough one.
I don't know. It depends on how much of like a video game understanding, because if they don't really understand video games, you have to like even start even more basic.
Yeah.
But we have IG on blue side, and I know that camera pan. We're getting ready for draft.
All right, what do we got? A couple good bans out here, focusing on the mid lane. Talia and Yone are taken away.
And for IG, I think a big focus is going to be grabbing comfortable mid matchups, especially into Scout, getting rid of his Talia and getting rid of the Yone champion that in particular that Yone he does not get access to as a champion that basically carried LNG all of last year into the World's performance. So Vi as well, I think a perfectly fine takeaway. We're probably going to see more bans towards our top laners as we end this part of the draft.
Yeah, it's JJ's most played, so giving throwing him off a little bit, making him go at least a little bit deeper into the picks, trying to maybe give Shun a slight advantage, but also not have to worry about that Vi, because that Vi is a disgusting champion to have to deal with. That ultimate is incredibly powerful. We're seeing this Sion get taken off the board as well.
Sion becoming the new hotness here in the LPL. We got a B1 earlier today. I know we had a B1 Sion yesterday as well. So here we go. IG, what is our first pick? We have a couple of really strong junglers still up and available, but of course, Jace can expect to potentially see the Ambessa as the answer. Very early on, you get a lot of priority, and for Allah will definitely be a champion that he's been looking forward to.
Yeah, and that Jace, pretty solid flex. Wonder if it'll go into the hands of rookie. You know, doesn't it is a find the shy champion too. I just
Yeah.
always expect him to play something really weird at this point, to be quite honest with you. As we do see the R1
Oh!
Yorick lock in, the terror has returned. It's time to split push.
Okay. And what does Shin decide to pick? Could go for more of these AP junglers. Again, Xin Sao still available, still very strong. Could maybe try to open with a Nidalee game very early. I think it's a bit risky, but hey.
It'll be difficult to pick that Italy, I think, with the Yorick. They will go and pick the Sejuani, remember?
Okay.
Whenever Yorick in the game, you typically want to have a strong 4-man unit because he's just going to be off over and, Timbuktu doing whatever he's
Over
supposed to do.
yonder.
Yeah, and you trust that he's going to hopefully win you the game, which has, not been super fantastic, right? Have
No.
a couple of good Yorick wins, but a couple of Yorick losses.
Yeah, Bin lost most importantly in their series earlier. So here from IG, they're going for a composition that does feel a little bit squishy so far from their top side. You have a Jace for poke. JDG, who has been mighty impeccable on this Lilia this year so far, has had a handful of games already where he has basically saved IG. And now we're getting the Varus here for Gala. So it seems like IG are going to want to play at range, take away some of these HP bars very early on, and keep their opponents at arm's reach.
Yeah, and they also have go buttons, right? The Lilia ultimate, the Varus ultimate. You can whittle down this 4-man squad of JDG, force them off wherever they're trying to defend, and then maybe get a pick or two on the way out and really try to minimize the damage that Yorick will do while maximizing the rewards you can get. But Misfortune, a pretty solid champion to pair up with Sejuani engages.
And it feels like JDG have really been forcing this Misfortune a lot. When we talk about this MF, it has looked at the very beginning of the year one of FaZe's weakest champions and just being able to position and find team fights, but he is slowly starting to get more and more comfortable with this champ here with JDG. And I think there's a lot of criticism, rightfully so, but I think making sure that he has this champion who, for the most part, stays a staple in a lot of professional games, I think is a really nice tool for CV Max and the rest of JDG to have access to in further series. So we'll see if Scout is able, or if Paze is able to perform. He doesn't have quite as much lockdown. We can kind of already see that support's starting to get focused specifically from JDG, which I find surprising.
Yeah, I did too. And, just making sure that IG doesn't have that hard engage. I do think that there may be a couple of other options. A Rel, I think, would be pretty okay. It's a good takeaway as well. It doesn't really fit 100% with the comp, but sometimes you do want that hard engage. And then, of course, the Sylas getting banned by IG because you give a Sylas over to Scout, will be able to make an impact even with just a Varus.
I just don't think this is a Sylas game so far. I mean, you really don't want to have to try to play into some of these carries. It's great into the Lilia as this game goes on, but who exactly are we pairing with Sejuani? Because we don't have the Yone, so that's going to be gone. And Yone typically gets to get paired with this champion. So what kind of melee mid, if any, are we going to be getting from Scout? I could expect from JDG, they might try to go for their support pick on 4 and then just let Scout have counter on 5. Maybe they think that the bot lane matchup is a little bit more important here versus Mako.
Yeah, it looks like they may forsake a melee mid because, again, not too many left. Like, other than that, you're picking like Galio, which with this team composition, I don't think is necessarily going to work. Could go with the old tried and true. No reason why you wouldn't be pretty happy with a Victor, especially given the fact that you will be playing often as a 4-man unit. So that gravity field will do well to stop IG from trying to get in there.
Okay, but we don't have any setup. This is literally almost the same comp that we just saw from NiP in game number 2 of their series. I'm kind of scared because there's not enough setup here for Misfortune. There's no one that can really tank, especially because we've already set up the fact that Yorick is probably going to be in a side lane more often than not. So with IG just being able to outrange them, be able to kind of ignore the big bodies of a Sejuani, Misfortune and Victor kind of are put into a really tough position here. So IG, I mean, I feel like you can kind of tie this all together with a mid lane pick, whether it is going to be this Rise or you're able to get the Aurora. you're kind of fine with this matchup right now?
Yeah, that rel got taken away, so JDG not going to have that tool, and I think the Rise would be great because you can get this Varus and this Lilia maybe a little bit closer if JDG tries to run away on low health bars. You can also have a lot of creative realm warps that we've seen a lot of mid laners pull out. Now we await JDG's support.
There's no Alistar. Honestly, a Leona kind of saves the game because, all right, we're going for Nautilus. Very similar to the Leona with the point and click ultimate and the hook. So how IG play this is going to come down to who exactly is going to be able to stop Sejuani and the Nautilus. And while there isn't as much setup as I would like for Misfortune, I look over at IG and it's only Rel who can realistically tank a hook or a Sejuani ult this time around. IG are playing a very risky composition that is going to want to play the side lanes, collapse inwards after they push their waves, and play off of the fact that they have good waves push in mid thanks to having this Varus later on into the game. Either getting themselves early grubs or getting some of those early dragons are going to be very important for Invictus Gaming.
One thing you mentioned is that Mako has been dying a lot for this team.
Yeah.
Him being the primary source of engage here does mean that his body is going to once again be on the line. He's going to have to be very measured with his engages. You go a little bit too far, now you're just throwing the game away, right? You do not want to give too much over to the other side.
And an important matchup against two teams that are in our top 6 right now. JDG trying to push further and potentially break top 2 and enter the same class as Anyone's Legend and TES. While Invictus Gaming playing a few more games than JDG, but unfortunately not necessarily locking down some of these wins. And so I think a win versus one of our other top teams would build a lot of confidence, not only for themselves, but across the league for an Invictus Gaming that has so many fans watching them.
If JDG lose 2 straight, all of a sudden we've got some questions, right? Because of the matter of who they've lost to. Because IG, even with a win here, I still don't think will have fully proven themselves. They proved that they can win to anybody and lose to anybody on any given day, right? Even with a win here. But it would prove that their highs are incredibly high. Alk Battery, it's time for game 1 of this best of 3 series between Invictus Gaming and JDG, as we're ready to get on Summoner's Rift in just a moment.
Such an important game. And here for Invictus, kind of am looking towards this bottom lane and what they're able to do. And again, we're going to have our eyes on our 2 mid laners here. Victor, a mage that typically gets a lot of priority early on, but it's going to be hard for him to play as we get right into game number 1.
Well, that's so cool. Even at the home stadium of JDG.
Mako!
Oh no, Mako. It's too early for this, Mako, please! Does flash away, dodge down on the hook, he will survive. But a rough start.
Incredibly close. I mean, you say a rough start. He still has Hex Flash. You now have gotten rid of the Ignite from this bottom lane matchup. I think that's incredibly fortunate and as good as it's going to get here for IG. Now that we have them missing out on that, this does kind of change up some of the bot lane pairs, especially now with Gala going for the Halo Blades. Potentially there's an angle here at level 2, potentially, or even level 3 that without this Ignite, IG can find a win in the 2v2.
Absolutely right. This doesn't mean there's opportunity for Shun to perhaps show up to the bottom side. But guess who's showing up to the top side? They're bullying out little brother.
Yep. Shun, it's nice to welcome you to the LPL in 2021, but Rookie and Thashai just say, look, no, there's no bad blood, but we got to win on the stage when it comes down to it. And already pushing the Sejuani off, no flash, has to start half HP on the bottom side, and now they've completely opened up the map here in the top side. JJ is going to have access to all of these top side camps. Allah has to play very carefully in this bottom lane. Oh, missing.
Oh, he's missing the hook. Does get taken to half. One trade for IG. That's going to make it incredibly difficult for Shun to try to get into this bottom side, right? He might just lose out on camps because of the way the lanes are, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he just makes a beeline over and JJ just decides we're okay with a vertical map.
It looks like he is going to see how many of his topside camps he'll actually have access to, although looking at the minimap now, he is starting to lean towards his bottom side. It's going to be very important for JDG's bot lane to get priority, or at least for Missing to get freed up to move, so that they can try to look for something. Bit of chip damage down onto Scout. Great job from JJ and Rookie. But now that they know JJ has crossed over, Sun's like, well, do I just cross through mid and try to find, some of his topside camps? Oh, Rookie. Oh,
okay, we're
Rookie.
just going to look for Rookie. Scout's at level 3. Rookie's got to flash away. I like that Shun's being very aggressive here. A flash after Rookie. He's an auto away from death.
The Raptors!
Oh, the Raptor. Come on. No, it's on to JJ.
What?
And JJ will get the smite and secure his Raptors.
I think the Dream Dust passive from Lilia plus the jungle camp kept aggro that entire time. Very lucky stuff there. And we also have now lost flashes from 3 out of the 4 members of this mid-jungle duo. Rookie having to flash over the wall. Scout trying to follow the Shy. Oh,
He's locked
no.
in the cage. He's not doing just fine. Actually, he is. He's okay.
But this is
awesome.
such a good thing for Shun now, because he actually gets to farm more than just 3 camps on the bottom lane. He gets a red buff, and that's it. He doesn't even get the Raptors. He has 4 camps and maybe the Scuttle on bottom side. This is a tough ask for Shun early on into this game.
We talk about so much how you have to really disrupt early Lilia clears. But Lilia is the one doing the disrupting and now has so much and is going to be a little supercharged. You can already see pings going down onto the Raptor respawn as Rookie starts a fight with Scout. He is a level down. No flashes. Shun shows up to the mid lane here. And Rookie's going to get stunned. And it looks like he's going to go down. It's going to be first blood to Scout. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Mako going in. And the Ignite is down on the Missing. Gala trying to get this kill. Missing couldn't hit the wall. And he hits the floor.
There we go. So 1 for 1 across the board. Maybe they try to look for a little bit more. Bot lane is going to be pushed back. JJ is going to try and steal. He gets most of the Raptors. Despite his mid lane going down, JJ is saying, I'm determined to take this camp away from JDG. And I like how these two teams are testing each other early on, seeing what they're allowed to get away with. Can I make this trade? Am I allowed to take this camp here? Seeing what is illegal and what is not so far between two teams.
Already these teams poking and prodding back and forth. Scout getting a little supercharged here. A kill going over to Mako. You would have really liked it in the back pocket of Gala. And now I'm very curious to see what sort of fights we'll get as the Grubs come up in about 45 seconds. Both mid laners still without flash. Gala down a barrier. The Ignites are down for the supports. So a lot less aggression you're able to really impose on the enemies.
Yeah, for right now, it's going to be IG with that favor in terms of the lanes. I don't think we're going to get any Grubs for at least the next 45 seconds, with JJ still having to do his bottom side camps. There's also going to be a Scuttle spawning in time as well, so something that they'll be looking at. Ricky doesn't have the ultimate quite yet, and he is quite far behind when we talk about the experience between these two. So there might even be a situation where if Scout gets a recall, he'll have level 6 before his opponent, and that could be a big game changer.
Without a doubt, and especially because you have a lot more instant combat power with the Chaos Storm as opposed to Ryze's ultimate to trying to at least get in there, right? Obviously, one of them does damage, the other one does not. Shun up on the top side here, just trying to clear out this pink, maybe get a little bit of control, as we have 3 strong on the top side for JDG, while JJ clears his top side, and the Grubs have been started up by Shun.
Okay, it's JDG first in the river. IG are going to be the first ones to have to push out their waves, trying to get this top lane fixed. At least one Grub. JJ is watching, and Rookie is getting close to having his level 6, so he'll be able to realm warp and change positions with his team.
Oh, wait, they're just going to turn on to Rookie here. He's in the middle of 4 members, and that Chaos Storm will take him out. Missing will die on the backside, and now Shun is forced to flash away as Gala and Mako are running at him. The Ignite is down, but Gala's got to flash over the wall because Pays has been untouched. Mako's going to get another kill for himself, but Pays is in trouble, down to about half HP with the stun onto JJ. Does Mako want to go back in? He is a little low. They're going to flash forward, try to make a play. Mako can. No, he does. He gets the stun onto Pays.
Oh, no!
And the Dream Dust, the dodge, it doesn't matter. Pays falls to JJ.
And JJ on this Lilia is now turbocharged at this point. Missing is going to try and come in and interrupt. doesn't even land the hook. It's still one grub going over to JDG, but now the jungler of IG is in such a good position to carry this game. Who is going to be able to stop this Lilia outside of a Nautilus ultimate? A tough ask here for JDG as they lose that fight and are still trying to jockey for position as so many summoner spells go over in favor of IG.
You're so right, Alk. The only person who can really try to slow down Lilia is this Nautilus. But then you're going to have to follow up, right? JJ, if this ultimate comes through, it's not instant. If he's got so much movement speed, he can just run away. Speaking of running away, Shun forced to get out of there. He does snag a grub for himself, but it's been a rough early start for the Sejuani.
Early pathing to try to get rid of Sejuani early. We saw the invade. Scout no longer having the gravity well is something that maybe they wish they can kind of take back as JDG. We kind of see how well JJ was able to kind of space this fight, just constantly playing around having his Prance so that he can have all this movement speed, and there's no one without any crowd control from the side of JDG that could actually stop him from doing so. I like how aggressive they were willing to play with some of their summoner spells, and I think they're going to be more than happy with this trade, especially with ultimate starting to come up for this bottom lane. No flash available for this Misfortune is something that they can try to play around.
Thankfully for JDG, JJ does not have his flash, so you don't have to worry about getting flashed on and 3 people getting tagged with a Lilia. You just have to worry about the Lilia running you down because of how strong he is right now. 2-0-1 already with those Faded Ashes, going to help that clear a little bit more. JDG congregating on the bottom side here. Be a little thirsty for an objective as the Shy and Allah going to go in for a little bit of a trade, but JJ shows up to the party. Shun gets tagged as well, and the Lilting Lullaby going to go down. They will elect to go on top of Allah, and Allah is going to have a hard time dealing with these two. He's going to flash over the wall. Will the pursuit continue? It does. They're going to tag him with a slow, but the Shy and JJ can't get closer.
But can they go for the redive here? You kind of see that they're going to try and push this wave. Shun is getting chased through enemy jungle. Mako might spot him here. Uh-oh, this is going from bad to worse for the JDG jungle.
Okay, Rookie. Oh, he got behind the minions. That's a veteran's move if I've ever seen it. Meanwhile, Shun trying to escape. He still thinks he plays with the Shy and Rookie. He's on their side of the map, but he manages to get back to his team after he comes to his senses.
Wow. Tough plays, and the fact that both Shun and the Rookie are able to kind of make different escapes in different situations. Really cool here. I will kind of give over the fact that IG are still advantaged in this game. They're making consistently better plays. I like how they disrupted Shun very early on into this game. And we have not seen too much of Allah in the side lane. It is him going just below even with the Shy on this Jace. And just barely being able to get himself the plate here. He doesn't even get it.
Not even. Oof.
Wow.
That's tough. You're going to have to put your body on the line without a flash to go back up there again. Maybe JJ pays you a bit of a visit later. You don't have the vision, so you have no idea. It's going to be very worrisome for Allah as he looks to get himself kickstarted. And he really needs to be the one to get kickstarted because right now, IG up 2,000 gold. And the only person you're thinking about for JDG to hang your hat on is probably a late game scout.
Yeah, but again, we said for both of these teams that the front lines are going to be so important. One much more built out for JDG as this game goes on. And for IG, it is just Mako by himself. Not even Thashai going for a bruiser build this time around. Instead, opting for the lethality and going for a much higher DPS. So, going to be interesting to see what he's able to accomplish on this Jace. It's going to be the first dragon at 11.5 minutes here. While it seems like JDG are going to be sulking around, seeing if they can make a play after this camp, potentially on top side.
The injury's already finished for JJ. We also have the Ghost Blade coming through for Gala. I mean, this team is incredibly strong right now after they took that Dragon 2. Second set of grubs in about 10 seconds. I can't imagine JDG is hankering for a fight. I mean, Shun on the other side, just a pair of belts. That's it, man. This is a maul in 2011. Bro's got multiple belts on, but that's it.
Yeah. It's so tough because even if Thashai is going to be able to finish off this wave, he'll recall, he'll be able to teleport wherever they need him on the map, and he'll have access to the Youmu's. Scout potentially
Very
getting caught
good.
out here.
Yeah, this is a
Got some
problem. Scout
mana.
is out of mana. Yeah, he's going to deal good damage to Rookie, and Rookie is going to be forced away, worried about that damage from the Chaos Storm. Maybe we'll elect to see a re-dive. Scout wisely going to limp walk. Victor doesn't limp anymore. He's going to get out of there as JJ secures 3 grubs on the top side.
Wow, 5 grubs now here for the side of IG. You are feeling so good if you're able to get alone time now. We're even seeing it, Rookie being able to hit on this top lane tier 1. They're even bringing Gala and JJ, so they get a little bit of piece of the pie here. And that'll be a large influx of gold now being put into the pockets of Invictus Gaming, as some of their lane assignments look a little bit wonky here as they kind of have been moving around the map, but IG are continuing to grow their lead in this game, and JDG still feel a little bit disheveled. We're seeing individual plays that are starting to work out for them, but in terms of where and how we've actually activated our junglers, JJ has had a much better time this game compared to his counterpart.
Yeah, Jun had that really nice play coming through to get take out a couple of members, going after Rookie early on, but other than that has been really quiet. We haven't seen his Sejuani ult come off yet as Gala looking to punish Scout for stepping up a little bit too far. I think this is a one-on-one that Scout might lose. He flashes away. You still have the chains. They do land, and here comes JJ2, just trying to get a little bit closer. You just got to tag this Victor. He's slowed up. He's trying to get away, and he goes down as the Shy cuts him off.
And now they can just take access to top side, or they can just go right back into mid. You see how much jungle attention they're putting here, as after this play with Scout going down, they're going to try and invade for red buff. Allah is in the area.
Here's the knock.
Probably just going to be Mako going down.
Giving his life for the team once again. Probably didn't have to, but he did.
Okay, but look at the map right now, right? Like, Gala was here first. He's going to recall. He'll be able to use Youmu's if he really needs to get back to base. Rookie gets to crash a second wave on this bottom lane turret. So JDG are starting to slip here in this game, which does make it all the more difficult for them. As we said, yes, they have some ability to scale in this game, but on the opposite side, who's dealing with this Lilia? Who is going to be able to actually kill this Ryze once he has fully stacked Rod of Ages and the Seraphs as well and whatever other items he goes for? It's going to be a tough game here for JDG to fight back.
Seeing Rookie come through, looking to make another pinch play on the Scout. Scout, summonerless, recalling on a ward. His Goose may just very well be cooked. The gravity field comes out, but everybody's going to dodge it out. They're going to put him to sleep, and they're actually going to put him to sleep and send him back to the base.
Wow, this is a very similar playstyle and kind of win condition that we saw from their series versus FPX, where I guess they're just making the connection that Scout plays alone on the side lane a lot, and they are preying on that weakness, getting multiple kills now onto Scout, slowing down the game for JDG, and IG get to continue to wail away at these turrets. Rookie's just sitting in front of Sun like, hey, you're playing Sejuani, I do not care. I have 5 grubs, and we get to take control of mid for free.
And it always feels bad as a jungler when you have to scoop up a solo lane wave at this point in the game, because there's probably 20 other things you'd rather be doing, like the Rift Herald that's coming up in 20 seconds, or this Dragon in 45 seconds, and getting setups for that. And it's just really not possible right now for JDG, as the Shy is going to knock down top tier 1.
First turret going over, which does mean feats of strength completed for Invictus Gaming. And they tried to bring over Sun. It looks like instead what JDG are going to do is overpower mid lane, try to clear out some of this vision, and prop themselves up to look for a fight. They could also make the decision that 5 grubs is a little too scary and instead try to pressure for a Herald on the top side. It would also help reinforce Scout here, considering of how much attention he's already received. So playing to his side of the map is, definitely an option there.
Oh, change the corruption. It's going to go down on the pace. He does have cleanse still. He's not going to burn anything. As now Mako gets hooked, and the turnaround is here. The bullet time means that Mako will fall. Missing going to get turned on below half HP, but no tags to be had from JJ. So a quick pick for JDG.
Okay, Thashai, how much damage can you do? Not enough. It's going to be the turret still falling. And those are some big ultimates now missing from the side of JDG. No ultimate on this bottom lane. Shun as well, missing his. Maybe if JJ gets a pretty creative ultimate here with Rookie, they can maybe look for something a little bit more.
Gala stepped up.
Gala, you are not allowed to stand up there. There's a couple minions there that help trade off of the love taps. They get pushed off the objective. Okay.
That's a shocker. All right, they're just going to let it go. I mean, with these ultimates down, as you said, big tools, they really don't want to fall any further behind, but Alk Battery, they run the risk of doing so by giving over this Herald as the Shy continues to do things on the side lanes. 2 turrets for him total. It means that these inners are exposed.
And now it just means that mid-tier 1 becomes a lot easier to try to go for ganks. I mean, you can have the Rise sitting behind the turret. You can have Jay sitting on either side of the lane, throwing shock blasts from Fog of War. Lilia can get really up and close and comfortable with you. It will be JDG getting finally their turn at being able to hit these hit some of these objectives and grabbing themselves the first dragon for their side. But
oh, Mako!
Oh no, Mako!
What are we doing, brother?
He's
He is
fine.
going to hop
He's
away
fine.
and survive. But this is starting to get worrisome. It's already happened twice.
He has a lot of HP, so he's able to, he can work with that for the time being. It does get scary as the game goes on once more items start to come on through. But like I was saying here for IG, 5 grubs, a Herald on top of that, and you're hitting 2-item power spikes on a lot of your champions. This is going to be a point in the game where IG are going to feel very, very strong. And for JDG, it's going to all be about, can they survive? Can they get to their 2nd and 3rd items here? Particularly, the person that I'm looking towards is Pays. Already finished with the Essence Reaver, so he is in such a strong spot as this Misfortune, but is the rest of the team really going to be able to buy him space so that he can let loose with this bullet time?
Yeah, it's either that or he's got to get creative and hope that IG forgets about him. And if you're hoping that a top-tier professional team will do that, you're already in a bit of a bad way. Speaking of 2 items, JJ also on 2 items right now, has that Rift Maker completed. Rookie stacking away at that Rod of Ages, as well as Scout. They're going to be pretty even items there. And Shoot has finally completed that Heart Seal, but has no stacks on it yet.
We're already seeing from JDG, they are losing access to some of their jungle camps. You can already see that Mako is being an active ward and scouting out where Shun is. And you have Otacon on the top side of the map, where we are locked cam onto Allah here to see how much he can actually do. And he will have a pretty important job of on the side lane for JDG with this 4-man core. How much can he actually, kind of push on the lanes? If the lane is falling apart, I almost kind of want to see him group. I know a lot of people are afraid to see the Yorick kind of join the rest of the team, but surely he is going to be more useful than just sitting on a side lane taking a turret.
Yeah, he's only gotten 1 so far. I mean, the Shy's already gotten 2. Like, this is one of the most iconic split-pushing champions of all time in the Yorick, and the Shy is out-dueling him right now. Obviously, Yorick going to get a little bit extra power later, but for right now, the Shy's got 2 items, so, whether or not he's on a side lane or he joins a fight, he's going to be incredibly impactful, and things are going swimmingly for IG as they're up about 2,500 gold. This Otacon you saw is available on the top side. It would take a bit of an interesting start to a fight for anything to kick off there, but this Dragon in about 2 minutes as well is something to keep an eye on as IG are fishing around looking for somebody out of position.
I really like what Rookie has been doing on this Rise, which is pushing a wave and then dropping into Fog of War. It makes it very difficult for the enemy team if they don't have a direct ward on top of him to see where he is. And that means that plays around mid are much more possible. I mean, if JJ or Mako are able to find and engage, he could just realm warp in and bring himself over to get a numbers advantage. Smart play coming out from one of the most legendary players to touch the LPL. And now we're kind of seeing a bit of a stalemate. The game slowing down in favor of JDG. They're only down 2,500 gold. Mako Spidey senses, he knows. He's like, they're not showing on midwave. We know that Yorick is by himself bot lane. They have to be doing something in the river.
We're going to rip a Rift Herald. We're going to rip a fight. Pays has no summoners, and he's stunned over the wall. He's managed to get out of there, though, but everybody's got to run scared for JDG as the Rift Herald got dropped in the mid lane. Mako is in hot pursuit, too. The first turret in the mid lane will fall, and we're looking for a second Herald charge to come through. This is going to be mid inhibitor, inner turret as well. Alk Battery, another nice map play by IG.
And a very expensive one for JDG with not only those turrets going down, but double summoners from Pays now no longer available. So, I mean, you've got Baron spawning in 3. I think that's a little bit off the cards, but if a big team fight does occur, we can expect that maybe that is on the table. You have Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, and JDG, they still have a lot of great ultimates, but it's all about that backline access, and you still have things like the Realm Warp coming in from Rookie. JJ still has his flash, and he can find and engage. So it's really going to be whether or not we kind of see what objectives JDG choose to participate in, because that kind of will tell the tale of whether or not they are, what exactly they're playing for, who they're prioritizing gold on, and if they feel like they can slowly start to eat back an advantage in this game.
Multiple members on this top side. IG perhaps sniffing around for an Otacon, while JDG at least getting some wards down onto this dragon. Listen, that dragon for Otacon trade would not be beneficial. Now IG is congregated down toward the mid lane, moving well as a unit here with Rookie anchoring them.
Now I'm taking a look at this. I mean, Rookie just gets to push the mid wave again. Taking that mid tier one was so important for them to be able to establish priority in this lane and a little bit of safety with that turret behind their backs. A ward from Mako will reveal 2 members of JDG, but this is alone time now for Scout to be able to hit this turret. Pays was able to push this mid wave, and not much doing here for JDG, just simply watching their opponents take an objective in front of them.
And they don't actually take anything while doing it, right? Now they're doing their jungle camps after the objective is already gone, not really realizing that, hey, this isn't our objective fight to have. They're looking around, watching the dragon hit them. It's not like the dragon's going to deal any extra damage. It's not like this dragon's all of a sudden going to crit them, and this is your opportunity to go. So I really hate the lack of proactivity of JDG, at least doing things elsewhere, right?
I'll cut them some slack. There wasn't much there to do. Like, you can't really push mid because Rookie can very easily just come back into that lane. Gala was not too far off from the objective, so he also could have caught this mid wave. There wasn't much for JDG to do in that moment. Maybe they just try to use some of their ultimates to fish, but this is just IG now letting rip onto this objective. There's no prio, right? Like, they now have Jay sitting in mid pushing this wave. Scout is only just now clearing this. There's no vision here for JDG.
Well, JDG going to try to get some of that vision down. Missing has already spotted that this is happening. It's down to 8,000 HP. Ala continues
but look at
the
Mako with
push.
this ward.
As IG have 5 members strong right now. Mako on a ward, looking to Hex Flash over. Maybe cause some disruption. He'll go away, down to about 3,500 as Teleport's going to come in, and Ala's going to join the fight. The Hook's going to go down onto Mako. JJ getting a little low. Missing's the first to fall. Bullet time coming through, and JJ's got a flash out of there as the Otacon's getting lower, and it's secured by Shun. So the false life buff going over to JDG. Rookie's got to try to get out of there, and he will be able to Realm Warp out with a sliver of HP.
How much more can they grab here? A full minion wave. JJ still has the ultimate, but no flash this time. Really disciplined play coming in from JDG to eventually muscle them out. I like how they were able to play around the bullet time. No, it doesn't pick up kills, but the way it forces them around. The Shy finds the kill, which is great, but it is the false life, so not as much in terms of a real kill. It will let Scout reset. I mean, he can just very quickly come back to mid lane if he really wants to. Don't think you're going to be missing too much off of that. I was really happy about how JDG played that sequence.
Yeah, really excellently done. The bullet time from Pays, as you said, had a really large impact, keeping JJ away for the secure. Let's take a look at the replay here. Starts off with Missing getting picked, but you know what? That's okay. It works out.
I mean, the thing that I'm looking at is watch how Pays' bullet time just splits this fight in half. JJ has to flash out, so now JDG have majority control of the pit. He can't get back into Smite. They'll grab themselves the Otacon like we had noted. And Rookie is just trying for his life not to die in this situation. A second Realm Warp that he's escaped. Literally the Misfortune Bullet is in mid-air. Still doesn't connect with him. So a small win for JDG. It is the, like we were saying, the Voracious Otacon, so won't have as much scaling potential, but at least buying them an out, as well as stopping IG from just outright being able to do whatever they wanted with this buff.
Yeah, and they were able to take that top turret as well. Got a couple of kills, so a little bit of gold in their pockets. And one thing to also point out is Scout zone control in that fight was about as good as Pays too, as they're looking for an engage onto Mako, but the ultimates don't land. Shun missing that one. IG will wait out the false life buff.
Not bad. So you can see that JJ is trying to fish for an engage, fish for something, maybe even force Missing out here.
On the false life buff. Missing Get knocked up, but he's going to survive. That bullet time is not going to hit JJ at all, but he's kind of stuck in the cage right now. And here's the Mako coming through with a big engaging Shy on the backside. Going to knock 2 back, 3 back to the base.
Look at Scout, though.
Fall too, and Scout doesn't have it, and he's going to fall, but not before he takes out the Shy.
Big fight there for JDG, and with those false lives, they will just come back right onto the map. You think about what they traded there, the Shy, no flash, similar things for Mako. They don't have ultimates. This is going to be right before the Dragon. You see that JDG are immediately redeploying back onto the top side of the map. They want to see if they can grab Baron so they can reinforce some of these waves. Misfortune is up. I like what JDG are doing around this game right now, Yanni.
Yeah, they've all of a sudden woken up, and they're going to just try and rip this Baron. JJ down for 10 more seconds. 3-man unit from IG coming through. You see the pings going down on it as well. Gala wants to scoop up these minions. So they know they have at least a little bit of time. This Baron is not particularly quick. 8,000, 7,000. Now it's starting to drop big time. Gala, rookie, Mako trying to get in and make a play. Are they going to peel off? Yes, they are. They'll turn around with the Mako and go right back to the Baron. Teleport coming in. But the Baron secured for JDG as the roof goes down to the Allah. He's at half HP. Rookie looking for more. Goes golden to dodge the hook as the Shy comes in over the top to try to make plays. Shun's got to run away, but he's going to fall next. And they're going to go on top of missing and eat a full bullet time, but it doesn't matter. The shields are enough. Pays is going to be able to get away because of the damage he puts out, but IG picks some kills off.
3 members going down, and the Baron is still JDG's. A really tough ask. In general, I would still say this slightly gives an advantage to JDG, but you cannot deny how resilient this IG roster is right now. I mean, to be fair, Rookie is becoming an unkillable Rise machine in this game. He is letting spell flux after overload just completely rip apart this JDG roster. Ooh. And he's mechanically doing well too. So I think it's a scary game for JDG as they are starting to nickel and dime IG for a lot of these objectives, and IG are just coming and willing to play here.
This Dragon going to get started up by IG, looking to put themselves on to Infernal Soul Point. I do not think JDG will be able to stop them. This Baron power play is in the negatives right now for JDG. As this Dragon goes down, as we get to the 30-minute mark of the game, as you said, this Rise is going to be incredibly difficult to kill. 3 full items. And we've talked a lot about the Victor build, the Rod of Ages Victor, and how it doesn't exactly dispense chunks of damage. It's going to be hard on the side lane, but in these fights, it's going to have to be enough along with the damage coming through from Pays.
And I like this from JDG, playing through mid, then looking towards bottom side to reinforce. Yorick.
Mako, you silly goose, you did it again. Wow, that's a lot of damage back, but the support for IG falls once more.
Okay, but JDG are trying to make a play around the bottom side of the map. I appreciate the look from missing. They're trying to use every last bit of this Baron that they can. They'll grab themselves a bottom lane tier 1. And even in the loss here, I mean, it's been a majority of this game, 3,000 gold in favor of IG. They have started to shore this up just ever so much. And the 2 players that we are looking towards for JDG, 2 items here on Scout, but he's getting close to finishing a Azonia's himself. Pays has already finished those 3 items and is looking for his 4th. If this Misfortune can ever find a fight, it's amazing for them. Well, IG, they basically have a date with Destiny every 5 minutes because of the fact that they have a soul, and JJ is still incredibly powerful. Rookie we just complimented, and Gala, I mean, he gets to continue playing a range champion that kind of makes it incredibly difficult for Scout and Pays to do their jobs.
Very easy for him to keep JDG at bay, and we're just waiting for JJ's big flash Q to come in to put JDG to sleep. 3 minutes on this Dragon. The Baron spawning within a 20-second window between them. That'll be interesting to see. Any jockeying for position on the objectives. And for right now, if you're JDG, you just hope you don't get picked off, because IG still have good map control, and you cannot afford to cede much more vision.
And if they lose this fight, obviously, with 5 grubs, it's going to be very easy for Invictus to close out this first game here. We talked about, for IG, the way that this poke composition with Jace and Gallia, or Jace and Varus wants to work is get in position first, set up your battle lines, and pick points on
Ala?
the map that make it impossible.
Here's the
Ala has
Realm
to
Warp.
flash over.
They're going all in on Ala here. The hook from missing down.
This
on
wall!
Rookie, but JJ can't get into the fight. Ala still going down, getting very low. Here's the bullet time coming through.
Come
right on top of
on!
JJ, they take him out. It's a 5v4 for right now, but they're chopping down the health bars as JDG begins to drop. Rookie's going golden.
Pace!
He's got to make the
Pace!
What a flash from Pace! The Shy's on the backside, trying to deal with Scout. It's a triple kill for Pace. He's going ham and trying to chase down Rookie, looking for more. He's strutting his stuff, slowing him up, hitting the double shots, the quadra kill to end the fight, and a big play to save the game.
And LeBron Pace has scored from the free throw line, man. Let's go!
Crazy.
The boy wonder from Gen G from the LCK has finally come up clutch for his team. He has been the big carry for this roster all year long, the most consistent member, bar none. And in that fight, he calls his shot, finds a play to make this game open. And now, Yanni, we kind of get into a situation where that was a really nice play. He gets himself all 5 items here as Misfortune. But the big question for me is, look at the summoner spells that are missing. No flash for Pays, no flash for Shun or Ala, and you still have so many ways to make these kinds of plays happen while you're IG.
It's going to be so tough for him to play, but it was tough for the Shy and JJ to play. That wall by Ala did so much to keep this fight from getting out of hand. It really shut down JJ.
It was so creative, and that play should have been a lot better for them with the Realm Warp, but now they're fighting into a choke versus a Victor and this Misfortune. And I'll just let the audience watch this again, because this was so incredible to watch from Pays. I mean, he has, again, just been so consistent, and a lot of questions were asked whether or not he was actually as good as he was, if the results that he achieved were merely because he was on one of the best rosters to ever kind of grace the LCK. And he's showing, at least here, that he was definitely pulling at least some of his weight. Maybe having to do more so on this team.
JDG, the organization, has to be thanking their lucky stars that this guy was available to take the place of their former AD carry, because he is going insane. And speaking of insane, IG are just looking to rip this Baron. They know that JDG have to send somebody over to this Dragon. They send Ala down for it as multiple members are up here to pull off IG. So you're sacrificing your soul, IG, just for this control on the top side.
I think it's a massive mistake from IG. I don't understand why exactly we're trying to rush for a Baron that is super temporary. Okay, teleports are coming through. Mako with a massive flank here, and he's no ready. Eyes on him.
He's ready. He doesn't have his flash, but he's got Hex Flash missing. He's going to spot him out here. Mako's got to get over. Everybody's in retreat mode.
Sean, get in there.
Looking to go in. Here's the bullet time. Rookie's going to go golden. The Baron is secured for IG, and they're looking to go and make plays. JJ going to get knocked up over on the side. Scout keeping people away, but Mako goes in and calls game. The health bars are falling low. The Realm Warp to not take out missing as he can't get there, Rookie, but it doesn't matter anyway. 4 members fall on JDG, and it's all Mako's doing.
How can they end the game from this spot? 5 grubs and a Baron here. Maybe they ended up making the right play after all. We had criticisms for them whether or not going for the Baron was worth it for the soul, but missing, taking way too much damage, so he's late to the fight. And now IG are going to look to close out here in game number 1 of the series.
Who's up? It's Shun in 20 seconds, and missing doing what he can, but it's not going to be enough. You should have enough minions. It doesn't matter that Gala's on a sliver. The Nexus turrets will fall. It was not pretty, but it was damn competitive. IG take game 1.
And they do it in such incredible style. JJ, for almost all of this game, on point with the Lilia, and even strong games from, I think, everybody across the board here on IG. It's back to the drawing board here for JDG. I think the big focus here was we came into this matchup talking about the junglers, talking about our mid laners. Well, hell, IG just absolutely gapped the hell out of JDG.
Yeah, it was not close. And, you know, big credit for JDG to hanging tough in that game. Ala specifically able to help Pays make that play on the bottom side to keep this game from getting totally out of reach. But it was all for naught. It was just a Mirage Hulk battery as everybody, as you said, performing exceptionally well on IG from start to finish. If this is the team that you get, 5 players playing very consistency, making their big plays, this is the team to beat in the LPL. They just need to actually keep putting it together.
And for IG, it's going to be about, can they close out this series? They've had a hard time in some of their games recently of being able to kind of finish out the games, close out, blow up some nexuses. So it'll be kind of a tough task for them. And for JDG, maybe still stumbling in some of the same ways that they did versus FPX. I mean, again, I called out that one of the strategies that FPX used to beat this team a few days ago was find Scout in a side lane and just keep ganking this guy. He does not react well to getting caught out on side lane, and those multiple picks slowed down the game, bought them time as IG, and more realistically, gave gold over to some of the members of IG to kind of supercharge their carries here. So, I mean, just a really well played game from them. I know we had some moments that we were looking, but even that last fight, we were like, great job, Paige, you got a quadra, but there's still a lot of game here to play.
Yeah, it was a quadra kill just to get some control back of the game, but realistically, IG still had it in hand, right? They had all this vision control, all this map control. As you said, bit of a mistake. They elected to go for the Baron instead of trying to get this dragon, but it ended up working out in the end. As we saw, Mako had a nice creative flank, and even though that wasn't the immediate play that started things off, it forced Shun to back off once they saw him, couldn't get in there and try to steal it away, and then Mako, of course, makes the hero play to call game and end game 1.
Yeah, big question marks here, not only for Scout, but for a lot of JDG. I feel like we saw that Shun was taken out of the game incredibly early with some of the early invades, and then having to kind of do this yakety sax running through enemy jungle just to escape. I feel like Shun was definitely on the back burner a lot of this game, and hopefully we get to see that not necessarily be the case, especially for JDG fans. And I mean, just for us, so that this is like a more competitive series.
Yeah, he looked like little bro that game, just messing around. They gave him the unplugged controller Hulk battery. They said, here, you can play. And he's like, why is my character not doing anything? He's got absolutely shut down early. And, you know, even Sejuani, a champion that is useful later on when you don't have the most resources, he still failed to really make that large of an impact. A couple of missed ultimates too. And it ended up sinking JDG. Take a look at these damage charts. Yeah, I was gonna say the Shy did a lot of damage in these team fights. Later on, really came on strong.
The Shy played a really immaculate game of Jace today, which is, I think, part of the fun parts of the Shy is just being able to see when he is on form, he looks like one of the best, but it's part of his super aggressive playstyle that we have just seen him bear for multiple years now. And I liked how in that gold graph, you could see the exact moment when JDG won a really big team fight, because that's when they actually got back in. But aside from that, still 7,000 gold to end that game in favor of IG. And I don't even know who we give MVP to, because a large part of this game, we got to see a lot of JJ, but I would not be surprised to see Rookie get this MVP, because he played this game really well. The solo lanes, just the entire top side of IG performing out of their minds in this game 1.
Yeah, they all played really well. So, all right, let's try the process of elimination who we wouldn't give it to. I think Gala, you know, was just there, you know, did very well, did his job fine, but isn't really in contention. I actually don't think JJ can be in contention, because we really were missing that big play from him, although he played fairly well most of the game. So now we're starting to get down to either your support who got picked off a couple of times but did have that big engage later on and a couple of good ones. Rookie, who was very consistent all game, had a big play like this in this particular fight to set things up. Or the Shy, who really cleaned up these fights with his superior damage.
I think we can very easily just put Gala and Mako in the not happening tier.
All right, if you're in Gala and Mako not happening,
I would be very surprised if Mako gets it.
It's got to be a solo laner, I think, then.
I really feel strongly that if there's anybody who's going to get it, I feel like it has to be Rookie. Just through and through. Some of the early game was a little bit wacky, but I think in general it kind of got a little chaotic. His Zonias were so well timed in large portions of this game, and he just played the map really well. And I think that's impressive for a player who, at the very beginning of Split 1 and even, you know, parts of Split 2 to start, he was kind of getting gapped.
Yeah, he was looking
pretty
mighty washed.
disgustingly too. Rookie was looking a little washed. I know that there's some some people in chat who every time IG plays, they're spamming Cookie in chat, but he was that guy today so far.
Yeah, he really was. We'll hope to see if he can keep it up. All right, so I think so here's the problem that I think you have, Alk Battery. I think that you are correct that it should be Rookie. I just don't know if the voters are going to give it to him is the issue. You know?
The voters should know better.
The vote we've seen sometimes, we've questioned the voters at times. There have been plenty where we're like, you know what? They did right. They made a good decision. A couple that were obvious, but then a couple that left us scratching our heads and, cutting away to break with silence, to be honest with you.
Well, please, LPL voters, I'm begging you. Rookie deserves this. Thashai was hitting a Yorick for, I'm pretty sure his damage numbers are as reflective of a melee champion playing against a ranged champion of all time. He's just sitting there hitting Yorick in the head multiple times. Olive just has to wear his little helmet, and he's like, okay, yep, I'm taking it. Taking damage, taking damage, taking damage.
All right, let's see it.
Give it to me. Come on.
Well, are you going to mold? You're molding.
Just sign us out, bro. Just
All
do the
right.
coffee read. Just do the coffee read, bro.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Oh, man. So we do want to give some big shout-outs to our coffee supporters who help us level up the broadcast. Here are our VIP spotlights. If you see your name on the screen, you are a absolute GOAT. But guess what? You can be a GOAT, too. There are a couple of open spots. If you would like to be one of our coffee supporters, we would really, really appreciate you. And of course, we'll give some personal shout outs near the end of the broadcast. We are going to cut away to a short break. And when we return, we'll get into the Game 2 draft between JDG and IG. We'll see you there.
It's not for me.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready to get into Game 2 between IG and JDG. But before we do that, have you heard about MOBA Trainer? It's a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You boot up the program, you work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select the puzzle from a map, answer questions, and unlock more features. And I believe we got a couple of puzzles on deck before we get into Game 2. Huh?
Yeah, I want to apologize because I forgot we don't have our account unlocked. The guys at MOBA Trainer, please unlock our account. You can only do 4 puzzles a day as part of the free program. So we're gonna continue on with the one that we do have access to. So let's use the using level up timers. We're only gonna probably get 1, which is unfortunate, but this is for top lane. So Yanni, you, as the person who hasn't done this before, I'm gonna let you lead here.
All right. So Yasuo, right here, I think should just go ahead and push for level 6, right? I mean, I don't see what his experience is. So I am a little worried, though, if you get a little too close to this Cassiopeia, it's a problem. I think right here between these 3 options, you could just last it and let it push into you, but I think that's really, really tough when you're melee into a range. You know what? I'm going it.
Okay.
I'll force a trade.
Oh! Let's go. Okay. I low-key was kind of like trying to cheat a little bit because I wanted to look on the other screen to see what the mini-map looked like because our cameras are blocking part of it.
Yeah. No cheating for me here. This is
know.
my worst lane. I don't play Yasuo, and I don't play top lane. Like, this is
It's
bad.
also into a Cassiopeia.
Yeah, this is kind of awful.
Okay, so are we looking for an all-in? We have hit level 6.
This is an all-in. Let's go.
I think we're all-inning here.
We're ripping it.
There we go.
Did it.
Yep. Got a level advantage. Let's just start fighting. We even get Q3 here, getting ready to stack it on up. Cassio probably hits level 6 on these last 2 minions, so probably want to fight her now.
Yeah, why not? Oh, nice step back there.
Oh, he doesn't hit level 6.
sick.
Okay. Okay.
Hey.
So minion wave. I think we're crashing this wave. We have to crash this wave.
Didn't we have? Don't they have 4? Hold on. Okay. So like. I thought this was pushing into us, though. Okay, so we elect to crash it.
Yeah, so the idea with crashing it here is that because you have all of the wave there, and Cassiopeia doesn't have teleport, she has another 10 seconds before she's back.
Okay,
yeah.
She doesn't have TP, yeah, you crash that.
Yeah, you have to crash that. Even if she did have TP, it takes too long. Okay, so again, we only have 4. Okay. I'm sorry, Yanni, for blowing through all of our puzzles earlier today. That's my bad.
I'm so hurt.
Yeah. We are going to have our observer do one of the mechanical trainings. So, Ellie, if you want to do either skill shot or dodge. These are just one of the many tools you can kind of play. Now, she is playing with a fair amount of lag. So this will be very... So you have access to Ghost. Ellie, this will give you more movement speed for a short amount of time. And the flash will instantly blink you to... there you go.
Nice.
Like that.
We're dodging out of these blitz hooks exceptionally well.
Yes. And as you go further in the dodging game, there will be more things added. So there's a Nidalee, there's a Thresh, there's a Nautilus. Ooh. Sometimes they like to flash at you as well. There's the Thresh. I've already told the guy who makes this that the Thresh hook is way too long. Okay, we're just under Boosted Engineer, which, honestly...
Shout out Boosted Engineer.
We're in the top 1,000. There we go. Oh, okay. Maybe we're in the top 7,000.
Right, we have a little bit of work to do, but I mean, I certainly enjoyed that. And if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. You can use this to level up your game today. And I'm going to be quite honest with you, Oak Battery. Let's be real. Everybody at home, they know this is an advertisement. But to be completely honest with you, I actually really want to try this on my own. I am a middling Emerald player, and I really want to get back to Diamond. And this actually looks incredibly useful. It is put together by EU and ERL coaches, right? This is like a really, really good resource that I am very interested in using on my own time.
It's been quite an interesting tool. I've only got to recently use it, but the past couple days I have been having a lot of fun. We've got draft though, so let's see if we can. Oh no! Wait, we moved. Okay, guys, this is all gonna be you, Yanni. I believe in you. Hold down the draft. Ellie, give me the
draft.
Wait, Ellie, send us the draft. Sell us the draft, and then I'll fix our.
I can't see
Okay.
anything.
I know. I have to get the Discord stream up, dog.
I can't hold
Alright.
us down. There's
Alright,
nothing to hold down.
I'm taking the mouse. Where is it? Stream. Stream.
We love you guys. We love you guys.
Where is it?
Appreciate
Boom!
you working through us
All
right
right,
now.
we're
All
good.
right.
We
All
got
right, we're in the
draft.
draft. We're here. This is the sort of content you will only get here. JDG and IG going at it again for Game 2. This time around, JDG will be on the blue side, and IG keeping bans relatively consistent here. Again, this Vi expecting to not give it over to Shun. He's played it quite a bit.
Okay, so now we're coming into this game, like you were saying, JDG on the blue side, still keeping that Yone ban, and now adding a Kaisa as well. So maybe particularly trying to move into an Ezreal game here for Pays, which has again been one of his best champions. And in my mind, I am looking at some of these junglers. Again, Sin Sao now being banned again. Lilia and Sejuani already taken off the board. We still have Nefiri potentially available here for Shun.
Ooh, that would be quite interesting, and it looks like that could be the option here. This is a champion we've seen a lot of teams just put the ball in the hands of one of their players in the jungle role. A couple of junglers that, you know, at times were like, oh, not sure if they'll be able to hard carry the game, but they've been able to do so on this Nefiri.
And it's going to be interesting because, like I was saying earlier, you typically want to see a little bit more setup for Nefiri as a jungler that has no hard crowd control. So it'll be kind of looking for what from Scout we are going to get. Maybe we get the Ahri, but even Ahri kind of wants a little bit of setup. So any amount of dodge that IG are going to have is going to make it very difficult for JDG to actually deal damage with this jungle pairing.
Azir getting first picked by IG here. A champion that both of these players know incredibly well. And Rookie is going to try to leverage that into a 2-0 statement series for IG. The Pantheon will be locked in as well.
Can also be a flex into support. We haven't seen Mako play too many games of Pantheon, but always a possibility there. And so IG have the makings of a composition that's going to have a lot of space in the front line so that they can actually, you know, give Rookie the time on this Azir. Now, JDG have had their fair few times of hovering some weird champions. I know we had that time where they hovered and then eventually locked in Xerath, but then immediately remade the draft. So looks like instead JDG are instead going to go for some pretty big powerhouses in the solo lanes.
Yeah, double AP solo laners coming through, and now you're really just looking for the rest of the JDG comp, something that can get them in a little bit easier. Obviously, Silas with the absconded duck can get into fights. Gwen has to kind of just sprint at you and dash forward, but something to tie the room together to make sure that these carries can get in would be huge. Was thinking the Rumble was going to come out, so a lot of AP in this game is Rumble, the typical answer into the Gwen.
I'm looking at Scout right now. He has a lot of great ultimates that he can take already. If he gets access to a Rumble, then suddenly you're in a pretty tight spot there as IG, not being able to deal with how much long range this does have. Still not the most amount of crowd control here for JDG, so we're going to be looking at what bot lane pairings we're going to be getting from these two teams, as for Gala, big priority on getting things like the Varus, getting things like his Ezreal, but you'd say the same about Pays in particular, and we haven't seen too much Jhin recently, so it could be on the table for these two.
Yeah, I think I think Jhin will be a big boon for either of these teams, to be quite honest with you. And I do wonder what the support picks as well will be. I think that if you're IG, maybe look to ban a Rakan here, because Rakan would set up the rest of these carries really nicely. Getting a big charm onto the back line, allowing them time to get there, would be very beneficial.
And for supports, starting to kind of pinch down on the pool here with Alistar already gone. Kind of the next big one up out of the four is going to be Leona. And so pairings for Leona start to become very interesting. I think JDG are more interested in potentially moving Invictus into an Ashe angle, but it is a champion that we have seen start to fall in priority here in the LPL generally, as well as something that Gala has not really been super keyed in on so far in 2025.
No, not at all. I do wonder, Yep, I was going to say, is Ezreal going to get banned or is it going to get picked? Because it would have been excellent for Gala. Instead, he'll have to opt into something else here. And not that one, as
Not that one.
Misfortune unavailable. It's going to be kind of tough. You're really thinking of champions with escapes and like Corki.
He's telling him, Taney's like, you can't pick that one.
Zaya maybe, but it just doesn't feel that good because we don't have that much dive yet. And it's a champion that generally we haven't been really happy about seeing. Instead, they'll go in for their support pick or a potential flex if they're that crazy and get a pop.
Okay. Poppy, I do really love, especially playing into stuff like Nefiri and the Silas. So just another ultimate that Scout can take. Ashe is interesting because she gives opportunities for JDG to start and find fights onto, things like this Rumble and the Azir, but does start to kind of get into a tricky situation when you are playing against a Pantheon and the Rumble. Azir can obviously punish this, so already from JDG, they're going with a composition that can be a bit risky here. There's not that big amount of setup. There's also not very many tanks on their side, so a lot of damage here and some late game scaling, but I'm looking at IG and I'm really favoring what we're getting from them.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, Shun is going to have to be very careful about using his invulnerability. Allah's Hollowed Mists are going to have to be on point because outside of that, as you said, not tanky and a lot of damage over on IG. They're going to put the Corki down in the bottom lane, and no matter who you pair it with, whether it be a Poppy or a Pantheon, you'll have a lot of damage if you're able to catch somebody by surprise in the 2v2 because of how squishy they are. So even then, there are some concerns that you could get blown up even though it is a double range bot lane.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure what kind of support we were getting because there we go.
Yep.
All right, we're still swapping here. But we'll kind of see whether or not this is going to end up being the case for these two teams. As for IG, focus is going to be in these solo lanes. You have priority from the mid lane. Silas is going to have to trade a lot of HP to be able to trade with Silas. And if Nefiri doesn't get interrupted, I think there's a very real possibility that we could start to see JDG be a bit more competitive in this game. But I have some qualms and some reservations about their composition coming into game 2 here.
I do too, Alk. It's going to be really risky. This is a sports car-esque composition. You are looking to go hard, go fast, and hopefully not crash. We'll see if that is the what's going to happen, really, because if these solo laners don't get going and IG doesn't give them enough time to get going, I mean, JDG will just be very quickly shut down.
Yeah. Side note, I've been completely traumatized by this Poppy skin as a set 11 TFT player.
Okay. I don't play TFT, so I don't know.
Witchcraft, Bastion, this champion was an abomination. That's as far as I'm going to go. We can get back into game. JDG fans out in force. It is their home arena, but I think you always got to take into consideration that any and all IG fans are going to come out and support the boys, especially for a roster that feels like the first time in a long time we've actually seen IG make a push for a super team, where you look at their rosters in past couple years, it has been almost fully developmental and picking up young rookies or developing players.
Yep, all homegrown stuff, and this time around, the opportunity presented itself, and they said, you know what, we are going to deviate from our path. This is an organization that has been around for quite some time, but hasn't really seen the success as it was able to in the past. And they're hoping to right those wrongs, and it's going to start here, Alk Battery, because if IG win this series, get the 2-0 over JDG, you got to be feeling really good, especially with the manner they won the first game, right? Because while it did get close near the end, I mean, I think IG played a very clean game.
For sure, yeah, and would definitely, I think, buy a lot of, goodwill for them and the rest of the team when we talk about an IG that fortunately has been a bit inconsistent. Going up against another top team in JDG would definitely buy them some stock here in the LPL, as already starting to get some trading, but junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. I don't think we're going to get as many shenanigans as we did last time. And while Nefiri can go for invades into a Poppy, feels a little bit more rough than the Vi matchup.
Yeah, it's a little scary. I know Shun is probably like, man, I really want to get in there. I want to pay them back for what they did to me last game, but don't do it, bro. It is just a bait. We'll see what objectives these teams end up wanting to go for. Giving Grubs over to a Gwen is always a very, very strong proposition. But of course, having to deal with a Rumble makes things difficult. If Scout is able to get to an early fight up there, could equalize it.
I see what you did there. I'm not happy about it, but I see what you did there. So Sun is trying to invade, mostly just to get vision and be a bit annoying. I don't think he has the damage to do this. However,
no, he's not. He's going all for it, brother.
Oh. So he has
away.
the dogs? He didn't get wallbanged by JJ. Missing and Pays just taking control. It's this double range matchup that we kind of alluded to during draft.
Yeah, shoving them off. Mako getting very low, and so is Gala too. So it looks like the IG bot lane will have to back here. And if they do, this means that Shun can stay in the jungle and cause problems for JJ. Mako's already canceled his back, but the bot lane's up here. Turnabout is fair play.
JJ's like, guys, can I please get some of my
The dogs
camps,
are going
please?
after.
Oh my god.
Okay, wait, yeah, JJ had to go in to try to prevent Mako from going down. That was very close.
What does this mean for Gala now? Because he's already been pushed off of his wave pretty early on. You see the CS discrepancy starting to grow. It's even a plate going over to Pays. And now that they've cut this open, they can kind of repeat this, go topside. Allah's just picking up one final wave, and then they even set themselves up for grubs in a little bit of time.
Shun doing the most here to disrupt JJ. Mako and JJ get back here. We'll be able to secure the blue buff for JJ. As the crab has been started up and taken away by Shun as well. Now the question is, will we see a counter invade come through on the Poppy? Already getting in there for some vision. I don't think it'll be much more than that.
Sin, just do your topside camps, brother. You have all these camps. You still haven't taken your blue side. Oh no, please. You've tried to play the split map. Now they're even potentially trying to invade onto Poppy here.
Oh, we're going to make a play onto Allah as he swapped down. Allah no teleport down to half HP against Mako and Gala, just trying to get these two back in the game a little bit EXP-wise.
Very tough. And instead of playing for topside and going towards his camps, look at where Shun is coming. He's going to go right towards his bottom lane, help Allah out. Maybe even they bring over Scout. Scout is getting pinged out now.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem for Gala and Mako. This wave is starting to get a little thin. Shun is going to go over the wall, trying to target Mako. Now turning on to Gala. Gala's got a Valkyrie, but Scout is really quick on the uptick here. Gala is just going to go in, realizing that he's going to go down. It'll be first blood to Scout.
So, Rookie's just been catching this wave. Maybe there's an angle here with the Shy. He is halfway up to level 5. Good job coming in from Pace to just throw out a single hawk shot and get some vision. See if JJ was going for any kind of an invade. It'll be a trade of topside scuttle. Now the bot lane of IG is going to be heading up to this lane. And finally, 6 minutes into this game almost, Shun will finally start his topside camp for the first time.
He went to the monkey school of camp dropping.
Yeah, he also may have gone to the monkey school of not winning games. So kind of, you know, maybe sharing the limelight there. We get this replay of the bottom lane crash from IG, and just a very good punish. I like the fact that we got to see Scout make the roam. Honestly, maybe if they make the decision a little earlier that they're probably going to die anyway, Gala just focuses the wave a bit sooner, and you're able to get a little bit more gold for yourself. But aside from that, just a single kill going over to Scout's not that bad.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because they make this play on no vision, but then they're also like, well, surely Shun is on the top side of the map, clearing his top side, right? And he just wasn't there, able to punish. And now,
oh my god, Pays.
Now on the top side. Hold on, Pays.
Space him, walk him.
Flash, and now here comes the turnaround. Gala getting low, so is Missing. Missing's got a flash away. Mako in the mid of Pays, but is going to fall. Pays gets the kill.
Pays has just been spacing them on this Ashe, and now Gala is like, well, if I stay here, I'm pretty sure there's a single W with my name on it that just takes me down here. They're even jumping over the wall. They're trying to make this play. Gala wants to keep this wave. He'll get it now. He'll spot Shun now.
I think this
Shun does have flash.
All right, is he going to go after him? I think it might be worth it. He's going to go untargetable, trying to get close. The dogs are barking, and they take him down.
Feat of Warfare has been accomplished for JDG. So not feeling too bad about that. And Gala misses out on another wave. Picture in picture, we get to see Scout almost solo kill Rookie. Good shuffle out from our Emperor in the mid lane. But this bottom lane coming in for JDG is really starting to put the screws onto IG, and it's becoming a bit problematic. JDG were also able to grab 3 grubs during that time, and now they're going to swap back their bottom lane. They now have access to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so any play alongside Shun on this Neferi, who has the ultimate, is a pretty good play for the most part coming in from JDG.
And this is a true disaster for IG because, you know, you see all the carries except for Ala have kills. Ala had a slight CS lead that got equalized by the Shy a little bit, but even the CS lead in the mid lane for Rookie is dealt with by the kill that Scout was able to get. And IG hovering around the top side, looking to maybe make a play onto Ala, means that they will drop this dragon too.
Can IG get enough off of this play? It's just Ala by himself. They're losing the dragon.
Right. They're going to CC lock him and exhaust Mako. Going to have to look for a potential re-dive here. But this minion wave is completely gone. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands on the JJ. No shot! They turn it around.
And from the other side of the map, they're able to at least go even. This will be Ala still having to give up this wave and a potential plate here for the bottom lane of IG. But another kill goes their way. Now they can even take this bottom lane turret. How many plates can they get for Pays and Missing? This 2v2 has looked on fire in this second game here.
Brother, this looks like a go next angle, man. This is tough sledding for IG. I mean, now we have to, it's on the Shy, right? And it's on Rookie to go and make these plays. Take a look at this replay. It was a solid exhaust on Mako. And Ala was just able to get to the other side and Pays the marksman.
Just incredible. Nothing else to say here. I mean, they weren't able to make that play happen, even through the exhaust coming in from Ala, usually only used for the lane matchup versus the Rumble, but really excellent use of, you know, him being able to work alongside that Ashe landing the arrow. So good stuff coming in from JDG. They've had a very strong control of the game so far, and that is kind of what we have to expect when you look at these matchups. The double range matchup of bottom lane, the fact that JJ was able to get Shun was able to have successful invades onto JJ's Poppy. Now they need to continue the snowball, keep finding more victories. 40 seconds before the grubs. If they can find that, then I mean, how much damage they get on side lanes is basically going to come down to whether or not IG put multiple members to reinforce them. So, feeling good about their options. The one part that I'm a little worried about right now is Scout, half a level down on his opponent. Fully Andre's completed here for Rookie. And he is kind of the one member alongside the Shy that can kind of bring this game back together.
And if I'm IG, I'm looking for a bit of a fight here because despite the fact you're down 2,000 gold, Gala and Mako, strong early game champions, especially with the Sheen in the back pocket of Gala. You still have a lot of strength and a lot of ability to scrap in these early fights, even if Rookie's not at his strongest. But the Pop Blossom going to try to catch him by surprise. The root goes down to the Gala, so he can't really continue the fight. Teleport coming through on the backside. Here we go. Scout joins the fight. He's got the equalizer too. He's going to target out Gala here. Abscond abduct, dead. Mako goes down too. Arrow goes wide. JJ flashes over the wall, but the stolen equalizer will force him out.
And Rookie's able to get out of this. Scout almost finds JJ. Missing playing with this Nico clone so well, just blocking the Poppy ult there, stopping any potential chance from JDG losing this fight. And now that'll be 6 grubs going over to the blue side here. And any amount of turret damage they're able to get, whether that's in mid lane or even preparing for other plays, you know, Sun is now in a really accelerated state and a very strong opener here. 12 minutes in from JDG.
Yeah, Scout's got his Rod of Ages too. Ala's got his first item. This is really, really tough to play out if you're IG. Man. All right. So what's next, right? You've got the Dragon in 2 minutes. Do you have that little power if you're IG that you can't even fight for this either? And if that's the case, Off Battery, is there ever a time you're going to be strong unless you're at like 50 minutes, 6 items?
It has to be like 2 or 3 items, right? Like Trinity Force finish for Gala is an opening here. Maybe they find something onto Scout.
This would be
There's
great.
a Pantheon ult though to match.
Members. Yep, and it looks like he will go down. We're going to get our first kill. It's over to the Shy.
And now how much turret damage can he actually get? Because we're already seeing JDG not in a great spot to push their waves right now. It's a mid wave that's just now going to be caught by Pays. And the Shy, for the most part, has been able to hold his own versus Ala 2 games in a row now. And with the assistance of his jungler, definitely kind of buys himself a little bit of space and alone time, as JDG will have to slow down their efforts in this game. Again, something that we saw in the last game where Scout getting picked off in a side lane ended up being a pivotal point of IG's win condition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that if it gets slowed down, though, they're probably okay with it, right? Ala looking for a little bit more agency this game, and Scout obviously on the Sylas. Sylas will grow in power as the game progresses, and really, if the game slowed down for the next 2.5 minutes, I think that's okay if you're JDG, because IG is almost forced to fight around this Rift Herald because of the 6 grubs.
Maybe they just try to make an overload on one side. I think it's hard when you don't have this Pantheon ult anymore. You're basically trapped to this side of the map.
Yeah.
Missing doing a really good job of just trying to get vision, playing off of the priority of Pays. And it's still 2 minutes before this Herald. You have this Dragon spawning in bottom lane. I wonder if IG just say, look, we're probably going to have to give up a little bit of space here. Pays, though, taking some trades. There's no flash from Gala or Mako, so I think it's a bit tough.
Yeah, it is incredibly difficult to actually try to make a play, and I think you're right. I think you just kind of forget the Dragon. You look to farm up, get to your item spikes. Your solo laners have their first items. JJ just went back and he picked up the Sundered Sky, so you're really just waiting on Gala to hit that Trinity Force. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming through, and it lands flush onto Rookie, and another nice arrow coming through from Pays.
And now you see the pings coming out. I mean, JDG will be able to push this top lane wave, use their bottom lane pair to walk into mid, and after this next wave hits in mid, then they're just going to be looking to turn on this Dragon. The Shy is going to be able to push and get some vision. IG for right now. Looks like they're going to prioritize this objective. Shun and Missing are in the area and making their way back onto this part of the map. Ala's going to pick up the first turret of the game, however, or yeah, the first turret using those 6 grubs. And it's going to be a lot of gold now here for JDG, compounding on some of this early game that we've seen.
Yeah, 15 minutes, it's a 3,000 gold lead. Your early game bot lane did not pay off. You're hanging your hat on Rookie for your late game insurance policy. He's not looking like he's going to get there. I mean, JDG, we were like, all right, Shun has to be the guy, has to be the big carry, but it's been everybody. Everybody's played so well. They're playing maybe better than IG was playing as an entire team in that first game, and I'm really wowed by the way they've been able to fight back in this one after losing a tough game.
I think the part that I'm the happiest about here for JDG is the fact that they gave a lot more agency to a player like Pays. The Misfortune definitely can be a bit lockstep in how she wants to play the game. So having him have this champion that allows him to kind of just do what every AD carrier's dream is, which is just glide, right? Just let him auto attack, let him space their opponents, and kind of show the hands on this incredible talent in the bottom lane. But again, playing around the priorities, I think that JDG have played this game very smart, especially. So we'll see now. They're getting prepped around this around this top side of the map as JDG. They know that if they find one other member, if Mako even shows in bottom lane,
here we go.
Maybe that's their opener.
All right, the Steadfast presence kept JJ upright for now, but I mean, these dogs, they are barking up the right tree as JJ forced all the way back to the base. That means the Rift Herald should go the way of JDG, and the nightmares for IG continue.
They're going to try to make this play on the bottom side. Missing is making his way here, and there was pings coming out as he's clearing vision. Ala gets to survive. 6 Grubs and a Herald. JDG are taking this game quite clinically, I might add, as it's really the gold lead coming in from the 2 players that we saw make big strides in this game, Shun and Pays.
We talked about how consistency really remaining a key issue for both teams. Obviously, JDG had looked quite a bit better, but then they're upset by FPX, threw it all into flux. And Mako is going all the way in, and he might be all the way back soon. Punted out of the fight, though, and down goes Ala, so it ends up being a kill over the Poppy. So nice little pick by IG.
But what does this actually get? I mean, it's a kill, right? Like, at the very least, that's a lot that you can grab for yourself, but in terms of vision, they've only gotten very shallow vision on this bottom side. They're very focused on making sure that the Shy is safe on this Rumble, that he's going to kind of be like their insurance policy as this game goes on. But even his gold lead is not that significant. He isn't able to take this bottom lane turret. He's barely even able to kind of help his team around the map. Gala and Thashai have just been, or Thashai and Rookie have been picking up waves on side lane. But the big pain point for me right now is just this bottom lane. Mako is not able to make very many plays here so far, and Gala, he's close to getting his second item, but has kind of felt kind of not great so far on this Corki so far.
Not at all, not looking very good, and it's tough when you play into the double range bot lane Corki. You know, they took a lot of power out of his rockets, so not really known for his range, and you know, even you're worried lane-wise, levels 1 through 5, right? It became really impossible to play early, and you're just kind of on the back foot at that point now. Shun and friends invading the jungle of JJ. He rounds the corner and finds the Goon Squad as they hop on top of him, and the kill goes to Scout.
Doesn't have the ultimate anymore, and even though the Steadfast Presence got a lot of work done, it is not enough for IG. And their jungler falls, like you were saying, multiple jungle camps now going to start getting taken away. Potentially a look in mid here from Missing, as he does have Flash and Pop Blossom. You have to imagine, kind of pick of the litter in terms of what JDG are going to be having access to. They can go for this dragon that is spawning in a minute's time. There's also an Otacon that I'm sure they are not too afraid of picking up. Chud's going to be very close to finishing a second item here with the Black Cleaver. And so from this point in the game, what we should expect from IG is continue to make plays around their priority. You can kind of cheat vision by using the Hawk Shot, and it is almost a death sentence now for Invictus Gaming to ever really walk into their jungle unless they have multiple players on their side, or they just have vision of, you know, hey, some people from JDG are not on this side of the map. Oh, we're making a play?
Pop Blossom Missing gets the kill. Everybody trying to hop on top of Mako. Doesn't care. They don't care about the turret. Ala gets the kill. He ends up dying for it, so it could have been a lot worse, but it's already pretty bad as the turret falls.
This game is cooked. Like 4,000 gold at this point, and yes, IG can scale, but you look across the board, already 2 items completed for this Ashe. Shin is already incredibly powerful. Trying to make this play on a Scout.
Okay. Whoa, that was a little funky there, but Scout is able to walk out for now. He's got to try to loop around. He ends up on Vision, and Gala is here. And it does look like Scout will fall, although, okay, yeah, it's a little worrisome whenever an AD carry has to go into
It's gold, but like, we forced so many, we had to send 3 people up for that play. They still were able to make this play in the bottom lane, and now we traded our Pantheon ult. It is, I mean, a pretty big loss here for Invictus. And, I mean, JDG, they just made a play on the bottom side of the map where they're able to take a kill, you know, get some summoners. The Shy no longer has Flash, neither does Gala or Mako. So, I mean, as IG now, you're kind of just watching the game crumble faster and faster around you. 6 Grubs and a Herald now is just going to completely blow open the base.
First turret has fallen. And I didn't even notice on the replay what happened here. A little bit
That's
of,
how Gala loses his Flash. Okay.
Yep. A little bit of disruption from Shun. As JDG, the lead's still hovering about 3,000. It's been kind of metronoming between 2 and 3 lately, but really this game is hanging by a thread for IG this early on. And one knockout punch from JDG could put this one away as they will secure their second dragon.
The only hope that Invictus Gaming's fans right now, they're holding on to 2018, bro. They're like, okay, the Shy Rookie, you're going to have to make some kind of play that gets us back into this game, because with where this game is at right now, we are on the precipice of JDG just outright winning, especially again 5 grubs. Maybe this Otacon is kind of the battlegrounds in which they look. I think this is very fake from Mako.
Uh-oh. Alright, Mako not taking that much damage. Pop Blossom not going to land on anybody, but now
He's just
he
dead.
can't block all the damage. Yeah, he just dies to Allah, and it is not his best game.
Nope. You know, part of one of the struggling factors of IG has unfortunately been this bottom lane. Mako dies a lot just to try to make some things happen. Unfortunately, doesn't always have the backup to try to support him. And Gala has kind of had some misgivings. We can kind of see it in this game, but even in the Veriscape, still falling individually behind his counterpart in Pays on the Misfortune. So this is now for JDG, going to then be putting the finishing touches on this game as Otacon's going to be started up. It's going to run right into the timer of Baron being there as well. Don't think we're going to see too much of a soul with how this game is going right now, and we need to see the soul lanes of IG step up if they want to keep their chances alive.
Well, the false life buff does go over to JDG. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown. Does not land on anybody. So IG don't lose anybody, but they lost the Otacon, and false life being on JDG means this game just got that much harder.
You know, as long as nothing happens within the next 2 minutes, which can't guarantee, you're going to say, okay, look, we lost the Otacon. If we can outlast the buff, then Scout no longer has teleport. If he's on a side lane, that's something that we can try to punish. We haven't seen too many plays with Mako involved. It's just, you know, he hasn't been able to really ult too many places and get much work done.
No, it's so bad, man. I have no idea what they're going to be able to do in order to actually try to recover from this. It seems unrecoverable, right? Like, again, it has to be, you were talking about getting to, like, 3 item spikes. Sure, Rookie's almost there.
Okay. I'm trying to see if there's really much of an angle here coming in for IG. I mean, they lose the poke war. They don't really have very much range. Kind of have to make this play. This might be it, though. I wish Scout had just done that backwards. Okay,
here
there
we
go.
Pushed in, but the Pop Blossom hits multiple members. Rookie's got to go gold and put the withdrawals. Mako actually manages to get out of there, and doesn't look like IG is going to get anything more, but a little bit of gold for sending Scout back to the base.
Poppy ult is used, but look at how many summoner spells they're able to grab. Mako and Rookie no longer having those two available to themselves. And that Poppy ult, I think, basically saves the entire play. If anything else was used, if that wasn't able to get anything done, then that was potentially an opening for them. Seer is just going to teleport to this wave. And I think, Yanni, we are waiting. We got a Baron spawning in 8. There's still 30 seconds for some of these Otacons to be used. You can already see that JDG are starting to posture around this objective.
Yeah, we're in the Baron waiting room, and there's no Zonias for Rookie. There's no Flash for Rookie. I mean, he's just not much of a threat right now, and he is IG's biggest threat at the moment. You're going to need something incredible here. You're going to need to find a Rumble Ultimate that hits many people, and what you don't want to find is the entirety of JDG in your jungle. JJ trying to get away, did get rooted up, but the rest of the squad's on him. He's got to flash away.
Ooh,
Gwen coming down for Rookie, but Gwen, as you said, coming in from behind, looking to split the team apart. Rookie gets engaged on, and below his turret, the Emperor stands tall, but will eventually fall. The Equalizer coming through, but it doesn't do that much damage. The Shy trying to flash on targets, but they just get to walk away.
Okay. They get out of that. We're going to see them start up the Baron here. I feel like this is a bit, a bit wary as to if they can start this. They're half HP. They're going to continue to try to go for this.
All right, Pop Blossom coming through.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Tough.
Great job, JDG. You won this game fair and square. Very dominant showing from them.
Yeah.
Cool. They get themselves the Baron. Mako is just going to have to watch as former teammates and former Worlds winners are going to be taking this. And honestly, only fair that we kind of get a full game series here from these two. It'll be our 6th series to go all the way, or 5th series, all 15 games we had prayed for. And that is going to deliver here.
You know, we thought from the jump that this series was going to deliver, and it absolutely has. Just game 2 not really delivering in the way we expected. You know, we expected I think every game to be pretty hotly contested, but as you said, a really impressive start to finish performance from JDG. Perhaps one of the most dominant wins we've seen between some of the better teams in the league, right? There's been a lot of games where we're like, okay, we really want to see the Team A put away Team B because we know they can, but JDG really put that to task here in Game 2.
And part of that was, again, the fact that, there's just more agency for this bottom lane pair to actually get stuff done, and punishing the fact that the 2v2 from IG has not been the most solid. We get to see, finally, the Shy and Ala get their 1v1. It goes over to JDG, and, yeah, I mean, they've got 6 scrubs. This game has been over for at least 10 minutes, and I mean, it's just going to kind of be, can they actually end the game? I know that IG are making it very difficult for them to do that with Azir and Rumble constantly.
Yeah, IG aren't going to roll over, but there's not really too much you can do. All right, we stunned Gala. Good job. I think we're still waiting for everybody to just kind of get together on sides here. We have Scout split pushing on his own. We have Shun shoving in the mid lane on his own, trying to knock down this turret. Missing will finally move over. So the split push game hasn't really been strong. I'm sorry, the Baron setup game has not been that strong, but we're starting to get there.
Okay.
I'm just really happy that we're getting this game from JDG, because I think it would have been really tough for a team that was at the top of the table to suddenly fall to FPX and then crumble to an IG roster that has been inconsistent. I guess we're seeing more of that here today. I think holes in their gameplay, again, have been around how they get their bot lane involved in a lot of games. So good job from JDG to kind of exploit that weakness and play towards their strength, which has been Pays, and by extension now coming into Split 2, Missing, who has, I think, really leveled up his play in particular. I know that Nautilus game had a few toughies there, but he is kind of the building block for this JDG roster, has been a part of the roster now for at least 2 years, and he is the franchise player. There we go!
Yeah, he heard you, bro! He's like, I gotta put on for Alk battery, and he certainly did in the what looks like it could be the game-winning fight. Ala is pretty low. They're gonna turn onto the Shy. Shun goes all the way in. And game 1 was Big Bro's getting it done, but little bro Shun gets it done with the rest of his squad. The second Nexus turret will fall. Mako trying to get to the back line. We get a kill on the Missing to ruin his perfect KDA. How dare you? That's so damn rude. But what's ruder is the Nexus falling, and the series evened at 1.
Okay, 1-1 here for both of these teams. Playing with their food a little bit is JDG, but good stuff all around. I think solid performances from the players that we expected coming into draft. We talked about Pays and Missing on this bottom lane pair. Shun being able to kind of use the fact that he has priority from his bottom lane, invades onto JJ, and kind of puts them at the back foot very early on. I feel like that is a through line that we've seen. Disrupting early jungle paths has made it very difficult for both of these teams to continue to succeed and find success in the game.
Yeah, we've seen the teams crumble around that, and a lot of it is having to do with the fact that early on in these games, these lanes are not able to move over to help. And I think that's just a symptom of the at-large meta from what we see from some of these champions. Obviously, like, a champion like Ryze in game 1 can move around, but is still exceptionally weak early. I mean, Azir, I'm not afraid of an Azir trying to defend a jungle invade. That's like not one of the champions I'm afraid of. But this bot lane not getting going with your aggressive Corki Pantheon, very concerning.
That's why we had questions as to how exactly they were going to be able to pilot this. Gala and Mako have not been the 2v2 bot lane that is super focused on laning phase. So it was quite interesting to see them take a pair that has a lot of skirmishing power very early on in comparison, especially into a double ranged matchup there. So I think they weren't necessarily expecting to see the Nico come on through for Missing, but I think that now there's a lot of questions coming into this third game here. I think Rookie has now played 2 really fantastic games despite everything considering, and even the Shy on the Rumble, kind of the game crumbled around this bottom lane and specifically the jungler. So I think now we are in a really interesting spot in this series where there's a lot of carries that are gone. Maybe we start to see some of those older champions start to pick through. I know that Mbessa is a champion that we still haven't really gotten to see here. And Vi is another one that hasn't been making it through a lot of the ban tables.
Yeah, the Vi pick for either of these junglers is very strong. Also quite resilient. You're still able to make an impact even if you get behind a little bit. Once you hit level 6, you know, you can say, hey, I'm going in. The rest of the team can fall in line. It's been one of JJ's most picked on the season. I think it actually is his most picked, but, you know, keeping that off the table from these junglers, as you said, very important. And, you know, for IG, I just worry. You know, we have talked about their lack of consistency coming through. You know, Gala and Mako had a stinker this game. The Shy, as you said, has actually had 2 pretty decent games, even though this game was difficult to play. We're due for a Shy game where he does not play very well. And I think IG
Let's get the
needs to
Nidalee
be
out, boys.
firing on all cylinders in order to come back and, you know, try to take the series 2-1, or else if he's not on, man, I mean, I think JDG has been pretty good from top to bottom.
JDG has been, I think, the more consistent roster, especially in Split 2. I think if you would have told me this in Split 1, maybe this is a little bit more even, especially when we saw the Split 2 placements between these two teams. But when I look at these, when I'm looking at these two teams, I am really impressed with how JDG consistently have been able to use Pays, how Scout has leveled up his game, and Allah's getting more and more in tune with the rest of the team. So I am tentatively very excited. The fact that we are going to 3 is not too unexpected, especially with how LPL has been trending, but I am merely hoping that we get a very competitive game here in number 3.
Yeah, I would much rather have a game 1 than a game 2, because while it is always nice to watch a true masterclass out of a very skilled team bringing to heel another skilled team, we're here for bangers, man. We're not here for, you know, oh, wow, what a stomp. No. We want the good stuff. This is what you come for when you watch the LPL, and I certainly hope this is what we're going to get. All right, Elk, who's going to be our MVP? Because I think a lot of guys made an impact. I think Missing did well. I think Pays did well. Those Pays arrows were fire.
Yeah, if it isn't Pays, it's Shin. Like, Shin had a really good carry game, and that is just one of the strengths of a player like Shin. The fact that he can have games like this. His Nidalee was previously undefeated until, unfortunately, a few games in playoffs were the ones to take that down in Split 1. But he has always been that player that has, like, that carry play style in him. I think of his Kindred that he is so famous for. You think about even some of his Wukong games from very early on of last year. He was one of the best junglers at being able to just find early action and take the game within his own hands. So I am tentatively really excited. Again, I think that there's a very real possibility that IG are able to bounce back, especially coaching staff-wise. Danny has basically had to babysit the Shy for multiple years now, and he's like the only coach, it seems, that is willing to step up and take the trade there. So a lot of comfort there coming in for the IG boys.
Yeah, and I love that you're highlighting the jungle because we still have a lot of really good picks available. Obviously, we're not really thinking that Vi is going to make it past the ban phase, but Xin Zhao still on the table. Skarner still on the table. Maokai, Viego, if we want to see another carry game. Now, I'd say, hey, if Shun is going to play that well on the Nefiri, obviously different champions, Nefiri really strong with untargetability and dashes and whatnot. Hey, you know what? Throw him on Viego game. Let him cook against a team that he really wants to get wins against.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer to see JJ on his Viego. It would just be way too... He's just way too good at this champion, right? And I wonder what mid lane carries we're going to get from these two, because now we've had some different games. We've had the Victor. We've now had as well the... Oh, we're back?
You know, it's really funny. My internet actually went out that
nice.
time. That was crazy.
Oh, wait. Yanni, speak for me, brother.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
All right. I thought it looked like you were muted for a second. Yeah.
I hope not.
I'm looking forward to the mid lane matchup right now, because this has been, I think, the most contentious out of all of our matchups so far.
Yeah, you know, taking a look at like some of the options here, obviously Talia has been regularly banned. You know, I'm thinking like Ari, Orianna, maybe if we want to dig that deep. And then, like, we're starting to get into the stuff that, you know, these guys really don't play as much. As our MVP is going to be Pays, to no one's surprise. Well called out by you, Alk Battery, as he was fantastic from start to finish.
Played this game really well. I mean, this play alone should earn him MVP in any game he plays, but yeah. Then we had the Enchanted Crusaders across the map. Like, it's just too much. This kid is cracked, man. I really want to see him at an international this year.
I hope so too, man. And this team is playing consistent enough to get him to an international, right? He is playing well enough to help his team get there. And it'll be exciting. You know, the teams that the LPL will be able to bring will be fire once they're able to bring more than one representative. Looking at you, TES.
So,
but we're going to cut it away to a bit of a break here. Yeah, my bad, brother. We're going to cut it away, take our break, and then when we come back, it'll be the last draft of the evening between these two amazing teams, JDG and IG. We'll see you soon.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun, feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL unofficial English broadcast. Game 3 between these two great teams, Alk Battery. Invictus Gaming in Game 2. We're still looking for them. They did not show up. JDG crushed them into dust.
And really, really important stuff coming into this series when we look at not only the Fearless bans, but the implications of this match. It's the first time we're seeing these two teams play against each other in Split 2 in Group Ascend. Actually, real quick, just because we do have time, Ellie, can we fly the standings real quick? I know it's a bit of an older graphic, but I want to show everybody how close this matchup kind of messes with the standings. So JDG in 3rd, IG in 5th. If they win this game, their game differential doesn't move all that much, but I think the fact that they will be 4 and 3 starts to put them in the conversation for top 4. If JDG end up winning, then they start to contest games versus TES and AL, which I think are the two teams that have, unfortunately, while not necessarily getting the better of JDG so far in this first round robin, are kind of the teams that we are expecting for them to be playing against for top level teams and top seeding here in Group Ascend.
Yeah, and this would be a second signature win for IG after beating TES last Friday. So, you know, that's something to certainly keep in mind, is that now out of the top 3 teams from last split, you've beaten 2 of them. If you win the series, that is, you know, certainly something that does move the needle despite some of their losses to teams that are weaker than them, frankly.
Yeah. For IG, I just, the fact that they can beat a JDG, I feel like the same conversation that we were kind of having last series about NiP, I feel more strongly and more confidently that this is definitely the case, where IG are kind of the team that can actually literally beat and lose to anybody in the league right now, where they can beat a TES, they can beat an AL, and then they can go ahead and lose to FPX and lose to WE, right? Like, this is really a team that kind of covers the whole gamut. And for some players and for some fans, this level of inconsistency is not something they can get behind. But I think for a lot of people who are looking at the names on this team, that are looking at kind of the high highs, they're willing to buy in and say, look, you got to be able to take the good with the bad. And if they end up going on a run, it's going to be something that's going to be super legendary to watch, no matter in what circumstances it comes in.
Brother, you're so right. The heat that they would generate, the run would go on to feed families, bro. It would be so great to see them really just turn it on and start running through people like we know they can. So we've gotten into the final draft of the evening, and no surprise, Vi will not be played in any of these games.
Okay, and then the Scion sticking to the ban table here. Same thing with the Talia. I wonder if Yone is going to be a steady ban as well, as that is something that has constantly been catching a bit of attention here from both of our teams. Mostly wanting to keep it out of the hands of both of these mid laners. JDG in particular, I think, would definitely love to have it, but again, with no Sejuani, I think the champion is just that much, a little bit weaker than maybe we should be expecting coming in.
Ezreal getting taken off the board as well, so we're starting to focus some fire over at these AD carries. You know, some of the contested picks between these guys, Misfortune and Ezreal, both not going to be available. So now we're starting to get down to personal preference, right? You know, Kaisa still an available champion if the team comp calls for it. Obviously, Xayah as well. And then this Jhin that got banned on the last game could still be a thing for Pays.
Jhin is still up and available, and if we're talking about AD mids, okay, Yone gets banned, so the likelihood of seeing some mages pop up for Gala or Pays starts to wind down just a little bit. You no longer have Jace either, so the flex potential is no longer there. Could start to see mid lane first picks as the champion pools are starting to become pinched. We see that reflected immediately with Rookie taking an Ahri game.
God, you're so smart, brother. That was good call, man. Good call.
Am I smart, or have I just casted way too many damn games of the LPL this season already?
Oh, it could be both. It could be both.
And
now we're starting to think of things you would want to pair up, potentially things you'd want to take away. A Xin Zhao Ahri combination is really strong, so it looks like JDG very well aware of that. Want to make sure that JJ and Rookie cannot get going and try to run over the game like JDG did to IG.
Do you just take your top laner here, give Allah and Bessa maybe a Gnar setup? Allah has been a player that has done pretty well when he has counter pick in particular. So kind of have to pick not a random, but what kind of AD carry do we want from Pays here? He has been, like we said, playing the Jhin a fair bit. We're going to get the Galio instead, which obviously great matchup individually, also being able to impact the rest of the map. This is potentially a flex into support. I know we've gotten some Galio support players in the league, so always something to keep in mind.
Kaisa going to get locked in, and then an Alistar as well. So the bot lane of IG getting locked in early, and they are ready to try to get to the back line and wreak some havoc.
And this is the really tricky part, because a lot of the engage supports are already gone. In terms of the top four, Rel and Nautilus already gone. Now you have Alistar picked. Leona's the last one up and available if they really want to go for it. Instead, JDG are going to try to put a focus on their solo lanes potentially. Instead, going for the Rakan here. One of Missing's best champions. He was on a 27-game win streak up until recently. So not surprised to see it here. But now we get into the back end of draft. And what pairings are we going to be getting here for our two teams? What AD carries for Pays are we looking at? There's no Ezreal, and you have to imagine that IG are going to be focusing even more on his champion pool now.
Yeah, just go and aim 80 carries, and if you're JDG, I can't imagine you're going to not ban a jungler here. I think that a Maokai would be a pretty solid option. You do have a couple of other dive options. I mean, like, Wukong's kind of out of vogue now, but he would actually still fit the dive theme if you wanted to go for it, but we'll see what JDG opts into banning here. Something that hopefully won't disrupt their team comp too much if it gets picked up. If they leave some options on the table.
I want to plant this seed for everybody.
Let's hear it.
This might be a Pays Twitch game.
Okay.
So,
all right. So why?
A lot of AD carries out of the way already. We have Kaisa picked, who is naturally a pretty weak into Twitch, just having the invisibility and the way that he opens up and fights. I think that IG are kind of thinking about some different AD carries. Again, Jhin probably the more popular answer, but with Jinx now taken instead, I think you kind of have two options. You can go for the Jhin. You're going to have hyper scaling in terms of the amount of AD that he has. You have the Rakan. I think being able to open up on random fights with Twitch is actually pretty dangerous, and we know Pays to have a pocket of that champion. So
all right,
instead goes for the Zeri.
Yeah, lock in the Zeri because, you know, there's no point and click left available, right? Nautilus not available, Vi banned. So those are your two very popular choices to answer Zeri that are not going to be available for IG. So it's going to mean that Rookie is going to be under immense pressure if this game goes late to get on top of Pays and try to land these charms. IG going to have to pick their jungler and their top laner. Interested to see where this Jax will go if it gets locked in. It is famously a good matchup into Xin Zhao through the jungle.
Yeah, good into Xin Zhao there. Good into Galio later on into the game with just the fact that he's going to be having a lot of MR versus the Jax. In a side lane, I think we're going to start to see IG be very, very dominant. They're a team that has really, really solid solo lanes here. This Jax is actually going into the jungle if this hover is to be believed. And yeah, okay.
What?
So IG are a very short-ranged composition, really reliant on finding counter-strikes, finding engages with the Alistar and this charm from Ahri. Whereas JDG, I'm going to be honest, if they lock in this Ornn, they have absolutely no damage on this team. And it is down to Pays to 1v9 this game now. He is going to have a Galio in his back pocket, a Xin Zhao who's going to provide space alongside his Rakan, and maybe he gets a good team fight set up here, but IG have way too many ways of getting into the backline. They have an Ahri, a Kaisa, a Jax. This is going to be such a tough game for Pays to win.
Yeah, man. And it's going to take so long for him to get online, too. Like, this is really confusing out of JDG, but hey, Shuna's all smiles, so it's all good, I guess. But
Yeah.
Dude, I have to say, I am not happy with what they put together at all. Like, conceptually, sure, it works, it functions, but Shun is going to have to do so much heavy lifting in this early game. It's going to be insane.
And if you look, like, he doesn't even win the early skirmishing power,
No.
right? Like, you have a barely even lane in mid lane. Top lane, you're going to have Renekton, who shouldn't be able to kill Ornn, but will always have the ability to have priority, especially early on. So any objectives that IG want, they're going to be theirs. Any early fights that they want to take, they're more than likely going to be theirs. It's just going to be about, can JJ, with this Galio in his back pocket, get enough work done to buy space and time for FaZe. I have never seen more of a draft that is just saying, look, FaZe, throughout all of 2025, you have been the best player on our team, bar none. Here's keys to the kingdom. You have to win us this game when we get to late game.
But there is no kingdom, right? There are tools available. There are building blocks. You have one really strong worker in the Xin Zhao, right? And you have to build an entire castle, essentially. And maybe they'll be able to build it with the bones of IG as we're on the Rift for the last game.
That guy is going to lose his voice worse than me. Damn.
That guy is putting in work. Love that.
Love the support that they're getting in this final game. A 5th series in a row going all the way to 3. We have had 15 games in the last two and a half days, which is nuts, especially when we talk about playing every day, at least 2 best of 3s here in the LPL. And what a wonderful way to end tonight with IG going up against JDG in a composition that we favor IG for majority of the game, and kind of looking at the new upstart, the new carry for JDG in the AD carry position to do it all for them here.
He's got his cleanse as well, so even if Rookie is able to get back there to take him out later on, it's going to take the Shy or JJ getting close as well. The good news is for those champions, it's not incredibly difficult as we head into this early game with both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Remember, we talked about how the Jax is very favorable into the Xin, and Shun is going to have to do a lot in this early game. As long as JJ can just keep him in check, I have to say it favors IG heavily early on.
Yeah, and we might even have to have a really important performance here from Missing on his iconic Rakan here, as if he gets a charm, he can really stop a lot of what IG are going to be able to do, but he has to be there in position and ready to protect his AD carry and the rest of his team. So JDG, again, first round robin going up against IG. We'll have a second match up against these guys in a few weeks' time here in the regular season, but getting this win here helps solidify their place in the top 3 of the league. If you are JDG and if you're IG or looking to try to make a name here, show that, you know, some of the misgivings of this team are simply just a calibration phase for IG.
Big chunks out of the bottom side, and Alk, the Shy has done really well split pushing so far in this series. Do JDG really have an answer for him later on either? Like, Ornn is not going to be able to do all that much, but hold that thought as the exhaust goes down after a nice Mako engage. Good stuff as they try to burn some of these summoner spells out of JDG.
There's good damage as well coming out from FaZe. It was the exhaust going down, so minor advantage there as Mako is going to continue to fish. We will say it is an HP advantage going over to the side of IG, or going over to the favor of JDG. We'll see if Mako is going to look. There's minions that are right next to him. I can kind of, he's getting ready to do a flat, to like a headbutt pulverize combo. And we have our bottom laners, or junglers already here. JJ is going to be a lot closer.
All right, trading knockups here, and Gala's going to have to burn the barrier, but FaZe burns the cleanse. Ignite down 2.
Gets spotted on this ward. He's going to try and come behind JDG's bottom lane. Shun the entire time is sitting. That is such an unlucky combo right there. Mako doesn't have it. Scout's already making the move. JJ is just going to try to wrap around. They know he's in this side of the jungle here.
No.
This might be an early first kill going over.
All right, where is he? Oh my god. They're going to check this push, right? Okay, he's going to use Shun to try to get out of there. The knock up 2. Counter-Strike. So Mako's trying to bail him out. Flash on top of him. He's going to hop to Mako. The chase is still on. Missing does have Flash available. Scout moving down 2. Hayes looking to get a little bit close. No knock-up to be had.
And an advantage now going over to IG because of that play. The fact that they're able to waste so much time of JDG. They had Scout move out of mid lane. It's a minor amount of CS going over in favor of Rookie. I think you're happy about that, just being able to protect your bottom lane. Now it's continuing to be a win. We see more summoner spells being traded from these bottom lanes. No secondary summoner spells coming in for Gala and Mako, and same can be said here for JDG, as the junglers path back up towards the top side after their resets. And it looks like Sun is going to be looking potentially for some action in the mid lane.
Pressure really on Gala and Mako to make sure that they don't die and they get kills, because things go bad down there. The game could spiral out of control. So Alam does manage to force off the Shy, but is that a mana? Big double knockup once again, as Mako has hit a lot of them, but he missed that one that could have resulted in a kill earlier.
All that matters is that he's helping his AD carry get his wave in under the turret and getting some pretty good chunks down onto Pays and Missing. It's a bit tough in this matchup. Alistar could stop Rakan in the middle of his combo. It's going to be up to Missing really to kind of play a little bit reactive, and Mako always has first say as to what exactly happens as this support. So getting recalls in, Missing will take his first, but Mako's already back out onto the map and leaving the base now. So early vision going in. We said that with Renekton, we should be expecting early priority coming in, but looks like instead what they're going to try and do is potentially play around bottom side of the map, open themselves up for an early dragon, and try to cut JDG, because they know that even if they give them grubs, they're never hitting any of these turrets.
Going to send Gala into the mid lane here, and the Shy is going to teleport after walking out just a little bit. So going to look for that bit of extra pressure as nobody assigned to the top side right now. You can see Pays starting to move into the mid lane. So those waves are just hanging out. Charm lands onto Missing. Yeah, that was pretty sick.
I mean, that right there just completely blows open this play. Like, we're already seeing the Shy. Now he gets to move over and kind of bully Sun. Galio is in the area. Pays can be as well. The Shy is just taking the risk. Yeah. And in mid lane, they're not even giving any quarter.
Yeah, he's used his ultimate, but now he's in a 3v1 right now. Call the Forge God coming through as well. The Shy gets first blood, but finally goes down to the back half, and Mako's got a flash, but right into Scout as IG couldn't link up. And Ala going in a little too close here. Good damage coming out from Rookie. There's a couple of spell rotations left. Maybe looking for a Wayward Charm. JJ gonna go in. There's the coverage from the Galio to try to keep these guys alive. JJ gets taunted in the back of the pit, knocked up, put in the bounce house, hops over the wall, people are low, and in the end, no further deaths.
That dragon knockback may have been the difference between JJ falling and JJ living there. Gets to get next to the wall, it CCs everybody who is in the pit, and then he's able to just flash right on out. Such a tough and close fight here. The Shy getting that first kill is honestly as good as it was going to get. He sacrificed a lot of his life just to get into that back line. And now it means that JDG still have access to these grubs. They even get the flash out from Pays, so the Shy is doing a lot of heavy lifting, even if it's some dirty work here.
Yeah, really getting the job done early. He has played a very good series. 2 grubs to JDG. Again, no dragon, but taking those grubs away from the Shy and his great side laning prowess is very important.
So, going to be taking a look as this game continues on. We had a replay here of some of the play, and yeah, this is just watching the Shy just honestly waste a lot of JDG's time with his dominance. The fact that he even gets this kill onto Shun is really impressive, because if he lives there and he's able to kind of turn around and use that 3-talent strike, I think maybe this is a lot more in favor of JDG. It's pretty just a sloppy fight all around.
Yeah, not Mako's best flash either. That's going to be a big tool not available for the next sequence, right? As this dragon is still up. We'll see which team wants to opt into it. Right now we have Gala matching Scout in the bottom lane. Not too discernible of a difference in terms of CS between him and Pays, but does have a call in his back pocket.
So, as we kind of check back into this game, we're kind of seeing right now to be able to win fights versus JDG in particular. And right now JDG are kind of trying to take it slow and steady in this game, as just being able to grab 2 grubs I think is a really big win for this team. And the fact that no dragon has quite been started here for IG, they haven't found a timer, is still at an advantage for Jindong Gaming.
Yep, IG really hoping that they can parlay these objective fights into leads, as the Shy's going to pop the Dominus and look for the 1v1 onto Allah, call the forge guy to land on top of him, and Allah is the one to win the 1v1.
Oh my god, I mean, why is the Shy, are we taking this trade? Maybe we're just setting up for Rookie to try to clean up as well. I mean, he's no flash, no mana here from Allah. Should just be a pretty good kill for him. But now this opens up like a pretty big, desperate, like, numbers advantage across the map. Rookie's going to have to stay here, at least push this wave. The Shy cannot teleport. And Rookie has his, but if he has to use his summoner spell, then I think that JDG are in such a good spot.
Couldn't agree more, Alk. It feels like this game has gone very weird from that first fight as JDG came out on top of it. And this low damage composition, obviously early on, your base damages are going to do a lot to get you through it. And as we said, all they need to do is build the bridge for Pays to be able to take over. And right now, he has not been disturbed in the slightest.
I mean, he lost his flash in mid lane after that play, and they haven't really been able to focus this. Mostly with just the fact that they had to send Ahri up into top lane, and JDG just not inviting a fight right now. They're saying, we're going to take our farm, we're going to take whatever camps we can, and if you give us objectives, then hey, that's a pretty good trade for us. 50 seconds before the next grub spawn, and while almost all of the summoner spells are up and available, for JDG, they're at a slight disadvantage there. I think they might still be willing to take a fight, however, when you look at a lot of the ultimates still being up and available for JDG.
Yeah, we've talked about Missing's very legendary Rakan, looking for him to really make a large impact in the next fight, right? He is going to be the one that we are very worried about if you're IG, right? You need to be aware of wherever Missing is.
Mm-hmm. Right now, we're just watching JDG. They took a large amount of their resets. 3 of their players just now coming out of base. It's going to be Scout teleporting in. We'll see how many grubs IG are able to get. They're here on spawn, and a lot of the early vision does go over in favor of Invictus Gaming. The very least, they'll be able to grab themselves 1. And with Ahri moving on down, I think it is very realistically possible that they can try to find something here for this team, as looks like there's going to be multiple grubs being given over. They had Galio. They moved Galio over for this play. And it seems like instead JDG or IG are more than willing to just kind of split the difference and go 3 for 3.
All right. You know what? If you're going to do that, I guess that's okay, right? You know, IG get theirs. You know, you don't typically see a Jax out of the jungle get as much split push time, but it is still possible. So evening up those grubs is very beneficial for IG at that. Obviously, Rookie in a side lane will be of a lot of value too.
Okay, so coming on through, we're kind of seeing that JDG now get to posture around this mid lane wave. Very slow game here. I'm sure it is very tense for these players. Again, only a regular season game, but double round robin and every match kind of being very important. IG already 3-3 in series score. Kind of puts them in a tough position when we talk about being able to play 18 best of 3s. A third of your series is already gone there, as trying to make this engage onto Allah, but this is so fake. He still has he still has flash.
All right, they're going to chunk out Allah at the very least, but the knockup is there, and as you said, Shun is here. Allah will be able to walk away as expected, but yeah, you're right. And this is a big prove-it series for IG as well. You know, we talked about how they already knocked off TES, but to be able to come in and be able to come back from their loss that they had against NiP and then take a win over another top 3 team, you know, just solidifies the fact that they are a team that we could expect to contend with top 4, if not our at least consistent one at the top.
Interesting lane assignments coming in from JDG right now. They used Allah in mid lane after holding down this bottom lane wave, and now we're going to get TP from behind. Scout doesn't have TP, he can't get here.
Okay, they find the Shy, but there's double knockups coming through. It's taken a long time, but Rookie's finally gotten here. Pays going to try to go over the wall. Jun trying to help out as well. Rookie got exhausted. Cleanse. Pays is able to get away. JJ just trying to get on top of Shun, but can't even get him with a counter strike. IG play for a lot and lose everything.
And now Alice, I mean, you're looking on top side, Scout is still pushing. How much more can IG actually get from this play? The minion wave is completely deleted. Pei's playing with so much patience and a lot of killer instinct there. Finds that pick onto Thashai. Even uses his cleanse to be willing to kind of play up against this. But I think this is just going to be the turret now coming in. They don't have enough HP. They're not willing to trade more summoner spells here. Sun is even going to have most of his jungle now taken in front of him.
All right, over on this top side, Scout going to come through, and he will get that first turret. Shun will secure that blue buff, so IG lost so much for that play. And it ends up
That'll
being
be feats of strength
500
going
gold.
over.
Yeah, it's tough. It's real bad.
I think it's obviously still playable, still a lot of room here for IG to be able to find them. Again, all it comes down to is, can they actually find Pei's? And they're very one note. Any crowd control they get, that's Plasma procs applied, and Gala can fly in with the ultimate. So still a lot of options here. It takes one fight to be able to break this game. Very similar to just having a Blitzcrank in the game at all times. Single hook changes the entire trajectory, as for right now, it's just going to be, you know, a slight advantage to some of the members of IG. The Shy is going to be very comfortable with taking this 1v1, as he is, again, you're playing into a Galio who has opted for Leandri's first. Eyes going over to the Rift Herald spawning in a few seconds time here. IG have already put multiple members into the top side of the map. Rookie not having teleport is going to be a bit worrisome, but you also know that Allah won't be able to join this fight. And Tashai is continuing to push in the top lane, so gives them easy ways to play for it. Instead, they want to go for the Dragon here. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting too. But, you know, I guess they're pretty worried about the potential Dragon stacking that JDG could put together with their good late game scaling. So ends up going over to IG, and over on the top side, the Rift Herald taken care of by JDG.
I'm a bit worried for this trade. So it's solo gold for Gala, which is nice. 300 gold in his back pocket is going to feel very good, but I think you can make a very similar trade as JDG when you have this Rift Herald. You kind of see that now in the same way that just happened bottom lane. They're taking control of JJ's bot lane or top lane drag. Oh my god.
Here we go. This is Rookie's opportunity to maybe make a big play. He's going to dash in, and they're going to find the Galio, missing, trying to do his thing, trying to escape this fight. Able to dash away, but gets charmed up, and they ascend on him like a pack of wolves. Pei's has to go over the wall to get away as IG make a good play.
And Rookie right now is starting to warm up here in this game on the Ahri. This will now be another turret going over, so Gala has now been able to participate in 2 turret takes. Alla, while in the bottom lane, takes a bottom lane tier 1. I don't think you're too aggravated as IG for that start of the play. Maybe they can continue this. Alla still has flash. I think it's a bit tough. I think it would take a little too long here, and at this point, IG should just be looking to get some resets, spend some of their gold, and be happy that they're able to defend their topside jungle.
And that was an upgraded boot stiff right there. You know, that's why Allah was so quick. But take a look at this replay, man. I mean, you know, JDG just trying to continue the play, and teams will make mistakes when they try to push for more.
That Counter-Strike is just so, you know, intrusive to what JDG want to be able to accomplish. The fact that that blast code doesn't get taken there meant that JDG were stuck in that fight for a little bit longer, and that is 2 kills going over to the side of IG, where we wanted to see them kind of take the wings out from underneath JDG. And while there's still this, they actually used the Rift Herald. Where was it used?
Huh?
Where is JDG's Rift Herald? Did they just put it in mid and it got absolutely nothing?
Tell me they didn't not pick it up, right?
They picked it up. They for sure had it in that last play. Just what did we use it on?
I'm sure we'll see a replay of that, or maybe
I hope
we
so,
won't. Who knows? Honestly,
they just kind of waste this this as a tool. Missing, trying to see if he can maybe fish onto Mako, but the rest of IG are just lying in wait.
Uh-oh, knock up onto Shun. He gets charmed up, but here comes the Galio. Mako knocked up, put in the bounce house, but trying to survive.
Shy on the
Pays no
flank.
ultimate. Shy, as you said, on the flank, gets taunted up, though. He's got a flash over the wall, trying to peel back to Allah, but big knock-up coming through from Allah. Missings in there, too. JJ with the counter-strike to the back line to Allah, but they peel back and take him down. A 3-for-2 in favor of JDG.
All of the rookie Foxfires used to try to make that pick onto Missing. Galio comes in with the ultimate, and at that point, the fight is lost. JDG find themselves with 3 kills in that trade, and a lot of summoners being burnt on both sides. As we take a look at this replay, I think playing into a choke is not what IG want to be doing right now. Again, this Galio ult just buys so much space for the team, and then the immediate turn here. The Shy is not able to get into this backline, and look at how much time and space Allah is able to build with this Ornn. A re-engage from Mako just feels like, what are we doing, man? This is not the combo nor the target that we want to be placing. JJ just barely is able to equalize some of this trade for them. And this game is going to get tougher and tougher here. Again, JDG very reliant. Some of their damage is now going to be coming in from Scout and from Shun with these 2 items. But I am just looking at Pays. Yuntal Wild Arrows, Arunons, have to be imagining there's probably going to either be a Shield Bow or an Infinity Edge third. And at that point, it gets even more difficult to take down this AD carry.
Yeah, he's down a little bit of gold, but it doesn't matter, man. When the Zeri has this much CS, this many items at 20 minutes, something has gone horribly wrong if you're on the other side having to deal with it. JDG has done well to play around their AD carry. And right now, I don't know what more IG is going to be able to do, right? Because all of these flashes are down. Mako maybe is going to have to catch Pays napping, but Pays has really been locked in and has not put himself in harm's way.
I think I'm really happy about this state for IG. Like, you have so much mobility. Almost all of your champions have a dash in some sort. So the fact that a lot of these flashes for JDG are missing, I think is fine. The big ones that I'm looking at, the 2 summoner spells are the most important for JDG, are on Pays. He has his flash, he has his cleanse. It's probably going to be a fight that they're going to be looking for the next couple of objectives. A dragon going over in favor of IG. So at the very least, 10 minutes before we have that up and available. And I think it is very worrisome that if JDG get this Otacon, they are potentially in a spot to outright win the game, because those next 2.5 minutes give them the false life from this voracious Otacon, and that basically means that JDG can play a little looser, a little bit with less care. They can, walk forward into the opponents and know, look, we have an extra life, we'll just respawn in a little bit. So I kind of want to see JDG put a little bit more focus towards the bottom lane and how they prepare and get around to make sure that they're here for this objective and forcing JDG to come meet them.
You can see there were a couple pings on it, a lot of on my way pings toward the Otacon. We'll see what the move is, as Missing is backing here, so I don't think we're going to see much of anything with this Otacon, at least just yet. Baron up in about 2.5 minutes. But it is a big point of contention, Alk Battery, and the longer that IG goes without doing anything... Oh, man, they have no idea this is going on right now.
Okay, so JJ's going to be coming through. Mako's on his way. JJ is walking on over. They have an idea this is happening.
Hang
they
on.
made a pick on a Mako.
Yeah, teleports are coming in, but guess what? Your guy's going to be a little bit closer if you're JDG. Mako, no flash. Gala's got to get out of there, too. He's forced to flash. Rookie with a taunt, but on the backside, big knockups from Missing. Big CC. JJ hops over the wall. Call the Forge God splits the gap on the mid 80 carry as Mako falls, and the Shy is getting pelted by Pays. And he looks good, like he's going to dive the turret and take him down. The JDG 80 carry gets another.
And Missing on this Rakan, I mean, he just stops JJ and Mako from being able to escape. Maybe they go for this Otacon now. Zeri has a lot of HP. Scout and Swin are going to be in this area. Gala could not get into that fight and lost his flash. So the exact horror show that we had for JDG is now coming to reality. They'll get a false life buff, and it'll basically overlap with the dragon spawning in 3 minutes time. Great job from the bottom lane duo of JDG to find this pick and force Mako out very early on.
Yeah, these guys are firing on all cylinders, and as you said, look out for this play from Missing in just a moment. The quickness, able to get on 2 priority targets even though he started in a different direction. So impressive.
I thought that this was going to be more kills. I thought maybe we were going to see JDG kind of try to collapse onto Rookie, but a big focus onto getting down to Shy. So he ends up missing. One thing that maybe you could try to play for as IG is that there is no longer an exhaust coming out from this Rakan. but Ultimate's backing up and available. Still these summoners now back on the table, and if you're IG, you're missing a few of them on some of your key members. IG did not accelerate this game fast enough here, and now you're kind of playing a game where you're basically hoping you land some kind of plasma procs onto Pays, and that your backline is able to just straight up rush him, because other than that, it is not going to get any more fun to play this game as Invictus.
Yeah, that first fight at the Dragon not going well for IG, or not going smoothly, I should say. Really felt like it put them in a bit of a bind. You used a lot of your cooldowns early. You know, Rookie's first ultimate was spent not doing much. And when you get behind like that against a team the caliber of JDG, they will continue to open up the lead bit by bit as Missing is going in. And here's the call to Forge Out coming through too. Going to try to get these guys in the corner, and they're going to peel all the way back as Mako is going to get knocked up and will go down. Pays gets another.
And does this just start up the Baron? They still have Otacon here. 50
Oh,
seconds,
lightning
Pays
crash.
lets loose!
All right, the charm did force the cleanse out of Pays, but IG a little low in the health bar department as the Baron looks like it's going to be started here. The recall coming through from Ala. He does have his teleport available. The false life buff still very much a thing. Missing, going to heal up a little bit on the side. Scout looking for a little bit of a cheeky flank as the Shy looking to do the
massive
same.
flank from Scout.
Oh, this is huge. They have no idea. They have no
There it
idea. The taunt comes through, and JDG come up huge with that pick, and they'll peel back to the Baron again.
And they still have false slice for at least another 15 seconds. JJ is back up and available, but he has half HP
Charm.
here. Look at all the damage that IG are trying to get, but hey, this Baron is starting to peel. They need to finish, or they need to get out of the pit.
It's at 6,000. It's a mighty slow Baron off battery. Another charm off to the side as Rookie just tries to force off all of the knockups onto the Shy. Are they going to turn onto him fully? He's able to get out for now. This Baron is still alive.
Getting low.
Still getting
JJ
low.
can steal.
Mako looking to go in. Charm doesn't land, but Pays is out of the pit. And all of a sudden, things are a little wonky, but they get back into the pit. And it's stolen away by Rookie! IG Rookie! And the turnaround, the solo laners trying to do what they can. Rookie in a 3v1 will slide out, but Pays gets 3 on the back half anyway.
He had no flash during so much of this play, and Rookie stealing that Baron keeps them in the game. Gala is rushing over to this red buff. He's going to try and do this Dragon in the meantime as well. Maybe it's a little too late for him. I thought maybe with having these 3 items, Gala would feel a bit more empowered, but too much movement speed coming in from JDG. And that just barely keeps them in the game. I don't even say it outright helps them win back this game. But Rookie is playing out of his mind this series. If we think about the game just before this on the Azir, where he's the only member that is able to kind of hold his own as this Azir game crumbles around him. Now on the Sari, I unfortunately think it is a little too late for some of these heroics now, as JDG are going to be missing some of their key summoner spells. It has to be this fight coming in for them if IG are going to have any chance of winning this game.
Does Rookie have a little bit more magic? You can see him on a flank. You know he's sniffing around for Pays because that cleanse is still down. They're going to peel back onto the Dragon is IG, looking to put themselves on Soul Point, but the teleport's coming in. JDG does not want to let this go away. It will be Soul Point. The knockup is on to Ala. Missing in Pays, just hanging out on the backside, and JDG will let this one go.
Not too mad about that one right now. Again, trying to see whether or not they can try to gauge for this, but I like this from JDG. Protect the inside track, force IG out from here. This will turn into a turret in the mid lane.
Oh, Rookie.
Rookie is fishing. He just used his ultimate. Okay, use all of it. Okay, so he used all of his charges just so it goes back on cooldown. I respect it. Maybe he was trying to look for it. It is a relatively low cooldown, especially early. We got to take a look again at this replay. And Pays in such a weird position because he has to basically dash out to avoid the charm. Gets knocked back in. And what steals this for Rookie? Foxfire. Smite comes down. Is that just like a what is he? So he has Rod of Ages. Does he have Leandri's? Is it Leandri's tick for him? Either way,
I don't know.
a huge steal.
Yeah, and you know that was a really well played fight from Rookie, but I mean Pays played that fight phenomenally, right?
Yeah.
Just on a nice edge, dodging on that charm, then heading back in, able to kill Mako before he can get a knock up and disrupt. But a huge hero play by Rookie. He's going to need one more. And yeah, I think it might have been a Leandri's tick.
Yeah, now the issue that I'm having here, Yanni, is I'm looking at summoner spells again. I know we keep harkening back to them, but it's really the big equalizer when it comes to these fights. IG, 3.5 minutes, they're going to have access to an Infernal Soul if they can secure it, but Pays has hit level 16. He has his cleanse back up, and he'll have his flash in a little bit of time. What is his back here? Is he going to be finishing an Infinity Edge here? No, he gets Guardian Angel instead. Okay, so alongside the Shield Bow, he's already remarkably tough to kill. They're going to have to do it a second time here for JDG if they want a chance to be able to take down this team.
And it's great pick insulation because I think Rookie is really the only one, or obviously like JJ getting a huge surprise engage. Like those are the only ones that are actually going to be able to do anything to Pays. So even if he gets picked off, the rest of the team can kind of flock around him as long as he's not super far away. So Rookie trying to chunk out Scout as best he can right now, but yeah, these teams playing this game on a knife's edge right now. IG on the precipice of falling to a 3-4 record. Is JDG in the driver's seat? Pays, the one that we said was going to take over the game late. Well, guess what? It's late, and he is taking over.
We had a graphic made very early on into the year about the different AD carries that JDG has brought over. They had Imp. Obviously, the most famous one is going to be having Ruler and Hope from years ago. But having to fill in for Ruler, who 2023 has one of the best seasons ever, right? Going in almost golden roads that entire year long. 2024 wasn't the same. JDG were missing a little bit. Obviously, they had to bring in a new mid laner. They had lost Knight over to BLG, and Ruler just didn't seem the same. Same thing with missing. And another situation where Pays gets replaced by Ruler, going back to Gen G, having to now come here into JDG. These were big shoes to fill, and we're seeing it in live time in every one of these series. Pays really putting forward his stamp as one of the best AD carries here in the league, mechanically speaking.
Yeah, it just continues to over and over again impress, improve people wrong, and show that he was definitely what made Gen G tick, right? This guy was very, very good. Everybody thought, as we said earlier, oh, he was carried by the rest of the team. Not so. He's doing the carrying here for JDG. 33 seconds to Destiny as this Baron comes up, and then shortly after, this Dragon.
Ooh, and I like this coming out from Missing. Small itemization change here. Missing going for the Mikhail, so a secondary cleanse now available for any member of JDG. The Masterwork items are starting to get handed out across the board. All 4 carries of JDG on this top side have access to a Masterwork item, so more stats and kind of the big make or break point here. That Baron is up, but my eyes, Yanni, are looking towards this Dragon in 20 seconds time here. Could be the Infernal Soul giving over to IG, and they already have 2 Infernal Drakes. A third one plus the Soul makes this really dangerous to play.
JDG immediately sprint to the Baron. Scout looking for another nice flank here, but this time around, that one brush is warded. JJ has a feeling that he's around the Shy looking for a flank of his own as the Baron continues to be done.
Now.
Here we go. Immediate CC lock on the Missing as he goes down. Call the Forge God coming through. Knocks up 2. Let's see where Scout is going to get in. Big knockup from Mako.
Oh, wait a minute.
He cleanses. Pays. Gets to the other side of the fight. He's still alive somehow. He's low, but sustaining. He lives. Pays. You're nuts. Rookie, you're out of the fight. But Gala trying to do his best Pays cosplay on the backside. Oh, my goodness. Oh, this fight was so close.
I think this is a big win. Look at where IG can go. They can go straight to the Dragon. That's Infernal Soul going to be confirmed for IG. There will be a teleport coming in from Scout. He can look for this one way. There it is. That single ward might have just saved JDG this game. They're going to peel off of this. Aula and Scout are going to be coming into this fight now. And it is just Rookie and Gala. They're going to move out. It'll be a Dragon going over to JDG. The Baron completely untouched in this fight. And we yet again have to find another fight before this game is over.
And Pays critically still has that Guardian Angel. Take a look at this replay. IG with an immediate phenomenal pick on the Missing. No impact in this fight.
I loved what we got from the solo lanes here. I mean, the Shy trying to apply pressure into the backline, trying to get onto Pays. This engage from Mako. If only Scout wasn't buying space and being right in front of this. Even finds a massive knockup, pulling Rookie out of the fight and knocking up the Shy and JJ so that Pays can have this fight. And while Gala is trying to do the same on the back end, this is going to be a tale of 280 carries. We talked a lot about Pays in this one, but Gala, the original Kaisa player, maybe him and Jackie Love kind of add on to that, but Gala has not had the same kind of run that he has since he left RNG, and so it'll be kind of like a make or break kind of history moment for him to be able to face against some of the top other 80 carries in the league and prove that he has still got it here.
The blood of LPL Kaisa runs through his veins. He has quietly amassed 4 items in this game. Hang on, they make a pick play to JDG right on top of the Shy. The Shy has to get out of there. He's going to burn Hysterics.
Okay.
He has no dominance for the fight either.
But there's no quickness here for Missing, and the Shy will be able to teleport back into this play. Look at how much
Here we
damage
go, call
he's
the force
getting
gun.
done. Gala
Oh, he
gets
landed the
taunted.
taunt. Oh, he missed. He missed. Ala missed. Rookie looking to go in. Missing. Chunked. Mako about half HP. Gala once in. So does Rookie. Rookie gets bursted out. Pays gets stumped, but the cleanse is there. The knockups are too. The Shy will fall. Mako on the back line trying to disrupt. And Pays looking to get a little bit closer. A 2-for-1 right now in favor of JDG. And they will peel off and head to that Baron.
And JDG are going to move straight to that Baron, like you were just noting. JJ and Gala are still alive. Maybe this is just going to be a death brush here. There's no vision. IG cannot walk into this brush. They have a ward on top of the Baron, so they know. We see Gala. Okay, man. I'm glad that we're still showing a little bit of personality here. Throwing in some emotes on top of that. That one control ward on top of this Baron. Doing a hell of a lot of work for IG.
Oh my goodness, that is so good, man.
That's good,
and,
man.
And listen, you gotta have some balls to be able to do that in a game that's 36 minutes in, where your team is down about 3K, and then one crazy fight could really change the entire game and could determine a winner or a loser. And I have to say, I admired that out of Gala. Now, take stock of summoners because Pays' flash is still down for a little bit, but it might be up before the next fight. Scout critically can get in, land that quick taunt, see if it happens again.
While you would love to be able to punish the fact that some of your opponents are missing their flashes, I think both squads are really going to be looking for when their summoner spells are going to be coming back up. JJ's going to have his flash, so a flash Counter-Strike is still up and available. Mako is going to have his flash as well coming on soon. But JDG have now split IG. They're going to take control and catch this mid-wave very high. You can kind of see the same thing coming in from Rookie as he is trying to poke out and take this mid lane wave before JDG can do much. And they're posturing so heavily. They only have about another 30 seconds to kind of walk around this Baron because this dragon is spawning, and every single time it is up, it is a soul point on the line here for Invictus Gaming. Baron is going to be started. It is at half HP already.
They're ripping it, but JDG peeling off just a little bit. Shun keeping it aggro just in case they want to go back in. Scout regrouping with the team. Mako tries to go in. No engage to be had. Getting low. JJ steals it. It is on top of Shun. Pays in the back of the pit. But now he's starting to come through with the lightning crash. Look at the backside. Down goes the Shy. Missing to the back line. Gala's exhausted. And Gala tried to turn it around. But Pays still alive. Still standing as the rest of IG will fall.
And that's it. Shun said thank you to Rookie. Thank you to the Shy for helping me get introduced into the LPL in 2021. He says, thank you for all of your teachings, but Wink is just not Pays. He says Gala is just not Pays in this fight, and JDG finally break open this game. They're going to look to take the series over Invictus Gaming.
Pays stands a tier above. JDG stand as a top team in the league. Can IG hold the line? The answer is no. The Nexus falls, and JDG win a phenomenal match.
Wait a minute!
The distance. Hang on!
Wait!
Hang on! Oh my goodness, it's still standing!
And IG make the defense. We're making the victory. gonna get Infernal Soul here, Yanni, and we
Oh my
still
God!
got fight. IG do not want to go out. Look at it.
Rookie
You can
trying
see
to get this
Scout.
wave in. Oh my goodness. There's a long time. There's a long time on these net timers. 20 seconds on missing.
Rookie
just
has
trying
the
to get
Baron.
close.
Oh my
maybe he wants
God.
Oh
No
my goodness.
way.
This is so insane. This is so insane. The inner turret's gonna fall. The inhibitor turret is getting Chunker's gonna fall. Missing up in 7.
Johnny!
The inhibitor. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, battery. IG's
They're
gonna
doing
turn
it,
around.
Yanni!
IG! They've done the unthinkable on death's doorstep. They reverse the curse. They take the win.
And Beijing erupts as IG make the ultimate comeback. It was 3 autos away from their Nexus going down.
Dude.
In Invictus Gaming in 2025, they only came with one mission, and it was to provide bangers here in the LPL.
Oh my God, what a game. I cannot believe that game ended that way.
I don't
just-
think IG thinks that game ends that way.
Now I want to see a replay. Were they hitting champions too much? Like what happens? How did they not finish? You finished those games.
Well, we were doing a lot of setup for JDG. We said that it came down to can they find Pays? And in that last fight, the AD carry does fall. IG make what was the unthinkable happen. Stop the Nexus from falling. They rush the rest of the map. They didn't even care about the soul. And they just completely turn the fates.
Damn, I'm speechless. I really am.
I know.
This is the greatest game I've ever had the fortune to cast. One of the greater games that I've seen, that I've had the pleasure to watch from start to finish. It's just incredibly impressive that IG was able to knock off JDG just in that manner, man. It's so crazy because it's like JDG did it. They got to the late game. They built the bridge. Pays built the kingdom from the ground up. And it all came crashing down. Empires do not last forever. And that empire did not last more than the 40-minute mark, man. Wow.
I don't know, man. Like, literally that entire game, JDG play pretty decently. They play a very solid game. We get a replay of this final fight here. So we could take a look. Shun just gets taken down. Pays is trying to auto-attack. Okay, he enters Guardian Angel.
The taunt. Oh.
And then they're
Now
just body
just mobbed
blocking him this entire time. It's only Ala and Scout, but Scout is way too far away. He's in the middle of his auto attack. That might be the game changer because he has so much AP. Plus he has an Elixir of Ruin. That might actually be the difference between them finishing that game and IG now moving up to 4 and 3. I'm currently updating our group standings graphic. IG are currently 3rd right now because of this win.
Dude. That's crazy. You can see the fan MVP vote going to JJ. I mean, like, yeah, he stole that Baron. He stole that Baron. He came up huge in these fights. I think everybody on IG fought really hard to keep this game alive, but if they give it to anybody else, I think it's a mistake, despite the fact that Rookie did make some plays. You stole the Baron. You won the game because of the Baron.
Stole the Baron at the very end of the game. I think he played a really consistent series, all things considered. I am kind of now looking at JDG. I'm not going to lie. Like, Shun had a very tough game to play this game. Not Fraud Watch. They're still top 4. But these are the clutch moments that I think kind of make or break. You cut the chaff from the wheat here. And JJ, when it comes down to it, has been the more clutch player for IG. I think about his Lilia game that he had much earlier on, not today, but there was a series where literally he's the only difference. He steals an Elder Dragon. It was with Rafa casting on it. That was an insane steal. We're getting another moment here where IG members clutch up in the very last moments of games to save their team.
Ice in their veins, Alk Battery. Wow, JJ getting on top, and poor little brother Shun, right? The dude thought he had it right in his hands. And then they just took it right out. They plucked it right out of his hands. They're hanging the victory up all over him, man. Oh, that's so tough. Heartbreaking. And, I do wonder that now that JDG has fallen to 3-2, I really do wonder if this game will leave a stain on their memory and may have a negative impact moving forward. Because while it is early regular season, sometimes these losses are very difficult to overcome when you lose in a manner like this.
Yes, I think of how close this was. I think that JDG are quite resilient in being able to kind of maybe shake this one off. They're quite literally 1 minion away from ending, or not 1 minion, but one auto attack away potentially from winning that game.
So close.
And obviously, that only really matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, but like realistically, they basically won this game, and it was IG with a last second clutch were able to take down multiple members. It's going to sting for sure. I'm looking at their future schedule for JDG. It gets very easy for them coming out of this. They're playing against Weibo next, and Weibo have not been bulletproof. Their next two matchups, maybe, if you're talking about Weibo and AL, but then after that, they're playing against TT. They're still like top level team. The fact that FPX kind of caught them on an off day, maybe there's some stuff there. I think if they have troubles in that Weibo series, then I think we start to call into question what this JDG roster is able to accomplish.
Yeah, because then, as you said, the next match after Weibo is anyone's legend. That's not going to be easy. You have that break with ThunderTalk, but they play 4 games next week, Alt Battery. They cap off the week with a game against Top Esports.
Mm-hmm.
So, we JDG on Monday, the 21st, a couple days from now, need to snap back into it and take care of business against Weibo, because if it starts off on a bad foot, this could be a really ugly week.
Yeah. I'll be honest. Scout still felt pretty invisible, all things considered. You look at their game 1, right, where he's playing the Victor. He gets picked on, kind of a big question mark. And while this was going to be a resurgence for this player, I think we're starting to see more and more of those cracks, the inconsistencies that we saw very early on in the year for 2025. Scout is, a player that was quite literally the entire reason LNG even made it to Worlds multiple times. So to see him kind of fall here in regular season does start to cast a little bit of doubt on this team. And for IG, this was the kind of thing that I was talking about for this team, was the fact that they have some low lows. You get games like game 2 where they get absolutely stomped. But the highs of this roster, man, they provide and they give, they feed the hungry. They're the light families for the men in the dark. They're the sight for those that are blind. The Church of IG just continues to deliver beautiful sermons in times of darkness.
The Rock of Gibraltar, the Hope Diamond, whatever you want to call them. They are IG. And just soak in this replay, guys. Everybody who's still here, soak this in. This is awesome.
Look, he has the Elixir of Ruin, man. You literally have Elixir of Sorcery, sorry. 1 auto attack with how much AP he has?
I think it goes down.
Man. MVP, though, has to be JJ, right? Like, I know we were talking about it a little bit before, but we have no one else really in our mind. Like, Gallo is getting carried for most of that game. Maybe you give it over to Mako as a potential there, but
now, when you make a play like that, it's got to be JJ, right? Like, I don't think you can really give it to anybody else. Even if they play a great game from start to finish, right? Just because that is the most clutch moment of the game. That is what was able to turn things around, despite the fact that the fight, afterward didn't really go so hot. Things were not looking too good after that, and luckily it kept a couple of members with the Baron. As we await the MVP, we hear the noise. Well deserved, JJ.
6 MVP votes for JJ. Impressive stuff for a guy that was really struggling on EDG last year. I mean, everybody on EDG, I guess, was struggling, right? But he's really made a name for himself so far and gets to take his win over Scout. And him and Mako can say, hey, World Championship, we're going to keep this one for ourselves.
Yep, put that one in the back pocket, the feather in the cap, feel good about it. And one thing you can feel good about if you're an IG fan are these standings. So you take a look. We have the updated standings for you at the ready, as IG, as you mentioned, now in third. Oh, hold on. This is not the updated standings.
This is not the updated standings.
IG is now in 3rd place.
All right. We'll run it back. Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna do a 2-box. We're gonna come back to us. The standings will be updated in just a little bit of time, but yeah, for everybody at home, IG now move over into 3rd. JDG are 4th. BLG are 5th, which is
Brother,
yeah.
Now, in the meantime, while we wait for updated standings, I would like to thank our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who's trying to give you an English LPL product every day. You can see if you want to join those Coffee VIP Spotlight supporters, your name could be there. Now we can pull up the updated standings. As we have them on screen for a second, we are here, and the 3 dragons stand at the top of Group Ascend. The 2 very angry dragons and the 1 goofy dragon, that's IG, because they're -1.
IG are literally negative game score. They are 9 and 10, and they are 3rd here in the league, guys. JDG are 8 and 4, Billy 7 and 5, NiP are 6 and 7. After BLG is where we get the actual negative game score teams to kind of move on through, but impressive stuff nonetheless. The fact that IG are able to make this comeback and find themselves a win, literally negative in game differential as well, doesn't matter. So, gonna be very important for this team as we go forward, and that's just the end of our show. I know we got more games tomorrow. I'm taking a look at the LPL schedule. What games? Or do you have any bangers? We have a Group Nirvana tomorrow, everybody.
Yes,
OMG
sir.
versus EDG. Lock in, boys.
Yes, sir. I'll be on that one with Jamada. And then we have Team WE versus Anyone's Legend. So if you are interested in seeing if Team WE can actually take another game off of a team that we consider to be pretty damn good, maybe they could just surprise some people. But if you really want to see Anyone's Legend just dominate some games, well, you know where to find us.
Yeah.
But that'll be it for our cast for the day. It is bright outside. I'm looking through my curtains here. My eyes hurt. I gotta go to sleep, man. Oh, you probably gotta go to sleep too. I don't know. Everybody, have a fantastic day. What a series. Go tell your friends, and we'll see you for more LPL English action tomorrow.